Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 61, Arc 12. Number 8. He read. Nanao's eyes widened as she was teleported out. Nanao appeared in front of Ichigo. If I could recall, you are a specialist in Kido, Ichigo asked. I am, Nanao said. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer announced before disappearing. Nanao quickly raised her hand and began to silently cast Hado number 63. Raikoho. Large bolts of yellow lighting shot out of Nanao's hands. Ichigo swatted the incoming Kido away. Hado number 73. Soren Sokatsui. She chanted as she quickly gathered Ryatsu with her index and middle fingers and then pushed the gathered energy toward Ichigo. Ichigo raised his hand in front of him. His hand blocked the incoming Kido, forcing the Kido to part in the middle. Is this at ISC Fukutecho? Ichigo asked. Go on and draw your Zanpakuto. It's useless in this battle, she said as she drew her Zanpakuto. Why? Ichigo asked. The Ayase clan is one of the few clans that still follow Shinto. Nanao began. The first head of the Ayase clan was gifted with a Ungekyo, mirror yokai, as our guardian. Otsunemeya helped bound our family guardian with an Asachi, she said as she pulled out her Zanpakuto. This action had a dramatic effect on our family. She continued. None of us was able to combine with an Asachi to create our own Zanpakuto. Otsunemeya discovered that the Asachi disapprove of this action and curse our clan. So, what is the problem with your weapon? Ichigo asked. Nanao sighed. Allow me to show you, she said. Reflect the 8 worlds, Shinken Hakioken, she said. The Zanpakuto glowed and changed shape. Ichigo could see a medium-sized bladeless sword with a flat end. Its blade is decorated with 4 inlaid diamonds and its forte possesses a tassel on either side. Instead of a tsuba, an ornate bandguard is covering an inch of the blade with tassels hanging from either side of it. The handle of Shinken Hakioken is only somewhat shorter than the blade and possesses 2 tassels attached to the ring at its end. What does it do? Ichigo asked. Shinken Hakioken is said to take the power of a god into itself and disperse it in all directions, she said. That would very powerful weapon depending on the definition of god. Ichigo said. Huh? Nanao questioned. Ask Yukitake about it, Ichigo said as he summoned. Night Shroud. Engulf the light and plunge the world in darkness, Night Shroud. The darkness surged forth, engulfing Ichigo. Nanao stood her ground. She could no longer see Ichigo's body. He appeared much bigger than before. All she could see was the large black cloak and red eyes that bore down on her. Despite not being able to sense his Ryatsu, his mere presence is worse than the Sotecho and Yuhabaha. Ichigo raised his hand. Dark divine energy gathered around Ichigo's hands and compressed into 2 balls. Block this, Ichigo commanded. His voice sounded much louder and menacing to Nanao. He fired the balls of dark divine energy at Nanao. She instinctively pointed Shinken Hakioken's blade in front of her. The attack hit Shinken Hakioken. To Nanao's shock, Ichigo's attack was absorbed by Shinken Hakioken. Suddenly Shinken Hakioken began to vibrate. I know what I need to do, Nanao thought as she raised her blade in front of her. Release recollection, Nanao shouted. Shinken Hakioken glowed black. She swung her blade down, releasing Ichigo's attack back at him. Ichigo smirked as he was hit by his attack. Nanao fell on her knees as she looked at Ichigo, shrouded by dust from the explosion. She could hear someone clapping. She could see Ichigo walked out from the explosion. It seems Shinkan Hakioken would be a valuable Zanpakuto in the future. He said. Ray LLY. Nanao replied, out of breath. While the attack was much weaker than the one I sent out, I could see the potential. Thank Y-Nanao said before she fell unconscious. Ichigo shook his head as Nanao was sent back to Dimension 2. Ichigo sealed Night Shroud and sent it back to his mindscape. The announcer appeared. He dug inside his hat and drew a sheet of paper. Number 2. He announced. Yaruchi stood up from her chair and was teleported out. I'm interested to see how strong your Shunko is. Yaruchi said, referring back to his match with Mashiro. Ichigo cracked a smile as the top of his Shihakusho disappeared. Ready? 3, 2, 1, fight. They announced before disappearing. Shunko. They shouted, activating basic Shunko. They both charged at each other, attacking each other with their Hakuda. They were easily able to keep up with each other's pace and blocked each other's attacks. Neither one was able to get any advantage over the other. Let's kick it up a notch, Yaruchi suggested. Shunko, Raijin Senkei, Thunder God Warform. She said. Fine, Ichigo said as he allowed his Ryatsu from Script T, the Teo and Script V, the Ventus to flow around him. Sora Kakusho Shunko, Sky Flash Warcry, Ichigo said. His body was engulfed by the fire. Despite being surrounded by fire, his body wasn't harmed by it. Ichigo shunped towards Yaruchi and attacked her. Fuck! His attacks are stronger and faster than before. She thought as he tried to fight back. Despite her best efforts, Ichigo was overwhelming her. Wait! Sora Kakusho. Yaruchi's eyes widened as she remembered what Ichigo told her. She leaped back, dodging one of Ichigo's attacks. Wait! Your Shunko is a fusion of fire and wind? She guessed. Yep, Ichigo replied. Hey Shunko, Hurricane Flash Warcry, grants me a major boost in speed and destructive power. Nensho Shunko, Burning Flash Warcry, also grants me a boost in destructive power and it allows me to burn my opponent, slow continuous damage. I see. Have you tried all of them yet? She asked. Oh, I have, Ichigo said as he deactivated Sora Kakusho Shunko. Yaruchi stood there and watched, curious to see what was about to happen. Ichigo took a deep breath, allowing his Ryatsu from Script E, the Earth and Script F, Fengari Nero. She could see red, blue, light green, and brown Ryatsu flow around Ichigo. Tengaku Kogiki Shunko, Heaven's Assault Flash Warcry, Ichigo said. Ichigo was engulfed in a massive explosion of Ryatsu. Yaruchi covered her face to protect herself from the massive explosion of Ryatsu. It finally settled down. She looked to see Ichigo standing there. His entire body is enveloped in Ryatsu. Brown Ryatsu is tightly coiled around his entire body, like a second layer of skin. Above that layer is another layer of Ryatsu, this time blue. After those layers, there are swirls of fiery Ryatsu coiled around his arms and legs, like springs. Ready? Ichigo asked. Yep, Yaruchi replied as she fired a large bolt of lightning. Ichigo charged straight towards it. The lightning bolt exploded upon impact. However, Ichigo continued to charge towards her, not at all affected by the attack. Once again Ichigo and Yaruchi began to trade punches. Unlike before, Ichigo didn't block or dodge any of her attacks. Ichigo took her blows head-on and counterattacked much harder. Fuck! This reminded me of that fight with Aizen. Yaruchi thought as she took a blow to the face, sending her flying in the air. Ichigo shunped towards her and continued his barrage of attacks. I need to do something to change the momentum. Yaruchi thought as she struggled to escape Ichigo's assault. She tried to shunpo away from Ichigo, but Ichigo was able to react to her sudden movement. The burns are starting to get annoying. Is this it? Ichigo asked as he continued to attack her. Fuck him, Yaruchi growled in annoyance and anger as she focused on her Ryatsu. Shunshin Chohenjin! Yaruchi shouted. She sent a large wave of lightning Ryatsu around her, forcing herself away from Ichigo. Ichigo stopped and looked to see what happened. Suddenly something appeared in front of him and kicked him in the head. Ichigo looked to see Yoruchi. She appeared to be a combination of her feline form and Shunko. Her arms and feet are enshrouded in electricity, shaped like clawed cat paws. The electricity formed a set of cat ears on her head and she grows a tail. She hissed at Ichigo before disappearing. She appeared in front of Ichigo and began to attack him. Ichigo went on the defensive, taking all of her electrical enhanced attacks. Ichigo smirked as Yoruchi began to get annoyed at Ichigo's lack of response. She attacked Ichigo with more effort. But Ichigo didn't respond, continuing to block. Yoruchi had enough of Ichigo's lack of response. She stopped for a moment. Ichigo smirked. Before Yoruchi could respond, Ichigo hit her with a devastating uppercut, sending her up in the air. Before Yoruchi could regain herself, Ichigo hooked his left arm around Yoruchi's neck and began unloading powerful right-hand punches at Yoruchi's face. After a few powerful punches, Ichigo could feel Yoruchi fell unconscious. Ichigo let go of Yoruchi's neck. She fell, face first, to the ground. Shunko has deactivated itself. Ichigo snapped his fingers, resetting the destroyed field, and sent Yoruchi to Dimension 2. The announcer appeared and drew another sheet of paper. Number 14. He announced. Tessai stood up from his seat. Actually. Ichigo interrupted. I have a challenge for both Hachi's and Tessai's Kido abilities, Ichigo said. Oh? Tessai said as he looked at Hachi. If Shuriken allows me that honor, Hachi replied. Good. I wouldn't ask anyone else to assist me. Tessai replied. Hachi stood up with Tessai. Both were teleported out of Dimension 2 and appeared in front of Ichigo. The challenge is as followed, Ichigo began. You will have 2 minutes of testing to figure out my ability. Then you have 5 minutes to plan and perform any Kido on me. Once those 5 minutes are over, I will 2 minutes to break free from your Kido. Ichigo said. Very well, Tessai replied. 2 minutes starts, now. The announcer announced. Heido number 88. Hirio Gekuzoku Shinten Reiho. Tessai immediately chanted. A gigantic beam of blue electrical Ryatsu shot out of Tessai's hands towards Ichigo. Script N, the negate. Ichigo activated. He stuck out his hand and parted the attack, splitting it in two. Tessai and Hachi noticed Ichigo's action. Hachi, Aoi Heido. Tessai instructed. Yes, Shuri, I can, Hachi replied. Both men stuck their hands out. Gaki Reko. Tessai casted. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiyo. Hachi cast. Ichigo saw the incoming Kido and parted the incoming Kido. Somehow he can negate the effects of the Kido for a moment, allowing him to part the Kido. Tessai theorized. Hyoga Siren. Hachi continued. Ichigo once again parted the incoming Kido. Time. The announcer shouted. 5 minutes begin. Ichigo deactivated his script, wanting to see what they planned to do. Bakudo number 61. Rikuja Koro. Tessai cast. 6 thin white beams of light slammed into Ichigo's midsection, immobilizing him. Bakudo number 63. Seijo Sabaku. Hachi cast. A golden chain shot out of Hachi's hand and wrapped itself around Ichigo, further restraining him. Bakudo number 99, Part 1. Kin. Tessai cast. Black fabrics shot towards Ichigo, wrapping themselves around Ichigo. Gray iron shafts shot out and pinned Ichigo face down on the ground. Bakudo number 99, Part 2. Ban Kin. Tessai slammed his hands down to the ground. Shokyoku, Shiryu. White fabric erupted out of the ground and wrapped themselves around Ichigo. Nikyoku, Hyakurensen. Black metal bolts shot out of the ground and pierced Ichigo's covered body. Shukyoku Bankin Taiho. A massive metal cube crashed into the bounded from above. Is that enough? Hachi asked. Hopefully, Tessai replied. Time. The announcer shouted. Ichigo's 2 minutes starts now. Ichigo calmly laid on the ground underneath the layers of Kido. His arms were on his sides. Normally under all these Kido, it would be impossible for Ichigo to hear anything from the outside. Luckily, the announcer made sure Ichigo was able to hear the announcement despite the Kido. Script N, the negate, Ichigo said, activating the script. His hands touched Rikujikoro and Seijo Sabaku. The script began to negate the effects of those bakudos. Ichigo managed to regain a bit of movement. Ichigo touched the black fabric, slowly negating its sealing properties. Ichigo used his feet to rip the black fabric. I still got to deal with the rest of Bakudo number 99. Ichigo thought as he touched the white bandages with his white hands. As soon as it lost its properties, Ichigo tore apart the white bandages with his feet. Now the giant cube. Ichigo thought as he stared at the giant silver cube. Ichigo tucked his knees as tight as he could into his chest. This is going to hurt. He pushed off of the giant cube. Ichigo managed to push himself away from the cube, breaking some of the iron stakes. Ichigo regained movement in his right arm. Ichigo reached over and tore off the other iron stakes around him. Ichigo placed his hands on the iron cube. Slowly Ichigo began to negate the magical properties of the iron cube. Ichigo was able to push the iron cube away from Ichigo. Ichigo slowly stood up. He turned to Tessai, Hachi, and the announcer. Well. 4 minutes and 54 seconds. The announcer announced. Congratulations, Hachi said. Indeed. Ichigo-sama. Tessai replied. Did you figure out what my ability was? Ichigo asked. I believe the ability in question allows you to ignore the effects of Kido. Tessai theorized. Close enough, Ichigo replied. The field once again reset itself. Tessai and Hachi were teleported out of Dimension 2. The announcer appeared and drew the number 5. About time. Hiyori yelled as she jumped up. She quickly was teleported out of Dimension 1. She drew her Zanpakuto and glared at Ichigo. You ready, Pipsqueak? Ichigo taunted. Fuck you, Strawberry! She yelled. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer announced before teleporting away. Chop cleanly. Kubikiri Orochi. Hiyori yelled as she instantly entered Shirkai and charged at Ichigo, swing her Zanpakuto with fast slashes. Ichigo casually swerved his body side to side, dodging her strikes. Ichigo surprised her with a sudden sidekick to the face, sending her flying a few feet away. Come on, Hiyori, Ichigo said with a small yawn. Is this all you got? Hiyori stood up. Fuck you. She replied as she shunpaied away. Ichigo calmly jumped away from his position, dodging Hiyori's attack. You're boring me. He replied. Fine then. Hiyori yelled. Red Ryatsu began to surround her. Resurrection. She was engulfed in red Ryatsu, blocking Ichigo's view of her. 2 large blades pierced out of the red Ryatsu and tore it apart. Hiyori grew 3 times bigger than before. She had a pair of large polearms with a serrated saw-like blade. Hiyori had on her hollow mask. It was skeletal with a prominent horn centered on the forehead and a row of diamond-shaped markings over the eyebrows. Massacre al Rey Serpiente, slaughter the Serpent King. She growled. Test the resolve of others with my resolve, Terrastorm, Ichigo said as he activated Script E, the Earth. A giant lance appeared in his hand. Hiyori Sonido away. Ichigo casually turned around. Ichigo blocked Hiyori's strikes with Terrastorm. Ichigo pushed Hiyori's weapons away, throwing her off balance. The lance began to spin, entered drill mode as Ichigo stabbed Hiyori. Fuck! She yelled as Ichigo pierced her Hierro. She swung her polearms at Ichigo. Ichigo quickly pulled Terra Storm and blocked her strikes. "Eat this!" she yelled. A Siro began to form in front of her mouth and at the tip of her polearms. Siro! She fired her 3 Siros towards Ichigo. The 3 Siros merged to form a giant red Siro. Ichigo stood his ground. Terra Storm shifted into shield mode and began to spin. The large Siro collided with the spinning shield. Ichigo swung the lance, like a shovel, sending the large Siro behind him. The lance stopped spinning. It shifted into cannon mode. Ichigo pointed it at Hiyori. Before she should react, the lance began spinning. "Let's see how you handle this," Ichigo said. "Storm drill," Ichigo said. Terra Storm fired a large cyclone towards her. The winds pinned her in place. The center of Terra Storm continued to gather more Ryatsu. Terra Storm Breaker. Ichigo yelled as he fired a large blast of Ryatsu at Hiyori. "Fuck you!" she yelled as she was hit by the energy blast, causing a massive explosion. Terra Storm turned back to its lance form. Ichigo swung Terra Storm, parting all the dust and smoke. The dust settled to see Hiyori was unconscious. Ichigo snapped his fingers and reset the field. Hiyori was fully healed and teleported away. The announcer appeared where she stood. He dug into his hat and drew another number. "Number 6. He said. Byakuya calmly stood up and was teleported out. Byakuya stood facing Ichigo. The battlefield had already been restored. Byakuya calmly drew his Zanpakuto. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. "You're going to use Zangetsu?" he asked. "I am," Ichigo replied. 3, 2, 1, go. Scatter Senbonzakura. He said. Senbonzakura's blade scat into 1,000 tiny, slender blade fragments, leaving only the sword's handle in Byakuya's hand. Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu! Ichigo chanted as he entered Shirkai. Byakuya flicked his wrist, sending Senbonzakura's blade fragments moved towards Ichigo. Ichigo fired a nameless Getsuga towards the blade fragments. The attack scattered the blade fragments. Ichigo Shuunpaed in front of Byakuya and began to attack him. "He's fast," Byakuya thought as he Shuunpaed away from Ichigo. "You're not getting away that easy," Ichigo said as he Shuunpaed after him. "He's coming." Senbonzakura's blade fragments regrouped and moved towards Ichigo. Getsuga Tenjiki. Ichigo yelled as he stabbed his blade forward. "I need more blade fragments," Byakuya thought as Getsuga Tenjiki tore through his blade fragments. Ichigo suddenly appeared in front of him. Raikoho. Byakuya suddenly cast. A yellow lightning bolt shot out of Byakuya's hand towards Ichigo. The Kido hit Ichigo, briefly stunning him. Byakuya Shuunpaed away, getting more distance between them. "Looks like it's a good time to use it," he thought. Senbonzakura's blade fragments returned and reformed the blade. He pointed Senbonzakura down. "Bankai," he said as he let go of Senbonzakura. The sword phases into the ground. Energy ripples expand out, turning the surrounding area dark, and within seconds, 2 rows of 1,000 giant blades rise from the ground. Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. The giant blades turned pink before fragmenting. The flood of blade fragments moved like an ocean wave towards Ichigo. "Getsuga Jujisho!" Ichigo shouted. The large attack shot towards the wave of blade fragments. There was a massive explosion upon impact. Ichigo Shuunpaed towards Byakuya's location. He swung down only to be met by 2 pink swords. Byakuya was protected by a wall of pink swords. More pink swords formed and surrounded Ichigo in a dome. "Sunkei Senbonzakura Kageyoshi," Byakuya said. "I remember this," Ichigo recalled. Ika Senjinka Senbun Zakura Kageyoshi, Byakuya said. All the floating swords aimed towards Ichigo and soared down towards him. Ichigo smirked as he began to block the onslaught of swords. I didn't think he could be able to block them all. Byakuya thought. All the swords that Ichigo destroyed, reformed themselves, repositioned itself, and shot back at Ichigo. This is getting nowhere. Ichigo thought as he continued to destroy the swords. All the swords I blocked, just try and attack again. Maybe try and destroy them all at once? Zangetsu suggested. That's actually a good idea, Ichigo replied. I didn't expect Zangetsu to give good suggestions, Kyoka added. Hey! Zangetsu shouted. I do have some good ideas, Zangetsu commented. Okay, smart guy. How should I do that? We don't have any omnidirectional attacks. Easy. Go Bankai and allow the extra Ryatsu to explode out. Sure, Ichigo replied. Ichigo took a deep breath, gathering his Ryatsu. Byakuya stood a few feet away, in his safe zone. His eyes widened as he could feel Ichigo's Ryatsu. What is he doing? He thought. Ichigo answered Byakuya's question with one word. Bankai, Ichigo said. Black, white, red, and blue Ryatsu exploded outwards. The surge of Ryatsu destroyed many of Byakuya's blades. The Ryatsu settled to see nothing there. Where did he go? Byakuya thought as he looked around. Suddenly Ichigo appeared in front of him. His outfit changed. Ichigo now has black, bandage-like carapace forms around his torso, neck, and over the nose and mouth in mask fashion, and the remains of a tattered black cloak cover his lower body. Ichigo punched Byakuya in the gut. Gah! He yelled as Ichigo knocked the wind out of him and sent him flying. As he was sent flying, he noticed Ichigo's fists were armed with a pair of black tonfas like weapons. One part of the black tonfas covering Ichigo's fists, looking like knuckle guards. While a large black blade goes in line with Ichigo's forearm. Gokiai Senbun Zakura Kageyoshi, Byakuya ordered. His remaining blades scattered into blade fragments and flow towards them. Ichigo appeared behind Byakuya. Getsuga Tenjiki, Ichigo said as he punched him in the back. Gah! He yelled in pain as he was sent flying by a punch with the power of a Getsuga Tensho. He soared towards the incoming Senbun Zakura's blade fragments. Before Byakuya could react, he soared into the sea of blade fragments. Byakuya eventually flew out of there. His body was covered in cuts all over his body while most of his clothes were torn all over. He crashed into the nearby ground. Ichigo appeared beside him. Byakuya glanced at Ichigo. You had enough? Ichigo asked. Sunkei Senbun Zakura Kageyoshi. Byakuya mentally replied. Ichigo looked over to see the dome of pink swords forming around Byakuya, protecting him from Ichigo. Looks like you aren't done yet. Byakuya extended his hand. A pink sword slipped into his outreached hand. Byakuya slowly stood back up. I can't simply give up. He replied. Shukiai, Hakutiken. He said. The remaining pink blades turned into blade fragments and slowly fused with the sword in Byakuya's hand. The pink blade turned bright white. The surrounding Ryatsu formed itself a pair of wings and a halo-like circle behind Byakuya. So, you want to end it like this, Ichigo said as he remembered this technique. Ichigo took a deep breath as he concentrated his Ryatsu into his right hand. Black, white, red, and blue Ryatsu engulfed his right hand. Ra! Byakuya yelled as he ran towards Ichigo. Getsuga Tenjiki. Ichigo replied with a right punch, firing a large energy blast. The two attacks collided with each other. Despite Byakuya's efforts, Ichigo's Getsuga Tenjiki overwhelmed Byakuya's attack. Gah! He yelled as he was overwhelmed by Ichigo's attack. Ichigo's attack finally ended to see Byakuya. His entire body was severely burned. Senbun Zakura, in its sealed state, laid beside Byakuya. Ichigo sealed his Bankai. He snapped his fingers, restoring the battlefield, and healed by Akuta of his injuries. After that, he was teleported out. The announcer appeared. He dug into his hat and pulled out another number. Number 13. He said. Rukia stood up from her seat and was teleported out. Are you ready, Rukia? Ichigo asked. I am. Rukia replied as she drew her Zanpakuto. Are you ready, Nejibana? Ichigo asked. I am, Nejibana replied. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer announced and disappeared. Reap the memories and let them fade to black. Kyoko Keshigomu, Rukia said. Her Zanpakuto was engulfed in violet and black Ryatsu, as it grew into a bone-white scythe with a red blade. Ichigo stood there and began to twirl his fingers as if he has an invisible stick in between his fingers. Rukia, do you think Kaien will be proud of where you are now? Ichigo asked. Huh? Rukia questioned. How does Ichigo know about Kaien? She thought. I asked if you think Kaien would be proud of who you become, Ichigo repeated. I think he would be proud of who I've become. She replied. Good, Ichigo said. Because Nejibana would agree, Ichigo said as he activated Script F, Fengari Nero. Nejibana? Rukia replied. Water began to flow around Ichigo's hand as she noticed Ichigo's fingers were twirling something. Rage through the seas of the heavens, Nejibana, Ichigo said. The water solidified and formed a weapon that was a combination of a trident, a Bishamon-yari, and a G. Rukia's eyes widened. How? She asked. It was because of me, Nejibana replied as she appeared. Shiroyuki appeared behind her. Huh? Rukia replied. Before Kaien died, he embedded a portion of myself inside you, Nejibana said. During your depression state, Nejibana wasn't able to reach you, Shiroyuki said. Over time I was getting weaker and I went to sleep, Nejibana said. I was busy dealing with your depression fallout and lost track of her, Shiroyuki added. I ended up falling asleep in the snow, Nejibana said with a smile. When I bonded with Ichigo, Nejibana carried over, Shiroyuki added. I eventually woke up and bonded with Ichigo, Nejibana said. I see. Rukia said. Both Nejibana and Shiroyuki disappeared. Ichigo pointed his weapon at Rukia. Are you ready? Ichigo asked. Rukia pointed her scythe at Ichigo. I am. She said. Ichigo and Rukia charged at each other. Rukia swung her scythe towards Ichigo. He dodged her strikes. Ichigo swirled Nejibana and fired a blast of water at Rukia. Rukia swung her scythe, parting the blast of water. False slash! Rukia shouted. She swung her scythe, firing a dark violet crescent-shaped energy blast. Water gathered around the top of Nejibana as Ichigo blocked her strike. To his shock, Rukia's attack faded upon impact to Nejibana. Suddenly Ichigo felt something cut him in the back. He glanced back to see the dark violet crescent impacted his back. False slash! She shouted as she fired more dark violet crescent energy blasts. Looks like I can't directly block these attacks. Ichigo thought. He twirled Nejibana and then pointed it up. Aqua Veil, Ichigo said. A pillar of water shot up around Ichigo and blocked all of the false slashes. It began to rain. Aqua Geyser, Ichigo said as he slammed the end of Nejibana to the ground. The ground began to rumble as water geysers shot out of the ground towards Rukia. Rukia Sonido ed up in the air. Ichigo appeared in the air with Rukia. Rainstorm, Ichigo said. The rain stopped. It soon began to rain again, with the rain falling faster in bigger drops and aimed directly at Rukia. Rukia Sonido ed away from her stop. The rain realigned to Rukia's new position and continued her attack. This rain is getting really annoying. She thought. She prepared to Sonido away and moved her body. I can't move. She realized. This isn't completely the same Nejibana you remembered Kaien using, Ichigo said, noticing her confused look. I can control all water in the area, Ichigo said. This includes all the water on your body. I see. Rukia said. If I can't Sonito away, then I need to use my other technique. Rukia thought. Her Ryatsu began to gather around. Looks like she's about to use her Resurrection. Ichigo thought as he recalled when Rukia was hollowified. She's likely something serpent-related. Resurrection, Rukia said. She was enveloped in violet and black Ryatsu, shielding her from the rain. Ichigo stood there and waited. The Ryatsu dissipated. Rukia's light skin turned pale white. Her purple human eyes became darker violet with slitted snake pupils. Her lower face is covered by her hollow mask, which resembles the lower jaw of a snake. She is dressed in a white kimono with a long-collared red cape on her back. Rukia grew taller and more mature with a larger chest and cavia body. Her lower body is replaced with a long bone-white snake tail with the tip of the tail being a double-edged red scythe blade. In Rukia's hands was her scythe from her shurikai. Diosa Serpiente Fantasma. Guardian de los Recuerdos Olvidados, Phantom Serpent Goddess. Keeper of Forgotten Memories. Rukia said. Ichigo noticed that Rukia hissed with her S's. Dollar, can you understand me? Dollar, Ichigo asked in Parseltongue. Dollar, I can. Why are you asking that? Dollar, Rukia replied, instinctively using Parseltongue. Dollar, we aren't speaking Japanese. Dollar, Ichigo stated. Dollar what? Dollar, Rukia replied. Dollar, you are speaking Parseltongue, the language of serpents. Dollar, Ichigo said. I could speak it because I became part snake, how can Ichigo speak it? Dollar, how are you speaking it? Dollar, Rukia asked, realizing she was speaking another language. Dollar, a powerful friend gave me this ability. Dollar, Ichigo replied. Ichigo tried to bind Rukia in place with the falling rain. Tisk tsk, tsk. Rukia said as she waved her fingers side to side. That trick won't work on me. She said. Her form became transparent. Nothing can touch me when I'm like this. She said. Suddenly she disappeared in a swish of black smoke. Aqua Veil, Ichigo said as he twirled Nejibana and pointed it up. A pillar of water shot up around Ichigo. Ichigo resumed spinning Nejibana as he waited for Rukia's attack. Suddenly Ichigo fired a blast of water above him, pushing himself down. The water expanded and turned into a sphere of water with Rukia trapped inside. Damn! How did you tell that I was there? Rukia asked. Simple. Aqua Veil could only reach so high, so you would have had to come down to get to me. But how did you know that I was at that position? She asked. Simple. Water isn't just a liquid. The water on Nejibana split into 3 parts. It can also be a solid, one of the waters solidified into ice. Or it could be a gas. The other one evaporated into water vapor. I see. So when I moved down, I disrupted the water vapor, alerting you to where I was, Rukia said. Correct, Ichigo said. Looks like I can't sneak up to you now, Rukia said as she disappeared in a swish of black smoke. Rukia appeared outside of the sphere of water in a swish of black smoke. Her sides began to glow violet and black. Mordedura Serpiente, Snakebite. She said as she fired 2 identical black crescent-shaped energy blasts towards Ichigo. It resembled 2 snake fangs. Ichigo pointed Nejibana at the incoming attack. Maelstrom! Ichigo yelled. 3 powerful jets of water shot out of each point of Nejibana. The 3 streams of water joined together to form a large vortex of water. The 2 attacks collided. Steam began to form at the center of the impact. I'm not done yet! Rukia shouted. She pointed the tip of her scythe at their attacks. An orb of violet and black Ryatsu began to form. Zero! She shouted and fired her attack. The Zero joined with the Mordedura Serpiente, pushing back against Ichigo's Maelstrom. Ichigo cracked a smile. Good try. Ichigo complimented. But not enough! Ichigo yelled. Two large streams of water shot out and joined Ichigo's attack, making it grow bigger. What? Rukia asked with confusion. Remember Rukia, I control all the water around us, Ichigo said. Rukia's eyes widened. The rain, she said. Exactly, Ichigo replied. Small streams of water shot out of Maelstrom and hit Rukia's attack. She watched in shock as Ichigo's Maelstrom drowned her attack and shot towards her. This is not the end. Rukia yelled as Maelstrom swallowed her and trapped her there. She's going to try and escape. Ichigo though. I got this, Nejibana said. Ichigo could see Rukia struggled in the water as she tried to break free, forgetting her ability to become phase through the barrier. After a few moments, Rukia drowned in the water. Ichigo parted the sphere of water with Nejibana. He caught Rukia in his arms. Ichigo forced the water to come out of her body. Rukia began to cough, clearing up her lungs, and took a few deep breaths. Are you all right? Ichigo asked. I don't want to experience that again, Rukia admitted. Ichigo chuckled. It was the only thing I could think of, Ichigo said. Fair enough, Rukia said as she deactivated her resurrection. To think you're like Toshiro, your secondary release allows both of you to grow. Ichigo joked as he deactivated Script F, Fengari Nero. Nejibana melted into water and disappeared. Rukia kicked Ichigo's shin. Ow! Rukia cried in pain. Ichigo chuckled as he teleported her away, making sure not to heal her foot. The field was restored as the announcer appeared and drew a number. Number 11. He said. Finally. Ikaku yelled as he jumped up. He was teleported into the battlefield, which already reset itself. I want you to use the same spear you used against Lisa Taicho, Ikaku said. Why? Ichigo asked, looking at Ikaku. Lisa Taicho taught me Sojutsu. He said. I see. Ichigo said. I guess they had a mentor relationship in the past. Seeing me defeat her like that likely sparked something within him. Ichigo thought. Very well, Ichigo said as he summoned Longinus. Thank you. Ikaku yelled as he drew his Zanpakuto. He held it in his right hand while the hilt in the left hand. 3, 2, 1, go. He announced before disappearing. Ikaku immediately slammed the hilt into its sheath. Grow Hozukimaru. Ikaku yelled. A blast of wind engulfed Ikaku's Zanpakuto, transforming it into a Kikuchi Yari with a waxwood shaft. The pommel has a red horsehair tassel. Ikaku spun Hozukimaru and pointed it at Ichigo. Ra! Ikaku yelled as he sent fast and precise spear strikes to Ichigo. He calmly dodged all Ikaku's strikes. Ichigo swatted Hozukimaru to the side with Longinus and then fired a blast of holy energy at Ikaku. Ikaku was hit directly in the chest by the surprise attack. Cheap! He yelled as he quickly recovered from Ichigo's attack. Ikaku shunped towards Ichigo and resumed his fast strikes. Ichigo sighed as he blocked Ikaku's strikes and pushed him away, leaving himself open. Ichigo charged in and attacked Ikaku's exposed chest. Damn it! He yelled as Ichigo blasted him in the chest. Ikaku was sent flying in the air. Ikaku landed on the ground. Ichigo shunped in front of Ikaku. Is this it? He asked as he kicked Ikaku in the head, sending him a few feet away. Is this everything you have? Ichigo walked towards Ikaku. You are pathetic. Ichigo kicked Ikaku again, sending him few more feet. You are a disgrace to Zaraki and the 11th Division. What did you say? Ikaku yelled as a blast of red Ryatsu shot up. Ikaku stood up. Blood began to leak from his wounds. I said that you are a disgrace to Zaraki and the 11th Division, Ichigo repeated, purposely saying it loudly. I promised myself that I won't use this. Ikaku began. But I can't allow that to stand. Ikaku yelled. He held Hozukimaru in front of him with both hands. Then show me. Ichigo yelled. Show me your true power. Bankai. Ikoku yelled. He was engulfed in red Ryatsu. The red Ryatsu was forcibly parted to reveal Ikoku with his Bankai. In his right hand was a Chinese monk's spade, while a standard guandao was in his left hand. Both have a traditional horsehair tassel at the hilt and a long, cylindrical weight for a pommel. The pommels are connected by a heavy chain to the center section, which resembles an axe blade, with a parallel handle forged into the blunt end and a dragon crest on one side of the blade. A third of the dragon crest was red. Ryuman Hozukimaru, Ikoku announced. Ga! Ikoku yelled as he charged at Ichigo. He quickly thrust the Chinese monk's spade towards Ichigo. He calmly dodged Ikoku's attack. Ikoku quickly thrust with the guando. Ichigo once again dodged it. Ikoku continued his rapid thrusts. Ichigo yawned as he continued to dodge. Is this all you can do? Ichigo asked. Ikoku ignored Ichigo's question. His Ryatsu was getting stronger, graduating increasing his attack power and speed, but he doesn't have any special techniques or unique attacks. Ichigo stabbed Longinus in Ikoku's chest and fired a large blast of holy energy. Ga! Ikoku said as he was sent flying. He managed to catch himself as he stood up in the air. Use your holy armor! He yelled as she shunpei'd towards Ichigo. Ichigo swerved to the side, dodging Ikoku's strike, and swiped Ikoku in the head. The tip of Longinus cut across Ikoku's face. Ga! He screamed in pain. Suddenly there was a flash of red. Ichigo glanced to see the dragon crest was completely red. Ikoku forced himself up. Rahaha! He yelled as he charged towards Ichigo. He began to attack Ichigo with the monk's spade and the guandao. Despite waking Ryuman Hozukimaru completely, Ichigo dodged all of Ikoku's strikes and stabbed Ikoku in the chest, spilling more blood. Ichigo fired a larger beam of holy energy, piercing through Ikoku's body. Ga! Ikoku yelled in pain. He collapsed on the ground, the wound cauterized due to the holy energy. Are you done, Ikoku? Ichigo asked. Ikoku's body twitched as he tried to get up. Before he could, Ichigo slammed the end of Longinus on Ikoku's forehead, finally knocking him unconscious. God damn! Ichigo thought as he looked at Ikoku's badly damaged body. That endurance of his is impressive. Ichigo thought as he sent Longinus back to his mindscape. He snapped his fingers, sending Ikoku back and restoring the battlefield. The announcer appeared and began to dig in his hat when Ichigo interrupted him. All the remaining Shinigami, except for Genryosai, you are up next, Ichigo said. All the remaining Shinigami, which were Fukuteicho, looked confused. Ichigo, aren't you planning to continue to challenge us one at a time? Ranjiku asked. I would've. Ichigo began. But then I remembered that none of you have Bankai. Ichigo criticized. Most of the Fukuteicho looked embarrassed. Anyways, I want to give you all a better shot, Ichigo said. Ichigo-sama, I don't have a Zanpakuto, Ninyu said. Really? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichigo-sama. Kuratsuchi Taicho never gave me a Zanpakuto. She admitted. After this, go see Rose. But for now, you will participate with whatever he gave you. Ichigo said. Very well. She replied. Soon Momo from 3rd Division, Isane from 4th Division, IBA from 7th Division, Ranjiku from 10th Division, and Ninyu from 12th Division appeared on the battlefield. You got 2 minutes to plan your attack. I will be sticking with my sealed state. Ichigo said. 2-minute countdown, begin. Anyone got any ideas? Ranjiku asked. IBA Fukuteicho and I will engage him in close combat. Ninyu began. Hinamori Fukuteicho and Matsumoto Fukuteicho will engage him in mid-range combat, while Kotetsu Fukuteicho will be focused on healing and mid-range combat. The other Fukuteicho nodded their heads, accepting Ninyu's plan. Everyone but Ninyu drew their Zanpakuto while Ninyu got into a fighting stance. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Snap Tobium, Momo said. Tobium's blade straightens, becomes double-edged, and produces 4 jutty-like prongs, 2 on each side. Divide, Tsuruhashi, pickaxe. Iba yelled. His Zanpakuto extends into a falchion with a pick-like protrusion a short distance below the tip of the sword. Growl, Heiniko. Ranjika said. Heiniko's blade disintegrated, turning into ashes. Run, Itegumo, Isane said. 2 smaller blades protrude from Itegumo's hilt at 45 degrees angles. Ichigo stared at them. Let's see how you deal with this, Ichigo said as he fired a nameless Getsuga. All the Fukutecho's eyes widen upon seeing the incoming attack. Danku! Momo shouted. A translucent barrier appeared in front of them. Ichigo's attack impacted the barrier. Cracks immediately formed on the translucent barrier. Danku! Isane and Ranjiku cast. 2 more barriers appeared after Momo's Danku. Ichigo's attack broke through Momo's and impacted Isane's Danku. Cracks immediately formed on the barrier. Soon it broke through Isane's Danko and hit Ranjiku's Danku. Unlike the other 2 times, cracks did not immediately form on the barrier. Ichigo stared at them. Well, what are you waiting for? Ichigo questioned. Ninyu shot pasted the other Fukutecho and sidekick Ichigo. He blocked her kick with Kokogetsu. Looks like someone knows what they're doing, Ichigo replied as he continued to block Ninyu's kicks. Ra! Iba yelled as he charged at Ichigo. Tsuruhashi glowed yellow as Iba swung down. Ichigo blocked Tsuruhashi with Kokogetsu and blocked Ninyu's kicks with his legs. Ichigo fired a nameless Getsuga at Iba. Damn it! He yelled as the point-blank attack sent him flying. Ninyu kicked Ichigo again. This time, Ichigo swerved to the side instead of blocking, swept her leg, causing her to be off balance. Ichigo grabbed her leg and threw her in the air. Ichigo prepared to fire another nameless Getsuga when he was interrupted. Nico Rinbu! Ranjiku yelled. A large cloud of ash surrounded him, turning into a tornado. Mo-Ume, burning plums! Momo yelled as she fired fireballs towards the ash tornado. The fireballs combusted air in the tornado, turning it into a fire tornado. Isane used this opportunity to rescue Iba and Ninyu and began applying healing Kido on them. That should give us some time to regroup, Ranjiku said. Momo nodded her head. Suddenly a large energy beam sliced apart the fire tornado. They saw in shock as Ichigo casually walked out, unaffected by their attack. Nice try, Ichigo said. Any other tricks? He asked. Suddenly a chain of yellow Ryatsu shot up and wrapped itself around Ichigo, binding his upper body. Ranjiku and Momo turned to see it was Isane who cast it. More Bakudo! She yelled. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61. Rikuja Koro. Ranjiku shouted. 6 thin, wide beams of light slam into Ichigo's midsection. Oh, what are they planning to do? Ichigo thought. Ranjiku. Momo. Isane called. They said with Isane. We are going to use Hado number 91. What? They shouted. I've never used that Hado before, Momo said. I'm just only a Kido expert, Ranjiku said. That's fine, Isane said. I know the Kido, just follow my lead. She said. Momo and Ranjiku nodded their head. All of them pointed at Ichigo with their right hand. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. Isane began. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Momo continued. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Ranjiko stated. 10 large pink energy balls appeared around them. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiyo. They shouted. The pink energy balls soared towards Ichigo. The Kido made contact with the bounded Ichigo, causing a massive explosion. Did we get him? Ranjiku asked. We definitely hit him, Momo said. I doubt he would be down from that, Nimue said, as she stood up and joined the other Fukutecho. She's right. A nameless Getsuga soared towards them, parting the dust from the explosion. Everyone shunpaied away from the attack. They looked and could see Ichigo wasn't seriously damaged from the attack. Is this it? He asked. There is nothing we could do to stop him, Nimue admitted. So, we are giving up? Ranjiku asked. I agree with Nimue-san, Momo replied. Momo? Ranjiku questioned. Iba-san is still unconscious from Ichigo's attack and Ichigo-sama isn't even trying, Momo explained. So, we should run? Ranjiku asked. It's better than dying, Isane said. So, all of you are admitting defeat? Ichigo asked. We are, Isane admitted. Ichigo nodded his head. He snapped his fingers, restoring the battlefield and healing all the Fukutecho. Iba woke up. Man, that was rough, Iba said. For you it was rough, Ichigo said. But for me, it was boring. None of you made me use 1% of my power. All the Fukutechos looked embarrassed. Use this battle as a lesson. Ichigo continued. Remember that you are the current Fukutechos of your division and you are the current role models for your division. All the Fukutechos nodded their head. But also remember that you could be replaced. The third seat or someone else below you can replace you if they are better than you. Ichigo said as all the Fukutechos were sent back to Dimension 2. Ichigo looked at the screen and stared at Genryusai. Are you ready, Genryusai? Ichigo asked. Genryusai chuckled as he stood up from his seat. He took off his Heiori and the top of his Shihakusho and carefully folded them and placed them in his chair. He grabbed his staff. I am ready. He replied. Ichigo teleported Genryusai to Dimension 2. The screen to Dimension 2 disappeared. The sky is clear of any clouds and the sun was high in the sky. The wood began to peeling off the wooden staff, revealing a standard katana, with a dark purple handle and a circular handguard. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka. Genryusai yelled. Fire spewed from the blade of Ryujin Jaka. Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ichigo yelled as he activated Script T, the Teo. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in his hand. A wave of fire surrounded Ichigo. The ground around them instantly turned charred black, burned from their fire. The blade of Amaterasu-sama, Genryusai said, recognizing the name of the Nodachi in Ichigo's hand. Genryusai held Ryujin Jaka in his right hand while Ichigo held Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi with both hands. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Taimatsu. Genryusai yelled as he swung Ryujin Jaka. A large wave of fire shot out of Ryujin Jaka, following Genryusai's slash. Ichigo stared at the incoming attack. Stop. Ichigo mentally commanded. Genryusai's eyes widened as Taimatsu stopped in front of Ichigo. Attack Genryusai. The wave of fire lunges towards Genryusai. Genryusai glared at the fire. Ichigo was able to override my own fire. Genryusai thought. Taimatsu. Genryusai yelled as he swung Ryujin Jaka again. Another large wave of fire shot out of Ryujin Jaka. The two waves of fire clashed with each other. That fire was still made from my Ryatsu. Genryusai thought. Genryusai, someone spoke. Genryusai closed his eyes and could see someone in his mindscape. It appeared to be an eastern dragon, but its body is not covered with scales, but it seems to be entirely made of flames, giving him an overall impression of a burning skeleton. The dragon noticed Genryusai let out a loud earth-shaking roar. "It's been a while since I've heard you, Ryujin Jaka," Genryusai replied. "Of course. You've never needed me for a long time," Ryujin Jaka replied in a deep voice. "But let's not speak of the past. Let's speak about our opponent. It appears he can take control of our fire," Genryusai said. "Indeed. Our flames were born from a small spark of Amaterasu-sama's divine black flames." Genryusai nodded his head. However, Ichigo received Amaterasu-sama's full divine blessing and forged her blessing into his own. But that didn't stop there. There's more? He conquered two God of the Sun and reforged Amaterasu-sama's full divine blessing to create a weapon even stronger than her. So how can we defeat him? I'm not sure, Ryujin Jaka admitted. But we can't use our flames. What about Bankai? It might work. I will try it then, Genryusai replied. Genryusai looked to see Ichigo standing there, bored. "Ichigo," Genryusai said, getting Ichigo's attention. "I want to try something," he said. "Oh?" Ichigo asked. "Bankai," Genryusai said. The surrounding fires rushed towards Genryusai. The fires were being absorbed by Genryusai's Zanpakuto. Once all the fire was absorbed, it left remained an ancient and worn katana, severely scorched by fire. "Zanka no Tachi," he said. He charged at Ichigo with a downward slash. Ichigo raised his blade and blocked his strike. Ichigo could feel the heat pouring out of Zanka no Tachi as it tried to eradicate it to aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi nothingness. Ichigo pushed Zanka no Tachi away and countered with a side slash. Genryusai jumped back, barely avoiding the slash. Unbeknown to Ichigo, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi managed to cut through Genryusai's Zanka no Tachi Nishi, Zanjitsu Goki, devouring parts of its invisible flames, increasing Ichigo's strength. I gained more power, Ichigo thought as he could sense the increase. I guess he is surrounded in invisible flames, just like me. Ichigo thought as he shunped towards Genryusai and continued attacking. Both of them continued to swing their weapons at each other. Slowly Genryusai began to suffer from fatigue while Ichigo remained strong. "Get away from him, Genryusai!" Ryujin Jaka roared. Genryusai suddenly shunped away from Ichigo. "What is it, Ryujin Jaka?" Genryusai asked. "I figured out why you are losing too much Ryatsu and getting tired. It should be me using our Bankai," Genryusai replied. "Partially," Ryujin Jaka admitted. "But Ichigo somehow found it out about Nishi, Zanjitsu Goki and began devouring our flames." "What?" Genryusai replied. "I didn't reveal it to him. He must have sensed it while we were in close." "Okay then." Genryusai deactivated Nishi, Zanjitsu Goki. "Now what?" "Use Minami, Kaka Juma no Kushi Daizojin to try and distract him." "Okay then," Genryusai replied. Ichigo finally found Genryusai. "Zanka no Tachi Minami, Kaka Juma no Kushi Daizojin." He yelled as he stabbed Zanka no Tachi into the charred ground. The ground began to rumble as the ground around them cracked. Ashes poured out of the ground, taking the form of black charred skeletons. Ichigo stabbed a no Murakumo no Tsurugi into the ground. "You are not the only one who can summon an army," Ichigo said. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi began to glow, heating up the surrounding area, turning it into magma. The magma bubbled as human-sized golems made from lava rose out of the magma. They stepped out of the magma, leaving behind lava footprints. "Attack!" they yelled. The skeletons and the lava golems charged at each other. "I didn't expect that," Genryusai thought as the lava golems crushed the charred skeletons, forcing Genryusai into battle. He used Higashi, Kyoku Jitsujin to eradicate the incoming lava golems. Genryusai looked and noticed Ichigo disappeared. He looked around, trying to find him. Suddenly something stabbed him in the chest. He looked down to see Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi shot out of the magma and struck him. Slowly Ichigo rose out of the magma. Genryusai reached out and grabbed Ichigo's hand, preventing him from escaping. Grah! He yelled, resisting the heat he felt. Zanka no Tachi Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. He yelled as he slashed in front of him, sending a wave of heat, strong enough to incinerate any regular Shinigami. Ichigo wasn't an ordinary Shinigami. Genryusai's eyes widened as Ichigo forced Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi up, while embedded in Genryusai's chest up, blocking the attack and absorbing it. Ichigo thrust Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi deep into Genryusai's chest. Gah! He screamed as his insides began to burn. Ichigo twisted the blade 90 degrees and slashed outwards, ripping the blade out of his side. Gah ha ha! Genryusai yelled in pain. Ichigo did one more slash, decapitating Genryusai. Genryusai's head flew off his body. Ichigo ended Scrift T. The Teoan sent Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi back to his mindscape. He snapped his fingers, healing all of Genryusai's wounds. With that, Ichigo and all the Shinigami exited the trainer. Scene change, 1st Division Office, Taicho Meeting Room. Hogyoku pointed the trainer away from herself, as the trainer let out a large beam, freeing Ichigo and the rest of the Shinigami. Thank you Hogyoku, Ichigo said. You are welcome. Do you want me to free the others at your estate? She asked. Yes please, Ichigo replied as Hogyoku disappeared with the trainer. Overall, everyone did amazing, Ichigo said. The only issue I had was those Fukuteshos that only had Shirkai. Ichigo-sama? Ranjiku asked. Ichigo nodded his head towards her. Why do we need Bankai? The majority of the Hollows are our allies and the Quincy's are dead, for reals. Ranjiku asked. Good question, Ichigo said. If Yukitake hasn't already informed you, there are other supernatural groups all over the world. Yukitake nodded his head. While I am gone, there will likely be talks about peace between us and them. These other supernatural groups are as old if not older than us and likely stronger than us. There may be a time where we must join forces with them and fight. I rather not have Shinigami die because they are complacent. Ichigo said. He turned to Ranjiku. Does that satisfy your question, Matsumoto Fukutecho? It does. She admitted. Thank you for the clarification. She said. Any other questions? Ichigo asked. Kenpachi opened his mouth. No, I will not allow you to challenge them to a fight, Ichigo replied. Kenpachi closed his mouth and glared at Ichigo. With no other questions, see you later, Ichigo said as he ripped open a garganta and jumped in. It closed right behind him. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo returned to his estate. He pointed his trainer out and released all the members in Dimension 3. The majority of his peerage stared at him. Everyone okay? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichi-nii. Yuzu replied. I think many of us never seen your true power until now. Indeed, Masaki replied. I didn't expect my little boy has enough power to destroy an entire planet if he wants to. Ichigo felt a mental poke in his mindscape. He recognized the feeling and immediately knew who it was. Looks like it's time to go, Ichigo said. Ichigo hugged everyone and said their goodbyes. After that Ichigo opened a golden garganta and jumped in. Scene change, Amaterasu's office. Ichigo stepped out of the golden garganta to see Amaterasu and Arceus were there waiting for him. Have you said your goodbyes? Arceus asked. I have, Ichigo replied. Good, Arceus said. Ichigo turned to Amaterasu. Goodbye. He said. Goodbye Ichigo, Amaterasu said. Ichigo looked back at Arceus. Get on. He said. Ichigo carefully got on Arceus's back. A golden portal appeared in front of them. Arceus slowly entered the portal. Amaterasu stared at them. I am sorry, Ichigo. I hope you could forgive me when you return, Amaterasu thought as she sat back down on her desk. Scene change, void between universes. Ichigo and Arceus floated straight in the black void. Where are we? Ichigo asked. We are in the void between universes, Arceus said. Wait. I've traveled between universes before. How come I've never seen this before? Ichigo asked as he remembered traveling to the universes where the Azura Machina and the Gusty Galaxy Guard were from. Did you have someone establish a stable connection between these universes? Arceus asked. Ichigo closed his eyes as he tried to remember. There was a connection between their universe and Hell. Ichigo remembered when the Kushinatas informed him of an established connection in Hell. The Uzushio said that they sensed their distress signal and used their powers to rescue them. They did say that they were fighting in a pocket dimension. I believe that there were, Ichigo replied. Arceus nodded its head. Then it's possible that those universes were close enough to your universe where it was unnecessary to travel through the void between universes. Arceus theorized. I see. Ichigo said. As you may expect, many things are similarities between my universe and the video game/show from your universe. However, there are a few differences. Ichigo paid close attention to Arceus. The first thing is that the notion of trading your Pokemon to another trainer does not cause them to evolve. Good, Ichigo said. From a story perspective, it didn't make sense. The next thing is that every Pokemon can evolve with or without an evolution stone, Arceus said. How so? Ichigo asked. In the games, you need to use either a Leaf Stone or a Sunstone to evolve a Gloom to Vileplume and Bellossom respectively. Ichigo nodded his head. In our universe, training your Gloom normally would cause it to evolve to Vileplume. But you could use a Leaf Stone to force the evolution. Arceus said. What about Bellossom? Would you need to train it directly in the sun? Ichigo guessed. Exactly, Arceus said. You would need to have Gloom be in the daytime. Arceus said. I could use a Water Stone to force a Squirtle to evolve into a Wartortle. Exactly, Arceus said. So for Umbreon, I would use either a Moonstone or train it during the night time. Good for you to figure that out. What about Onix and Scyther? Both need a metal coat to evolve. For Scythe and Onix you would either need to train somewhere a lot of iron or rub a metal coat on them, Arceus said. Interesting, Ichigo said. Keep in mind, while using these items will force the Pokemon to evolve, it may affect their mental state or may harm them overall, Arceus warned. I understand, Ichigo replied as he remembered how much training he had to do before he could use his full power. One final note, Arceus said. Your powers. Let me guess, don't use them if possible. Correct. As I mentioned earlier, the only supernatural powers humans possess are psychics and aura users. What's aura? It's another name for Reiatsu, Arceus said. Ichigo could see a golden portal appear in front of them and they entered it. Scene change, Pokemon Universe. Ichigo and Arceus appeared in a grassy field. Where are we? Ichigo asked. This is my private dimension, Arceus replied. Ichigo got off Arceus's back. Arceus laid down on the grass. Ichigo sat down beside Arceus. Another key change is the repercussions of Ash's death, Arceus said. When Delia Ketchum discovered Ash Ketchum's dead body in Route 1, she blamed Professor Oak and the Kanto Pokemon League, KPL, for his death. Unfortunately for her, due to the rules of the KPL, children of the age of 10 are considered Pokemon trainers and are emancipated minors. The KPL also has a disclaimer that they are not responsible if Pokemon trainers die due to them being ill-equipped. She spoke to a lawyer and they sued Professor Oak and the Pokemon League. Professor Oak agreed to plead guilty as long as he retained his status as a professor and provided evidence against the KPL. In the end, she won her case against the KPL and took over as the leader of the KPL. During this time, she increases the age requirement from 10 to 15. She also established the Pokemon Technical Institute, PTI. It is a free school, funded by the KPL, which teaches students skills that they will need to know before they could become Pokemon trainers. A certificate from the PTI is also required to become a Pokemon trainer. So, I have to go to PTI and attend classes to get a certificate, Ichigo asked. No. In June and December, the PTI will have their final exam. The final exam is a comprehensive test consisting of a multiple-choice test and a wilderness survival exercise. Students that are not a part of the PTI could also take part in the final exam, but it requires a letter of recommendation to do so. Arceus said. I see. Ichigo said. So, when will the next final exam be? Ichigo asked. It will be a week from now. I see. Before we finish up here with your backstory, I have a few questions for you, Arceus said. Go ahead. First, what is your full name? Amaterasu never told you? She did, but I want to make sure you want to use that name since I need to use that name for all your documentation. Just put me as Ichigo Kurosaki. He replied. All righty. So your name is Ichigo Kurosaki. With a few manipulations, I have your backstory. Arceus said as a folder appeared in front of him. Ichigo opened the folder. He could see his basic information and a pre-written backstory. He was from the Sevii Islands and lived there most of his life. He had a rough history with his parents. They didn't want him to be a Pokemon trainer, due to a friend dying on their journey. When they heard about the new requirements to be a Pokemon trainer, they filled with joy knowing that Ichigo would have a hard time to becoming a Pokemon trainer. Ichigo studied his hardest and completed the practice exams for the written paper and multiple choice test. He wrote a letter to Professor Oak, asking him for his help. He also included his practice exams in the letter. Eventually, Professor Oak came to his house and agreed to help Ichigo pass the final exam. Ichigo spent most of his time helping Professor Oak around the lab, and a few of his research papers included your name as his assistant. Ichigo noticed in the folder was a copy of the practice exams and a copy of the research papers. Have you finished reading your backstory? Arceus asked. I have, Ichigo said. Good, Arceus said. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dreams and adventures with Pokemon awaits. When you are ready, step into the pond. Thanks, Ichigo said. He sent the folder to his mindscape and stepped into the pond. Ichigo sank into the pond and was teleported. Chapter 62, Arc 13. Scene change, Kanto, Pallet Town, Professor Oak's lab. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was lying in a bed. He was dressed in the same casual clothes from earlier. Ichigo looked to see a few Pidgeys were outside his window, chirping. Ichigo stood up and did a few stretches. He noticed a map on the wall. It appeared to be a map of the Kanto and Johto regions. Looks like the regions are designed based on the video games. Ichigo thought as he walked out of his room. He walked down to see Professor Oak sitting down at the table, reading the newspaper. Morning, Professor, Ichigo said. Ah, good morning, Ichigo. Professor Oak replied. So, what will we be doing today? Ichigo asked. Unfortunately, I have a package to pick up at Viridian City Pokemart. I'll be gone for a day or two. He said. Do you need me to come with you? Ichigo asked. No need. These old bones could handle it. Professor Oak said. Besides, I have my trusty Arcanine 1 with me. Okay, Ichigo said. Professor Oak folded up his newspaper and stood up. He walked outside of the lab, to the ranch where a large collection of Pokemon is free to roam. The majority of Pokemon there are those from other trainers who allowed Professor Oak to study them, gifts from other trainers, or from his sponsored trainers. Only a few of them are from his training days. Professor Oak let out a loud whistle. A few moments later, a large red and orange canine shot from the ranch to the porch Professor Oak was standing on. It was his trusty Arcanine. Ready to go with me on an errand? Professor Oak asked. Arcanine replied with a lick on Professor Oak's face. Professor Oak chuckled as he pulled out a pokeball and pointed it at the Arcanine. Return. A red beam shot out of the pokeball at Arcanine. Arcanine was teleported inside the pokeball. Professor Oak minimized the pokeball and put it in his pocket. See you later, Ichigo. Professor Oak said as he walked away. Ichigo stood up. What should I do? Ichigo thought. Maybe get a feel around the land, Zangetsu suggested. Sure, Ichigo replied. Ichigo went back to his room and changed his clothes into a set of running clothes. Ichigo walked out of Professor Oak's lab and began to jog around Pallet Town. Some of the older residents noticed Ichigo and waved at him. Ichigo waved back at them. Ichigo continued to jog around the town. As he ran by the border between Route 1 and Pallet Town, he could feel something calling for him. Help! It said. Ichigo stopped. What was that? Ichigo thought. Someone is trying to talk to you through telepathy, Mysteria said. Help! It said again. Let's see what is going on. Ichigo thought as he entered Route 1. He followed his instincts as he ran down the grass. Ichigo easily avoided the Pokemon that inhabited the route. Ichigo eventually arrived to see an injured Pokemon holding 2 bags of Pokemon eggs. The injured Pokemon appears to be a feminine bipedal Pokemon whose body resembles a flowing gown. Most of its body is white, but its hair, arms, and the underside of its gown are green. Blood and bruises were covering its entire body. Were you the one who called for me? Ichigo asked. I was. The Pokemon replied. It handed over 2 bags to Ichigo. Keep them safe from them. Who are them? Ichigo asked as he accepted the bags. He looked inside to see they contained Pokemon eggs. Go. They are coming. Ichigo could hear some sort of commotion further into the forest. Go. The Pokemon said as it raised its hands. Ichigo briefly glowed blue before he disappeared from its sight. The Pokemon in question smiled as it collapsed and died from its wounds. The bushes rustled as 2 people walked out of it. They were dressed in black uniforms with a big red R on them, as well as a black cap, gray gloves, and boots. Damn, we lost the eggs. One of them said. One of them noticed the dead Pokemon. She must have given it someone. The other theorized. Executive Ariana. Please come in. One of the grunts said. What is it? Someone replied. We found the escapee, but she managed to give the eggs to someone else. The grunt reported. Damn it! She screamed. After a few moments, she said, grab the dead escapee and return to the van. We still need to finish with the delivery of the other Pokemon. Yes, ma'am. The grunts replied. They grabbed the dead Pokemon and walked away. Scene change, Pallet Town. Ichigo suddenly appeared back at the entrance of Route 1. Ichigo looked at his hands to see the bag of Pokemon eggs. I guess I should bring this back to the lab. Ichigo thought. He walked back to the empty Pokemon lab. He carried them to his room. He placed them in his room. He carefully took them out of the bags and placed them on his bed. Each Pokemon egg had its unique color and swirl. Ichigo grabbed his blankets and wrapped them around each egg, keeping them warm. According to some books from our universe, you should be able to sense the Reiatsu of the egg to see if they are healthy and safe, Mysteria said. Good idea. Ichigo replied. He carefully sat down on the bed and took a Pokemon egg. He carefully hugged the egg and tried to sense the Reiatsu from the Pokemon egg. Ichigo could feel the Pokemon inside the egg was nervous and scared. Ichigo allowed his Reiatsu to flow into the egg, slowly calming the Pokemon down. It could feel Ichigo's protective nature from his Reiatsu, calming it and reassuring it. Once Ichigo could feel it calmed down, Ichigo placed the Pokemon egg down and continued with other Pokemon eggs. All the other Pokemon eggs had a similar feeling as the first Pokemon egg. Ichigo allowed his Reiatsu to flow into them, calming and reassuring them. Ichigo wrapped the eggs around his blanket and laid them there with the eggs. He didn't know how long he laid there with the eggs. In distance, he could hear the door to the lab open. Ichigo carefully stood up. He made sure the eggs were wrapped in a blanket and cautiously walked down. Ichigo relaxed upon seeing it was only Professor Oak. "Oh, hello Ichigo," Professor Oak greeted. He immediately noticed Ichigo's defensive posture. "Something wrong?" he asked. "Yeah," Ichigo said. "How much do you know about Pokemon eggs?" Ichigo asked. "Not much," Professor Oak admitted. "Did something happen?" Ichigo told Professor Oak about what happened to him. "Can I see those eggs?" Ichigo showed Professor Oak to his room. He could see the eggs there, covered in his blankets. Professor Oak tried to grab one of the Pokemon eggs. Suddenly all 6 Pokemon eggs let out a small burst of energy at Professor Oak, pushing him away. Ichigo quickly caught Professor Oak before he fell. "Are you all right, Professor Oak?" Ichigo asked. "That's unusual," Professor Oak commented as he stood back up. Ichigo walked over to the Pokemon eggs. He could tell all of them were frightened. "It's okay," Ichigo said as he allowed more of his Reiatsu to flow around the Pokemon eggs. He could sense the Pokemon inside them calmed down. "Amazing. To think I would see an Aura Guardian again," Professor Oak said. "An Aura Guardian?" Ichigo questioned. "Remember Ichigo, Arceus mentioned that Aura is the same as Reiatsu," Kyoka said. "Thanks," Ichigo replied. Professor Oak began to explain what Aura was and who an Aura Guardian was. The only remaining evidence of Aura Guardian are stories artifacts from the Cameron Palace in Sinnoh, too, Professor Oak said. "I see," Ichigo said. Professor Oak took out his phone and took a photo of the Pokemon eggs. "Follow me," he said. They arrived at Professor Oak's large computer. He connected his phone to his computer and called someone. "Professor, who are you calling?" Ichigo asked. "I am calling Professor Elm, an expert on Pokemon breeding and Pokemon eggs," Professor Oak said. The screen illuminated to see a young man with glasses. Professor Oak, how are you?" "I am good, Professor Elm." "Have you been getting enough rest?" "Ha! Ha!" Professor Elm chuckled. "Should I be asking you that?" Both professors laughed. "So, what can I help with you, Professor Oak?" Ichigo stepped into the video call and told what happened to him earlier and what just happened to Professor Oak. "Do you have a photo of these Pokemon eggs?" Professor Elm asked. "I took a photo of them," Professor Oak said as he sent the photo over. Professor Elm mumbled as he typed away on the keyboard. "None of the Pokemon eggs from Kanto or Johto match these Pokemon eggs. I wonder." Professor Oak mumbled as he typed on his keyboard. In a few moments, Ichigo could see an image of the Pokemon that called to him on Professor Oak's screen. "Ichigo, is this the Pokemon that gave you the Pokemon eggs?" "It is," Ichigo said. "Professor Elm," Professor Oak said. "Yes?" "The Pokemon that gave Ichigo the Pokemon eggs is a Gardevoir," he said. "I see," Professor Elm said. "I think I found a close match." Ichigo could see 10 pictures of Pokemon eggs appear on Professor Oak's screen. The Pokemon eggs on the left are the ones you found while the right are the ones that closely match them, Professor Elm said. "Based on this, you believe that the Pokemon eggs that Ichigo found belonged to a Vulpix, Phoeba, Beldum, Ralts, and a Rosalia?" Professor Oak said. "Yes," Professor Elm replied. "But due to the drastic change to their Pokemon egg and the unique situation Ichigo found them in, I believe these Pokemon have been experimented on," Professor Elm said. "I see," Professor Oak said. "What about the 6th egg? Even looking at the National Pokédex, I couldn't find any eggs that resemble it," Professor Elm said. "You believe it's a new Pokemon?" Professor Oak asked. "Possibly," Professor Elm said. If Team Rocket achieved that, who knows what chaos they could bring? Professor Oak said. So, what are you planning to do with them? Professor Elm asked. Professor Oak sighed. The only thing I can do is allow Ichigo to take care of them. How come? The Pokemon eggs are bonded to him. He is the only one the Pokemon inside trusts. I see. Professor Elm said. If this is true, please keep this a secret, Ichigo said. Professor Elm looked at Ichigo. I will try my best. If I have to write a report, I will allow you to read it before it is published. Professor Elm said. Same with me. Professor Oak said. Thank you, Ichigo replied. With that, Professor Elm ended the call. It getting late, Professor Oak said. Let's go eat dinner. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Right on time. Professor Oak said. You ordered pizza again? Ichigo asked. Professor Oak chuckled as he stood up and answered the door. He paid the pizza delivery person and took the pizza in. Ichigo and Professor Oak sat there enjoying their pizza. After dinner, Professor Oak went to his office. Ichigo walked outside of the lab. He could see the sun beginning to set. He could hear a few grunts. He looked to see a Machamp fighting a Kangaskhan. Ichigo walked closer. He could see the Kangaskhan was receiving training from the Machamp. Both Pokemon stopped sparring when they noticed Ichigo. Relax. I am not here to stop you. Ichigo said. He looked at Kangaskhan. In fact, I want to see how strong you are, Ichigo said. Kangaskhan looked confused as it pointed its finger at Ichigo and then at itself. Yes, Ichigo said as he got into a fighting stance. Kangaskhan looked at Machamp. It nodded his head as it moved to the side. Champ! Machamp yelled as it swung one of its arms down. Kangaskhan let out a loud roar as it charged at Ichigo. Ichigo lunged towards Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan swung its hand at Ichigo. Ichigo blocked the attack with his left hand and countered with his right hand. Kangaskhan moved his head back, dodging the attack. Kangaskhan grabbed Ichigo's right hand and lifted him. Ichigo swung his body up and kicked Kangaskhan in the face. Rah! Kangaskhan roared in pain as covered its face with both hands, letting go of Ichigo's hand. Ichigo landed on his feet. Ichigo charged at the distracted Kangaskhan and began to punch Kangaskhan's chest. Con! It screamed in pain. Champ! Machamp suddenly yelled, stopping the match. Ichigo took a few steps away from Kangaskhan. Are you all right? Ichigo asked as he noticed the bruises on Kangaskhan's body. Con, Kangaskhan replied. Allow me to help, Ichigo said as he began to heal Kangaskhan's injuries. In a few moments, the bruises disappeared. That should do it, Ichigo said. Kangaskhan walked over and hugged him. Kangaskhan said. Ichigo could tell Kangaskhan appreciated Ichigo's help. No problem, Ichigo said. Champ, Machamp said as it moved to the side. It got into a fighting stance. Kangaskhan let go of Ichigo and moved to the side, taking up the role of referee. Ichigo resumed his fighting stance. Kangaskhan! Kangaskhan yelled as it lowered its arm down. Machamp! Machamp yelled as it charged at Ichigo and began to attack with one set of arms. Ichigo countered Machamp's attack with his punches. Ichigo suddenly swept Machamp's legs, tripping it over. Cham! Machamp yelled as used his arms to push himself back up. Ichigo moved close to Machamp and uppercut Machamp in the jawline, briefly stunning it. Ichigo continued with the assault. Machamp regained his focus. It used both of its sets of hands and clapped in front of Ichigo. Ichigo saw the attack and allowed himself to fall to the ground, dodging the attack. Machamp noticed Ichigo on the ground and tried to stomp on him. Ichigo rolled to the side and got back up on his feet. Champ! Machamp yelled as it ran towards Ichigo. It began to recklessly attack with all four arms. Ichigo stepped back as he swerved to the side, dodging all the attacks. Machamp followed Ichigo and it continued to attack him. This continued for a while. As Machamp was stepping forward, Ichigo suddenly swept Machamp's leg. Machamp fell on his back to the ground. Before Machamp could move, Ichigo had his leg on Machamp's neck. Kan! Kangaskhan yelled as it walked towards them. Ichigo moved his leg away from Machamp's neck. Ichigo extended his hand out to Machamp. Machamp grabbed it and Ichigo pulled him back up. "You okay there, Machamp?" Ichigo asked. Machamp replied. They let go of each other. "Are you two fine if I join you later?" Ichigo asked. Machamp said with a nod. Kangaskhan said with a nod as well. Ichigo cracked a smile as he went back to the lab. He could see the sun finally set. Ichigo returned to the lab. He took a quick shower and went to his bed where all 6 Pokemon eggs laid on his bed. Ichigo entered the bed and made sure all 6 Pokemon eggs were close to him, allowing them to sense his Reiatsu before going to bed. Time skip, next week. The next week at Professor Oak's lab was interesting. Ichigo spent his time reviewing the test questions. Kyoka was a major help in making sure he knew all the possible questions. Every morning and evening, Ichigo could go out to the ranch and spar a few of the Pokemon there. At first Professor Oak was concerned when Ichigo fought with Machamp, but now he is used to seeing Ichigo go against the resident Pokemon there. Today was the day where Ichigo would take his final exam at the Pokemon Technical Institute, PTI. Professor Oak allowed Ichigo to borrow his Arcanine for the journey. It was located on Route 2, near the Viridian Forest. Ichigo climbed on Arcanine's back. Ichigo grabbed a bit of its fiery fur to hold on as Arcanine ran out of Pallet Town. I don't think Arcanine could run this fast if Professor Oak was riding it. Ichigo thought as they soon were out of Route 1. Arcanine slowed down to a walking pace as they arrived at Viridian City. The city was slightly bigger than Pallet Town. Ichigo got off Arcanine's back. They walked down the street of Viridian City. Ichigo could see a few small stores and residential houses. Ichigo noticed a Pokemon gym. If I remember correctly, that is Giovanni's gym, and you need 7 badges before you go against him. Ichigo thought as they walked past the city. Soon they were out of Viridian City and on Route 2. They soon reached a fork in the road. There was a sign posted in the middle. It pointed left and had the words, Viridian Forest, on it. Ichigo and Arcanine followed the path. They soon arrived to see a building. It reminded Ichigo of a university building. The entrance has a large sign which reads Pokemon Technical Institute on it. Ichigo looked at Arcanine. "Are you fine staying here?" Ichigo asked. Arcanine let out a happy yelp and it walked to a nearby tree and lay down. Ichigo walked inside PTI. He could see someone standing there. "Welcome to the Pokemon Technical Institute. Are you here for the final exam?" she asked. "I am," Ichigo replied. "Great," she said. "What is your name?" "My name is Ichigo Kurosaki," he said. "Give me one moment," she said as she began to type on her computer. "Found it," she said. "Walk down the hall and you will see room 115 on your left hand and your desk number is 15. She said as she handed Ichigo a paper. "Thank you," Ichigo said. Ichigo followed the front desk's instructions. He found a room with the words 115 on it. He opened the door and entered it. The room had 20 other people in there. The boys were dressed in a tan dress shirt, dark blue suit jacket with a small PTI logo, dark blue dress pants, and maroon tie. The girls were dressed in a short-sleeve white dress shirt, turquoise blue suit jacket, and skirt. Ichigo was the only one in the room dressed casually. Ichigo ignored their stares as he walked up and found his seat. Someone else entered the room. He sat down in front of the rest of the classroom. "Good morning, students. This is your final exam to get your Pokemon trainer license," he said. A small portion of the table opened as a tablet rose. The tablet lit up with the PTI logo. The PTI logo disappeared. A screen with the PTI logo and the Pokemon League logo appeared. Below it was a welcome screen with a box to fill out someone's name. The tablet in front of you is touchscreen. Type your name out. The proctor said. All the students typed their names in the box. Scroll down the page. When you click the blue button, the exams begin. You may begin. The proctor said. Ichigo clicked the blue button and read the first question. How many different types of evolutions are there? We have natural evolution, forced evolution, and mega evolution. Ichigo thought as he typed his answer down. After that, he started the next question. What is natural evolution? Natural evolution is when a Pokemon evolves without outside influence. They evolve when they, the Pokemon, believe they are strong enough at that stage. Ichigo answered. What is forced evolution and the situation where forced evolution happens? Forced evolution is when a Pokemon is forced to evolve. This can happen whenever the Pokemon is in a dangerous situation where it is forced to evolve. A Pokemon could also be exposed to an evolutionary stone which forces them to evolve. Ichigo answered. He continued to answer the questions on the exam. Either I over-prepared or this exam is purposely too easy for me? Ichigo thought. Ichigo answered the final question. The tablet lowered itself down to the table. Ichigo looked to see all the other students were still answering the questions. If you finished early, you may leave and report to the courtyard. The proctor said. Ichigo quietly stood up and walked out. Ichigo arrived at the courtyard. Arcanine noticed Ichigo walked out of the PTI. It stood up and ran towards Ichigo. Did I make you wait that long? Arcanine shook its head. Sorry, but we got to stay here for a while longer. Arcanine let out a small howl. Ichigo noticed a fallen branch. Ichigo walked over and broke off the other branches, leaving only one long branch. Why don't we have some fun? Ichigo asked as he held up the stick. Arcanine yelped in joy. Ichigo threw the stick towards Route 2. Arcanine yelped as it chased down the thrown stick. In a few minutes, Arcanine ran back with the stick in his mouth. Good boy, Ichigo said as he rubbed Arcanine's head. Arcanine yelped in joy, dropping the branch. Ichigo stopped rubbing Arcanine's head and grabbed the branch again. Ichigo threw the branch, this time a little farther. It took Arcanine a few more minutes before he returned with the branch in its mouth. Good boy, Ichigo said as he rubbed Arcanine's head. Wow, an Arcanine! Someone said. Ichigo looked to see a group of students. All of them stared at Arcanine with interest. Is that Arcanine yours? One of the girls asked. It Professor Oak's, Ichigo admitted. He allowed his Arcanine to accompany me, Ichigo said. Could we pet it? Ichigo looked at Arcanine. Are you fine with it? Arcanine nodded his head. Yay! The student cheered. 2 students at a time. Ichigo regulated. When the teacher and proctors walked out to the courtyard, they could see all their students surrounding Ichigo and Arcanine. Students! One of the teachers yelled, getting everyone's attention. Head to the auditorium. Slowly the students walked towards the auditorium. Ichigo turned to Arcanine. Arcanine let out a yelp as it walked back to the tree and laid back down. Ichigo followed the other students and entered the auditorium. Ichigo quickly found a seat. A teacher walked in front of the crowd of students. Hello students, he said. The next part of your exam is the practical element. 2 teachers pushed a whiteboard beside the teacher. We've quarantined the entire Viridian Forest for the duration of this exam. Your goal is to travel through the entirety of Viridian Forest, build or find shelter for the night, and capture at least one Pokemon. The teacher said. Will we be given our own Pokemon to help capture other Pokemon? One of the students asked. No. The teacher replied. You will use all the information you've learned to befriend the Pokemon to capture it. Will we be allowed to work together? No, this exam is an individual effort. If two students are actively helping each other in the exam, both students will fail the exam. However, if a student needs help, such as medical aid, you can help them and neither one of you will be punished. So we only have the option to capture Caterpies, Metapods, Weedles, Kakunas, Pidgeys, and Sparrows? We also added a few more Pokemon into the Viridian Forest for this exam. The teacher said. One by one, come down to receive a bag. It contains a tracker, 6 Pokeballs, and a few potions. Each student walked down and took a bag. After that, everyone walked to the entrance of Viridian Forest. The sun has already begun to set. When I give you the signal, the final exam begins. He said as he looked at his watch. Begin! He yelled as everyone ran into the Viridian Forest. Ichigo calmly entered the forest. He activated Script E, the Earth. He could sense all the running students and the startled Pokemon that currently reside in the forest. Don't they realize that they just scared off all the Pokemon, causing them to run deeper into the forest? Ichigo thought as he continued to calmly walk towards the left. He noticed a berry hanging on a tree. It had a red color and it reminded him of raspberries. Isn't this a raspberry? Ichigo asked. It is. We should pick some. Kyoka suggested. Ichigo carefully picked the raspberries from the tree. He put them in his bag and continued on his way. He found a few more raspberries before he finally stopped. Ichigo scavenged the area for fallen branches and rocks. Ichigo used them to make a makeshift wall around him. The remaining branches were used to make a roof. Ichigo laid down. He took the raspberries, placing them beside him as he used his bag as a pillow and fell asleep. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo opened his eyes to see his shelter was untouched. Ichigo once again used Script E, the Earth, to see where everyone and all the Pokemon were. Looks like all the students and Pokemon are sleeping. Ichigo thought as he carefully removed the branches that served as his roof. After that, he stood up and stretched. Ichigo removed a few of the branches that served as his wall. Ichigo grabbed his bag and raspberries and walked towards the other side of Viridian Forest. As he walked, he suddenly heard a loud screech. He looked up to see a Pidgeotto on a tree branch. It glared at Ichigo. Are you the protector of this tree? Ichigo asked. Pidgeotto let out a loud screech as it puffed its feathers up in pride. Very well then, I will be on my way then, Ichigo said as he walked away. Suddenly he saw Pidgeotto soar down and landed in front of him. It stared at him with a confused look. You are confused right now. You expected me to try and capture you, just like the other trainers. Pidgeotto nodded its head. You are bigger and stronger so you can fulfill your role as their protector. I will not and take their protector away. Ichigo answered. Suddenly a few more screeches could be heard. Ichigo looked to see more Pidgeottos and Pidgeys flew down and landed beside the larger Pidgeotto. All the birds began chirping at the larger Pidgeotto. Eventually, the larger Pidgeotto nodded its head before walking towards Ichigo. Let me guess, your family is telling you to leave and live your life. Ichigo guessed. Pidgeotto nodded its head. Ichigo pulled out a Pokeball. Pidgeotto tapped the button with its beak. The Pokeball opened up and absorbed Pidgeotto. Ichigo could feel the Pokeball shake a few times before letting a red flash, signaling a captured Pokemon. Ichigo turned to the Pidgeottos and Pidgeys. Ichigo bowed to them. I will take care of you, Protector, Ichigo said as he walked away. It took 10 minutes before Ichigo arrived at the end of Viridian Forest. Ichigo could see someone sitting under a canopy. He has a shirt with the Pokemon Technical Institute logo on it. Congratulations on reaching the other side of the Viridian Forest. Please present your bag. He said. Ichigo handed him his bag. He took out the tracer and plugged it into a computer. What is your name? Ichigo Kurosaki. He answered. A few minutes later, the computer turned to him. Please select the shelter you built, he said. Ichigo could see 3 pictures in front of him. The first picture was of someone sleeping on a log. The face was blacked out. The second picture was of someone sleeping in a pile of leaves. Once again, the face was blocked out. The third picture was the shelter Ichigo built. Ichigo selected the third one. He turned the computer back towards himself. He plugged a scanner into the computer. Present the Pokemon you've captured, he said. Ichigo presented the Pokeball with Pidgeotto in it. He scanned the Pokeball. According to this, you've captured a Pidgeotto. Correct, Ichigo said as he put the Pokeball away. He turned the computer back at Ichigo. Please make sure all the information presented is accurate. Ichigo looked and saw everything was correct. Everything is correct, Ichigo said. If so, click the green button. Ichigo did as instructed. The screen showed a green checkmark. Okay, you will be teleported back to PTI, he said. An Alakazam appeared beside Ichigo. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue before they were teleported. Ichigo and the Alakazam appeared in the courtyard. He could see 2 people sitting under a canopy. The person on the left is a woman with the Kanto Pokemon League logo on their shirt, while on the right was another man with the PTI logo on his shirt. Ichigo Kurosaki? He asked. I am. Congratulations on passing the final exam, he said. Normally for students of PTI, there would be a ceremony, where a representative from the Kanto Pokemon League would present the certificate. She explained. Since you are not a part of PTI, you have the option of receiving it without attending the ceremony. You also do have the option of joining the other students at the ceremony. I wish to get it now. Very well. She stood up and pulled out a certificate and handed it to Ichigo. Certificate of Completion. This certificate is presented to Ichigo Kurosaki for completing the final exam at Pokemon Technical Institute. This certificate will allow Ichigo Kurosaki to begin his journey as a Pokemon trainer. Signed Delia Ketchum, President of the Kanto Pokemon League. The certificate read. Thank you, Ichigo said. This will serve as your temporary trainer card. Please go to a Pokemon Center and they will help you get your permanent trainer card. She added. Thank you, Ichigo said as he took the trainer card. With that, he walked back to Arcanine. Arcanine stood up and stretched. Let's go back, Ichigo said. Arcanine yelped as they walked back. Time skip, 1 hour. Ichigo and Arcanine arrived at Professor Oak's lab. Arcanine walked back to the ranch while Ichigo walked into the lab. Ichigo, is that you? Professor Oak yelled. Yep, Ichigo said. I'm in your room. The eggs are about to hatch, he said. Ichigo walked into his room. He could see Professor Oak sitting on a chair. On the floor was a large tub of water. All the Pokemon eggs were wobbling. What's going on, little ones? Ichigo asked. All the Pokemon eggs began to glow white. Ichigo's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. They're hatching. Ichigo thought as he pulled out his phone and began to record it. The first Pokemon egg hatched, revealing a small, quadruped, fox-like Pokemon. It has a golden pelt with a cream-colored underbelly. It has brown eyes, large, pointed ears with dark golden insides, and a triangular dark brown nose. Its paws are slightly darker than the rest of its pelt and have light golden paw pads. On top of its head are 3 curled locks of golden fur with bangs and has a golden tail with curled tips. A Vulpix, Ichigo thought. The second Pokemon egg hatched, revealing a silver robotic Pokemon. It has a long body with a set of claws sticking out of its rear end. It has one large, red eye in the center of its nearly spherical head, which is set into a ball and socket joint at its front end. A short crest projects from its body and extends over its head. I have no idea what Pokemon this is, Ichigo thought. That's a Beldum. Professor Oak said upon seeing Ichigo's confused look. The third Pokemon egg hatched, revealing bipedal, rosebud-like Pokemon. Its face is yellow with small, slit-like eyes. It appears to be wearing a purple bib and has triangular, stubby yellow feet. A Rosalia. Professor Oak identified. The fourth Pokemon egg hatched to reveal an old-looking fish-like Pokemon flopping around. It has a light purple body covered in darker purple irregular spots. It has large, deep-set eyes and big, pink lips. The tail and pectoral fins are dull silver and tattered in appearance. The dorsal fin is triangular with a hole in the middle. The Pokemon leaped into the tub of water. A Phoeba. Professor Oak identified. The fifth Pokemon egg hatched to reveal a humanoid Pokemon with a black body. It has thin arms and legs that widen toward the feet. There is a wispy extension trailing off the back of its feet, creating the overall impression of a nightgown or oversized dress. Most of its face is covered by blue hair that resembles a bowl cut. There are two flat, red horns on top of its head, a large one toward the front and a smaller one at the back. A Ralts. He said. Are you my mommy? Ralts asked, using telepathy. I'm your daddy, Ichigo replied. The final Pokemon egg hatched to reveal a serpentine Pokemon with black and red vertical stripes that run down its body. It has a pair of black ghostly streamers on its back with red spikes at the tips. On the side, Ichigo could see a pair of spikes. It has two golden horns that covered its mouth, like a mask. This must be the mysterious Pokemon. Professor Oak said as he stared at it. It noticed Professor Oak's stare. It nervously wiggled to Ichigo. It hid behind Ichigo. There, Ichigo reassured as he lightly rubs its head, calming it down. Do you know the names of these Pokemon? I know this golden one is a Vulpix but not the others, Ichigo admitted. It's fine. Professor Oak said. In order, that is a Vulpix, Beldum, Rosalia, Phoeba, and Ralts. He introduced. Though, I don't know who that little one is. Professor Oak admitted. I see. Ichigo said. Could you get a few Pokeballs for me to capture them? Ichigo asked. Sure. Professor Oak said as he walked out of Ichigo's room. He looked down at the unknown Pokemon. Do you have a name you want me to give you? Ichigo asked. The unknown Pokemon nodded its head. Are you a boy? The unknown Pokemon pecked at Ichigo's arm. Guess not, Ichigo said. What about Kaida? It means little dragon. The unknown Pokemon pecked at Ichigo's arm, showing its displeasure at the nickname. Professor Oak took out 6 Pokeballs. Here you go, Ichigo. Professor Oak said. Ichigo gently tapped each Pokemon with the Pokeball. All of them were captured. Ichigo let them out of their Pokeball. They were a little disoriented but were fine. Professor Oak, do you have any idea for a nickname for our mysterious Pokemon? What about Yami? It means darkness and you like to hide behind Ichigo. The Pokemon in question finally nodded its head, accepting the name. Great, Ichigo said. With that settled, let's go down to my lab, Professor Oak suggested. Ichigo picked up Ralts and Rosalia. Yami wiggled and lied on Ichigo's neck. Vulpix landed on Ichigo's head and gently held on. Beldum floated beside Ichigo. Ichigo turned to Phoeba. Do you want to stay out here or go back to your Pokeball? Phoeba used its arms and pointed down. Okay, Ichigo said. Professor Oak helped carry the tub with Phoeba in it. They all walked downstairs to Professor Oak's computer. Can I get those Pokeballs? Professor Oak asked. Why? Ichigo asked. Not many know this, but the Pokeball helps collect data on the Pokemon inside. Pokemon trainers could use their Pokédex to view the data. I see. Ichigo handed the Pokeballs to Professor Oak. He inserted each one into his computer. A screen appeared showing an image of Ichigo's Vulpix. According to the data, nothing immediate different. Professor Oak said. Though it seems Vulpix was bred with a Kalos EV since it has access to baby doll eyes. Kalos EV? Ichigo questioned. It was a part of a massive study done between Professor Rowan, Professor Sycamore, Professor Kukui, and I. Professor Oak began. It looked at how different Pokemon have different forms or types in different regions. In Kalos, it was discovered that there were Pokemon that has the fairy type. Some of those Pokemon are also in Kanto but didn't have that fairy trait. Professor Kukui also revealed that certain Pokemon that are native in Alola used to be Kanto Pokemon but changed due to the region's environment. That is interesting, Ichigo said. This Vulpix's ability is Flash Fire. Professor Oak clicked a button as the screen shifted to Beldum. This Beldum has clear body and heatproof. Professor Oak commented. Is that strange? Ichigo asked. It is. Professor Oak said. Normally, the Beldum evolutionary line gets clear body but it has both abilities. The image changed to Rosalia. It appears Rosalia is normal with Poison Point. Professor Oak said as the image changed to Fiba. It appears this Fiba already knows Dragon Breath and has adaptability as its ability. It seems this Fiba was bred with a Dragon-type Pokemon, but I don't know which one. Soon the image changed to Ralts. This Ralts is not normal, Professor Oak bluntly said as he pulled up another page. Ichigo could see this Ralts was completely different from his. The one Professor Oak showed has green hair and a white dress. According to the Pokeball, your Ralts is a Psychic/Dark type. Normal Ralts are Psychic types, while Kalos Ralts are Psychic/Fairy types. He let out a long sigh as he clicked on the last screen. It showed a picture of Yami. Yami is another interesting thing. Professor Oak said. According to the Pokeball, Yami is a Ghost Dragon type. There isn't any Pokemon in the National Pokédex, 3, that has that matched this type combination. National Pokédex? Ichigo asked. The National Pokédex is the collection of every single Pokemon in the known regions. He said. It was started by me and later on more regions added their Pokemon data to the list. He explained. Anyways, I don't think we should allow anyone to know the truth about Ralts and Yami. Agreed. Professor Oak said. We have two options. He began. The first option is that we try to make you a sponsored Pokemon trainer. A sponsored Pokemon trainer? Ichigo questioned. A sponsored Pokemon trainers are given a Pokédex. He walked to his drawer and pulled out a red device. The Pokédex allows you to scan any Pokemon captured or wild with it, allowing you to get basic information of it. This information is sent to the regional professors' database where professors could use it to analyze any unique situations or anomalies. It also allows Pokemon trainers to see what potential moves certain Pokemon could learn/tips on how to teach it. Professor Oak said. But wouldn't that reveal Ralts and Yami? Unless you don't connect your Pokédex to the main server. He said. Main server? Ichigo asked. All professors are allowed to have their sponsored Pokemon trainers' Pokédex information stored on a private server for private research purposes. What about the other option? Ichigo asked. The other option is having you go incognito as a regular Pokemon trainer. Professor Oak said. The problem is that once another Pokemon trainer with a Pokédex scans your Pokemon, that Pokemon will be immediately flagged by the server. I see. In that case, let's do the sponsored Pokemon trainer. Ichigo said. Professor Oak nodded his head as he inserted it into his computer. Ichigo, do you have your temporary trainer card? I do, Ichigo said. He took it out and handed it to Professor Oak. Excellent. Professor Oak began to input Ichigo's information on the Pokédex. Also, you can use a computer at any Pokemon Center or at my lab to do any research and then download it to your Pokédex. He said. I see. Ichigo said. And done. Professor Oak said, and he handed Ichigo the Pokédex. All of you Pokemon are registered on the Pokédex. Professor Oak said. Do I have a limit on how many Pokemon I could have? Ichigo asked. He remembered that in the anime and video game, trainers could only have 6 Pokemon. In official battles, the max amount of Pokemons a trainer could have is 6. He answered. But you could carry more than 6. Most sponsored Pokemon trainers leave the rest of their Pokemon with their sponsor. I see. Ichigo said. For now, I want to carry all of them. Very well then. Professor Oak said. What about if I go to the Pokemon Center? Nurse Joy would likely see them. Ichigo asked. I forgot about that. Professor Oak began typing something on his computer. I added a disclaimer on your file. A disclaimer? Yes, I will mention that these Pokemon have been experimented on, which caused them to be unique, and currently going under careful observation under your care. Professor Oak said. Are you fine with me spending the night here before I start my journey tomorrow? Ichigo asked as he noticed the sun setting. Sure. Professor Oak said as he handed Ichigo his Pokédex. Ichigo took his Pokemon back to his room. He released Pidgeotto from its Pokeball. Ichigo could see the other Pokemon were curious about Pidgeotto. They started to talk among themselves. I wonder what moves you guys have, Ichigo said as he pulled out his Pokédex and scanned Pidgeotto's Pokeball. This Pidgeotto is a male normal flying type, 4 feet 2 inches tall and has the Keen Eye ability. The current known moves are Peck, Quick Attack, Feather Dance, Agility, and Wing Attack. The Pokédex said. I see. Ichigo said. Ichigo scanned Vulpix's Pokeball. This Vulpix is a female fire type, 2 feet tall, and has the Flash Fire ability. The current known moves are Baby Doll Eyes and Ember. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo scanned Beldum's Pokeball. This Beldum is a genderless steel psychic type, 2 feet tall, and has the clear body and heatproof ability. The current known moves are Takedown and Magnet Rise, 4. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo scanned Rosalia's Pokeball. This Rosalia is female grass poison type, 1 foot 2 inches tall, and has the Poison Point ability. The current known moves are Absorb, Poison Sting, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo scanned Feebas's Pokeball. This Feeba is female water type, 2 feet tall, and has the Adaptability ability. The current known move is Dragon Breath. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo scanned Ralts. This Ralts is female psychic / dark type, 1 foot 4 inches tall, and has the Regenerator and Dark Aura ability. The current known moves are Teleport, Confusion, Disarming Voice, and Confuse Ray. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance, typing combination, and ability are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo scanned Yami's Pokeball. Yami is genderless ghost dragon type, 2 feet 2 inches, and has the Levitate ability. The current known move is Dragon Breath. I'm going to take a quick shower and then we're going to bed, Ichigo said. His Pokemon nodded their heads. Ichigo walked into his bathroom and took a quick shower. After that, he laid in his bed and fell asleep. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo woke up to see Pidgeotto was sleeping on the bed frame, using it as a perch. Feeba was happily sleeping in the tub of water. Beldum laid on the floor, sleep. Ralts, Vulpix, Rosalia, and Yami slept on his bed. Ichigo opened his eyes. Time to get up. Ichigo thought as he stood up. His sudden movement woke up Ralts, Vulpix, Rosalia, and Yami. Daddy? Ralts asked. Their startled cries woke up Pidgeotto, Beldum, and Feeba. Sorry for waking all of you up, Ichigo said. But it was time to wake up. All his Pokemon nodded their heads and allowed Ichigo to get out of bed. He took a quick shower and stepped outside. He returned all his Pokemon to their Pokeballs and walked down. He could see Professor Oak sat at his kitchen table with a backpack there. Looks like someone up and early, he said. Looks who's talking, old man, Ichigo replied with a smirk. I have you know that during my Pokemon journey, I was already up by dawn. He said. I guess this is goodbye, for now, Ichigo said. Indeed. Professor Oak said as he picked up the backpack. Take this. This should help for a while. Ichigo took the backpack from Professor Oak and opened it. He could see a few potions, a few containers of pokechow, 6 pokeballs, some dried-up fruits and meat, and a map. Thank you, Professor Oak, Ichigo said with a polite bow. It was my pleasure to have you here. He said as Ichigo put the backpack on and left the lab. Scene change, Route 1. Ichigo walked down Route 1. He had Beldum out with him. As he walked through Route 1, Ichigo saw Rattatas, Pidgeys, Sparrows, Caterpies, Metapods, and Weedles. A single takedown from Beldum took care of all of them. None of them stood a chance against it. It took 2 hours of walking before Ichigo arrived at Viridian City. Ichigo returned Beldum to his Pokeball. He walked to the Pokemon Center. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. How can I help you? Nurse Joy asked. Hello. Can you heal my Pokemon? Ichigo asked as he took out Beldum's Pokeball. Sure. She said as she brought out a tray for Pokeballs. Ichigo placed Beldum's Pokeball in the tray. Just give me a few minutes and your Pokemon will be ready. She reported. Anything else I can help you with? I want to register for the Pokemon League, Ichigo said. Sure. I need your trainer card. She said. Ichigo handed his Pokédex over. She inserted it into her computer. A few moments later, she returned his Pokédex. It's done. She said. There was a loud ping behind him. Nurse Joy turned around and grabbed Beldum's Pokeball and returned it to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said as he pocketed Beldum's Pokeball. He walked out of the Pokemon Center. Soon he left Viridian City and entered Route 2. Beldum, come on out, Ichigo said as Beldum appeared. Unlike Route 1, Route 2 didn't have any Pokemon jump out in their way. Ichigo took a left at the fork. He soon arrived at the entrance of Viridian Forest. Viridian Forest was full of Pokemon. Ichigo and Beldum casually walked through the forest. Every time a Pokemon appeared, Beldum easily took them down by use takedown. Suddenly someone leaped out from the grass with a katana. Instincts took over as Ichigo caught the blade between his fingers. He looked to see a little kid with a samurai helmet. Who are you? He growled. I am Samurai. I wanted to see the monster that slaughtered all of these. He said. Very well, Ichigo said. I will use my Beldum, Ichigo said as Beldum floated in front of Ichigo. I choose you, Pinsir, Samurai said as a bipedal Pokemon appeared with large pincers on its forehead. You have the first move, Ichigo said. Pinsir used Tackle. Samurai yelled as it charged at Beldum. Dodge in the air, Ichigo said. Beldum used Magnet Rise and soared in the air. Hey! Samurai yelled. Pinsir glared at Beldum who was floating in the air, out of his reach. Use Takedown, Ichigo said. Beldum dived towards the grounded Pinsir. Dodge it! Samurai yelled. Pinsir jumped to another spot. Beldum used Magnet Rise to adjust your position, Ichigo said. Beldum's position moved to align with Pinsir's location. Dodge it! Samurai yelled but it was too late. Beldum's takedown slammed directly into Pinsir's forehead, slamming it to the ground. Beldum floated back to Ichigo. He gently patted Beldum's bald head. The dust settled to see Pinsir fainted on the ground. Samurai raised his Pokeball. Return, Samurai said as he recalled the fainted Pinsir. He took out another Pokeball. I choose you, Metapod, Samurai said. Ichigo could see a green cocoon appear in front of Samurai. You may have the first move, Ichigo said. Fool, Samurai said. Metapod use Harden. He said. Metapod glowed silver. Ichigo could see Metapod's shell looked shinier than before. Beldam used takedown, he said. Beldam slammed directly into Metapod. Metapod flew and crashed into a nearby tree. Metapod! Samurai yelled. Metapod fell to the ground. They could see swirls in its eyes. Samurai took out a pokeball and recalled the fainted Metapod. Ichigo heard a small ping. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex to see he earned 200 Pokedollars from Samurai. You are strong, Samurai complimented. Thank you, Ichigo said as he left. Ichigo sat down at a nearby clearing. Ichigo turned to Beldam. You okay? Ichigo asked. Beldam nodded its head. Do you want to take a break? Beldam nodded its head. Ichigo pulled out Beldam's Pokeball and sent Beldam back. Come on out, Vulpix, Ichigo said as Vulpix appeared. She let out a yelp. Ready to burn things? Ichigo asked. Vulpix looked at him and she shrugged her shoulders. Do you want to ride on my shoulder? Ichigo asked. Vulpix leaped on Ichigo's shoulder. They walked down Viridian Forest. A few bug trainers challenged on his way out of the forest. Vulpix's ember easily destroyed all of them. The sun was setting when Ichigo exited Viridian Forest and entered Route 3. Ichigo and Vulpix soon arrived at Pewter City and headed to the Pokemon Center. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. How may I help you? She asked. Hi. I was wondering if I could get my Pokemon healed. Ichigo said he returned Vulpix to her Pokeball and placed Beldam's Pokeball on the table. Sure, she said as she placed the Pokeballs on the table. I also need a room for the night, Ichigo said. Sure, she said. I just need to see your trainer card. Ichigo handed her his Pokédex. She scanned it on her computer. Everything seems good. Your room number is 2. She said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he took back his Pokédex. Nurse Joy also handed back Ichigo's Pokeballs. Ichigo walked to the cafeteria, grabbed some food, and walked to his room. He used his Pokédex and checked into his room. He released his Pokemon, except Fiba. Ichigo took out some Pokechow for everyone. Ichigo sat down on the computer and did some research on Pewter City Gym. HM. Brock's team is a Geodude and Onix. Ichigo thought. Right now, Rosalia is the only one that has a chance against them, but she only has Absorb. Ichigo thought as he looked at his Pokédex. Luckily Professor Oak downloaded information on his Pokemon from the National Pokédex. HM. Rosalia could learn Mega Drain, Leech Seed, and Magical Leaf soon. Ichigo thought. What other Pokemon should I train up? Ichigo thought. Pidgeotto, Vulpix, and Fiba will not be good against Brock's Pokemon. Ralts and Yami need to be kept secret. The only other option would be Beldam, despite it not knowing any other moves. Ichigo decided. Ichigo turned to his Pokemon. Tomorrow we are going back to Viridian Forest to train, Ichigo said. Rosalia and Beldam will be key to our victory, Ichigo said. Rosalia and Beldam nodded their heads. He turned to his other Pokemon. Despite this, all of you will still train, Ichigo said. We start early tomorrow, Ichigo said. As he turned the computer off and went to bed. Scene change, Pewter City Gym. Ichigo spent 3 days in Viridian Forest. He founded a clearing for their campsite. Ichigo allowed Ralts, Yami, Vulpix, Fiba, and Pidgeotto to wander around the forest, making sure not to go far. Pidgeotto was tasked to supervise them. Ichigo took Rosalia and Beldam to train. Ichigo allowed Rosalia to deal with the Rattatas, Caterpies, Weedles, Metapods, and Kakunas. Beldam dealt with any Pidgeys, Pidgeottos, Butterfree, or Beedrill that they encountered. During this time, Rosalia managed to learn Mega Drain, Leech Seed, and Magical Leaf during their training. Beldam unfortunately didn't learn any moves, but Ichigo could tell Beldam was getting stronger. After a day of rest, Ichigo entered the Pewter City gym. The room was dark. "Who goes there?" someone shouted. His voice echoed through the dark room. "Looks like this follows the anime. Ichigo though. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. I am here to challenge Brock Stone of the Boulder Badge," Ichigo said. The lights flashed on. He could see someone standing there. "I am Brock Stone. Challenger, come forth," Brock said. Ichigo walked to the raised step. Ichigo turned to see a referee entered the stage. "Is this your first gym battle?" the referee asked. "It is," Ichigo replied. "The battle between gym leader Brock Stone versus challenger Ichigo Kurosaki will begin. This is a 2-on-2 battle. Only the challenger will be allowed to substitute his Pokemon," the referee said. "Go Geodude," Brock said. A floating rock with arms made of the same stone appeared. "Go Rosalia," Ichigo said. "HM. I haven't seen a Rosalia in Kanto before, especially with that color combination." Ichigo nodded his head. "Begin," the referee said. Geodude used Defense Curl. Geodude curled itself into a ball, it briefly glowed white. Rosalia, use Magical Leaf. Rosalia flicked her purple and gray flowers, sending curved leaves at Geodude. Geodude used Defense Curl and Brace for impact. Brock yelled. Geo. Geodude yelled as it curled itself into a ball and glowed white. Rosalia's Magical Leaf hit Geodude. Geo. Geodude cried in pain from the attack. Geodude rose back up. They could see Geodude was struggling to stand. Geodude used Tackle. Brock yelled. Geo. Geodude lunged at Rosalia. Rosalia dodged the attack and used Magical Leaf again, Ichigo said. Rosalia jumped to the side, avoiding Geodude's tackle, and hit him with Magical Leaf. Geodude crashed into the dirt, big swirls appeared on its face. Geodude is unable to battle. The winner is Rosalia, the referee announced. Brock nodded his head as he recalled his fainted Geodude. Go Onyx, Brock said as he brought out a giant rock snack. Begin, the referee shouted. Onyx use Rock Tomb, Brock ordered. Rosalia dodge it and use Leech Seed, Ichigo ordered. Giant boulders began to fall around them. Rosalia dodged the fallen boulders. She flicked her roses, sending little seeds around Onyx. The seeds began to grow, wrapping vines around Onyx. The seeds glowed red as they began to drain Onyx's energy. 9. Onyx yelled in agony. Onyx used Tackle, Brock ordered. Onyx let out a roar as it tried to attack Rosalia. Rosalia dodged it and used Magical Leaf, Ichigo ordered. Rosalia replied as she dodged Onyx's attacks and fired more leaves at Onyx. Soon Onyx collapsed on the ground. Onyx is unable to battle. The winner is Rosalia, which means Ichigo Kurosaki is the winner, the referee said. Brock recalled his fallen Onyx. Brock walked to Ichigo and pulled out a small badge. As a symbol of your victory, I present you the Boulder Badge, Brock said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he accepted the Boulder Badge. Also, as a part of your victory, 5,000 Poke Dollars have been deposited in your bank account. Thank you, Ichigo said. He recalled Rosalia and walked to the Pokemon Center. He walked back to the Pokemon Center. How did your gym battle go? Ichigo handed Rosalia to Nurse Joy. She did amazing. She singles-handedly won the gym battle, Ichigo said. Good job, she said as she placed the Pokeball in the machine. Ichigo walked over to a map of Kanto. So, I will need to go through Route 3, Mount Moon, and Route 4 before I arrive at Cerulean City, Ichigo thought. He walked back and picked up Rosalia from Nurse Joy. Ichigo walked to the Pokemart and refilled his supplies before walking down Route 3. As he walked through Route 3, Ichigo had Vulpix care of the trainers that challenged him. Vulpixes would use baby doll eyes, making the enemy Pokemon hesitant to attack her. With them distracted, she would attack them with Ember. After the third trainer, her Ember grew into Incinerate, a much stronger fire-type moves than before. It was the late afternoon when Ichigo arrived at the Pokemon Center outside Mount Moon. Ichigo turned to his Vulpix. "Good job, girl. Take a long break." Vulpix let out a yelp as Ichigo returned her to her Pokeball. After getting Vulpix healed at the Pokemon Center, Ichigo ventured into Mount Moon. Ichigo used Script E, the earth, to get a general sense of the mountain. Looks like there aren't any trainers on the first few levels. It should be safe for Ralts and Yami. Ichigo thought as he released Ralts and Yami. "Ralts, I want you to use Confusion." "Yes, Daddy." Ralts replied. Ichigo turned to Yami. "Yami, I want you to use Dragon Breath," Ichigo instructed. Yami nodded its head. With a plan ready, they ventured deeper into Mount Moon. They encountered countless Zubats and Geodudes with a few Paras. Ralts and Yami took care of them. As they were walking in the dark caves, Ichigo noticed a light ahead. As they got closer, Ichigo noticed the lit lanterns. Strange, someone put these lanterns on the walls. Ichigo thought. Ichigo used Script E, the earth again. Someone is mining rocks here. Ichigo thought. Ichigo quickly recalled Ralts and Yami. Ichigo had Beldam's and Rosalia's ready if he needed them. Ichigo carefully walked down the lit cave. In the distance, Ichigo could hear a slow clinking sound. "Hurry up! It's hard to do this by hand." Ichigo could hear a loud clang as a few rocks fell. About time. Ichigo hid behind a rock. He looked to see people in black uniforms with a red R on their shirts. They had a large bag of silver rocks and 2 large bags of Pokeballs. "It's Team Rocket." Ichigo recognized their uniform from watching the anime. Ichigo used Script E, the earth again. "Seems like there are only 5 people here." Ichigo thought. Ichigo carefully released Beldam and Rosalia. "Beldam, I want you to use Takedown on all 5 of those people. Make sure to slam them into the ground." Beldam nodded its head. "Rosalia, I want you to use Sleep Powder on them," he said. Rosalia nodded her head. "Go!" Ichigo yelled. All the Team Rocket grunts turned to Ichigo. "We got a spy!" someone shouted. Immediately Beldam used Takedown on one of the grunts while Rosalia used Sleep Powder on the other grunts. The grunt slammed into the cave wall, falling unconscious. "Admin Archer, we need help!" one of the grunts yelled before succumbing to the stun spore. "Damn it!" Ichigo thought as he grabbed the grunts. He knocked them all unconscious. He turned around to see a man walked in with teal hair. His uniform was different compared to the other grunts. "I assume you are Admin Archer?" "I am," he said. "You shouldn't mess with Team Rocket business," he said as he threw Pokeballs, revealing a coughing Mook and Zubat. Beldam used Takedown. Rosalia support Beldam with Sleep Powder and Stun Spore. Ichigo ordered. Coughing and Mook use Sludge. Zubat use Supersonic. Beldam soared in the air and slammed into Coughing. Coughing! Coughing yelled in pain as it crashed into Zubat, preventing it from using Supersonic. Mook's Sludge hit Rosalia's attack. While this happened, Admin Archer turned to his grunts, slowly recovering from the Sleep Powder. "Grab the items and go back to the van," he ordered. "Yes, sir." They yelled as they grabbed the bags and ran off. He turned back to his Pokemon. Coughing used Self-Destruct. Archer yelled. "Cough!" Coughing yelled as it glowed white. "Get back!" Ichigo yelled. Beldam moved in front of Ichigo and began to glow. Suddenly there was a large explosion. Ichigo used his body to protect Rosalia. The dust settled and Ichigo turned to see something large and silver. He realized what it was. You evolved? Ichigo asked. Ichigo could see it now has a disc-shaped body with a pair of flat, gold spikes on either side toward the rear and a gold spike in the middle of its face, similar to a nose. A pair of red eyes reside in 2 holes in its metallic skin. While it appears to lack legs, it has a pair of thick arms with 3 claws on the ends. Tang! It replied. Ichigo looked to see the Team Rocket members manage to escape in the explosion. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the new Pokémon. This Metang is a genderless steel psychic type, 4 feet tall, and has the clear body and heatproof ability. The current known moves are Takedown, Confusion, Metal Claw, and Magnet Rise. Seems you got some new moves, Ichigo commented. Metang replied. Ichigo stood up and surveyed the damage. Ichigo noticed a golden-orange rock peeking out from the remains. Ichigo walked over and pulled it out. This seems familiar, Ichigo said. According to the video game, that is an old amber. It allows you to get an Aerodactyl. Kyoka said. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he sent the old amber to his mindscape. Ichigo returned Metang and Rosalia to their Pokeballs. Ichigo walked towards the exit to the cave. Ichigo could see the morning light shining into the cave. Ichigo walked through Route 4, easily avoiding all the sleeping Pokémon. Ichigo soon arrived at Cerulean City. Ichigo arrived at the Pokémon Center. Looks like someone decided to have an early morning. Nurse Joy said. How may I help you? I need you to heal these Pokémon, Ichigo said as presented her 4 Pokeballs. Sure. She said as she placed the Pokeballs in a tray and insert them into the machine. Just give me a few minutes and your Pokémon will be ready. She reported. Anything else I can help you with? I'm also going to need a room for a few days, Ichigo said as he handed her his Pokédex. Sure. She said. She took the Pokédex and registered him for a room. You will be in room 4. Thank you, Ichigo said. As he pocketed his Pokédex. Looks like your Pokémon are done. Nurse Joy said as she walked to the machine and returned with Ichigo's Pokeballs. Ichigo pocketed them and walked into his room. Ichigo changed out of his clothes and took a nap. Ichigo woke up a few hours later. He stretched his body. The next trainer is Misty. She specializes in water types. Rosalia would be perfect for this match. Fiba could also be used since Misty would have a pool in her gym. Ichigo considered. Maybe I should train up Fiba in the nearby ponds. Ichigo got out of bed and walked out of the Pokémon Center. He crossed the bridge connecting Cerulean City with Route 24. The bridge had a few trainers that Rosalia, Vulpix, and Metang easily took care of. The last trainer on the was a young man with dark blue hair, a pink short-sleeve polo shirt, and blue jeans. He smirked at Ichigo. Prepare to lose. He said. Ichigo ignored his taunt and started with Metang. You are making this too easy. He said. He threw his Pokeball, revealing a Charmander but with a yellowish-orange color instead of its signature orange. You can have the first move, Ichigo said. Looks like an easy win. He said. Use Flamethrower. He yelled. Cha! Charmander yelled as it spewed out a large blast of fire. It hit Metang directly in the chest. Tang, Metang mumbled. Use Takedown, Ichigo said. Metang dove towards Charmander, ignoring the flamethrower. Dodge it! He yelled. Metang crashed into Charmander. Metang floated off of Charmander and returned to Ichigo's side. You useless thing! He yelled, waking up the Charmander. He took out Charmander's Pokeball. I had enough of your failure. He threw the Pokeball on the ground and stomped it, crushing it. He kicked the destroyed Pokeball, scattering the fragments, and walked away. Charmander slowly stood up and followed its trainer, not understanding the meaning of its trainer's action. Charmander's former trainer turned to Charmander. You are not mine, you weak thing. he yelled as he kicked the injured Charmander in the chest and walked away. Ichigo ran to the injured Charmander and took him to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy. I please help this injured Charmander, Ichigo said as he gently placed the injured Charmander on the counter. Very well, she said as she picked up the injured Charmander and carried it to the back room. She quickly returned to the front counter. I've called Officer Jenny to investigate this abuse, she said. Soon Officer Jenny arrived at the Pokemon Center. She pulled Ichigo aside. Hello, I am Officer Jenny that is in charge of this city, she said. And you are? Ichigo Kurosaki. She pulled out a recorder. I am going to ask you a few questions and it will be recorded as evidence. Do you have any questions? No, Ichigo replied. With that, Officer Jenny turned on the recorder. This is Officer Jenny of the Cerulean Police Division, currently investigating a reported case of Pokemon abuse. Ichigo Kurosaki is the primary witness of this Pokemon abuse. Ichigo Kurosaki, are you aware that you are being recorded? I am, Ichigo said. Are you also aware that everything recorded will be used as evidence in this case of Pokemon abuse? I am, Ichigo replied. Please describe what happened, she said. Ichigo gave her a description of Charmander's former trainer and described what happened. This concluded the questioning of Ichigo Kurosaki regarding the reported case of Pokemon abuse, she said as she turned off the recorder. Nurse Joy walked over to them. I have some good and bad news, she said. What is the good news? Ichigo asked. Charmander will make a full recovery in the future, she said. What's the bad news? Charmander may be difficult to control in the future, she said. There are some reports of chameleons and Charizards that completely disobey or distrust their trainer, she said. I see, Ichigo said. May I take care of Charmander? Ichigo asked. You wish to take care of Charmander despite hearing what I just said? Nurse Joy asked. I do, Ichigo said. I will not stop you if Charmander decides to join you, she said. How long will it take for Charmander to make a full recovery? Ichigo asked. It should take a few days, she said. Great, Ichigo said as he stood up. I will be training my Pokemon in the meantime, Ichigo said. Nurse Joy nodded her head and walked back to the front counter. I will keep an eye if I see that trainer, Nurse Joy replied. So will I, Officer Jenny added. She walked up and left the Pokemon Center. Can I see him? He asked. Sure, Nurse Joy replied. She escorted Ichigo to the back room to see the injured Charmander. Ichigo carefully walked to the injured Pokemon. Who are you, Charmander asked. To everyone else in the room, they heard Char. I can understand Charmander with Parseltongue, Ichigo thought. Hello little one, Ichigo said as he carefully placed his hand on Charmander's side, allowing some of his Ryatsu to flow into Charmander. Stay here and recover, Ichigo said. Once you are feeling better, I will help you become the strongest Charizard, and make that fool regret abandoning you, Ichigo said. Okay. You feel much better than my old trainer $. Charmander replied as it fell asleep. Ichigo quietly stood up and exited the room. He looked at Nurse Joy. I'll continue to train in Route 24 and come back in the evening to check in on Charmander, Ichigo said. Nurse Joy nodded her head. Very well, she replied as Ichigo left the Pokemon Center. Chapter 63, Arc 13. It took Charmander 3 days to fully recover from the abuse it suffered from its previous trainer. During those 3 days, Ichigo trained with his team of Pokemon. Rosalia learned how to create toxic spikes, a deadly trap that poisons any Pokemons that steps on them. Pidgeotto, Fiba, Vulpix, and Metang didn't learn any other moves, but they still got stronger. Ralts and Yami trained in the evening, to avoid attention from other trainers. Ralts learned Draining Kiss while Yami learned Ominous Wind. Ichigo walked to the back of the Pokemon Center. He arrived to see Nurse Joy removing all the bandages off Charmander's body. "Hello, Charmander." Ichigo greeted him. "Dollar, hello new partner, Dollar," it replied. Ichigo took out a Pokeball. "Are you ready to join me?" Ichigo asked. "Dollar, yes, Dollar," Charmander replied as it tapped the Pokeball with its claw. The Pokeball opened and captured Charmander. Ichigo took out his Pokédex and scanned it. This Charmander is a female fire type, 2.2 feet tall, and has the Blaze ability. The current known moves are Scratch and Flamethrower. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Maybe this Charmander was bred to have Flamethrower? Ichigo thought as he recalled the breeding mechanic introduced in the Generation 2 games. Ichigo let Charmander out. "How are you doing?" he asked. "Dollar, better, Dollar," Charmander replied by moving its limbs. "Good," Ichigo said. He turned to Nurse Joy. "Thank you for taking care of him," he said. "It's my pleasure," Nurse Joy replied. Ichigo and Charmander walked out of the Pokemon Center and towards the Pokemon Gym. "For right now, I want you to watch," Ichigo said. "Dollar, okay, Dollar. Charmander replied. They arrived at the Cerulean City Gym. "Good morning," the front desk said. "Good morning," Ichigo replied. "Are you here for the water show or for a gym battle?" she asked. "I am here for a gym battle," Ichigo replied. "Very well, can I see your trainer license?" she asked. Ichigo presented her with his Pokédex. "Okay, let me see if any of the gym leaders are available," she said. "Feel free to sit around in the lobby while you wait." Ichigo nodded his head and sat down. A few minutes later, the front desk called for him. Ichigo walked over to her. "Okay, Mr. Kurosaki, we are ready for you," she said. She escorted Ichigo deeper into the gym. He arrived to see a large pool-like area with 2 floating islands. On the other side, Ichigo could see a young girl with reddish-pink hair. This is a new scene, Ichigo thought. "Let's get this over with," she said. Ichigo walked over to the podium. The front desk walked to the middle, taking the referee position. The battle between gym leader Lily versus challenger Ichigo Kurosaki will begin. This is a 2-on-2 battle. Only the challenger will be allowed to substitute his Pokemon, she said. "Go Steria," Lily said as she threw her Pokeball. The Pokeball opened up, revealing a brown starfish with a red gem in the center. It landed on the platform in front of Lily. "Go Fiba," Ichigo said as he sent out Fiba. Fiba landed in the water. "My god. That is ugly," Lily criticized. Fiba looked down, slightly disappointed. "Hey Fiba," Ichigo called out. Fiba turned to Ichigo. "Ignore her. Her opinion doesn't matter." Fiba nodded her head. "Begin," the referee said. "Steria use water gun," Lily shouted. A jet of water shot out of Steria's gem. Fiba dodged it and used Dragon Breath, Ichigo replied. Fiba dove into the water, easily avoiding Steria's attack. Fiba leaped out of the water and fired a stream of draconic energy. "Steria, use Rapid Spin to dodge," Lily shouted. Steria jumped in the air and began to spin. Steria easily avoided Fiba's attack. "Now ram into that ugly fish." Steria spun towards Fiba. "Get back in the water," Ichigo shouted. Fiba dove back into the water. "Follow it," she ordered. Steria, still spinning, dove into the water after Fiba. "When you get a chance, use Dragon Breath," Ichigo yelled. Fiba luckily heard Ichigo's order as a stream of draconic energy forced Steria out of the water. It crash-landed on the floating platform. Stereo! Lily cried. Stereo didn't respond. Phoeba popped its head out of the water. Stereo is unable to battle. The winner is Phoeba. The referee announced. Good job, Phoeba. Ichigo said. Phoeba smiled, appreciating the praise. Returned, Lily said as she raised a pokeball. A red beam shot out of the pokeball, recalling the unconscious Stereo. Stupid ugly fish. She grumbled. Go Starmie, she said as she threw another pokeball. Out came a purple 10-pointed starfish with a larger red gem in the center. Ichigo looked at Phoeba. Do you want to continue? He asked. Don't bother, you ugly fish. Lily interrupted. Stereo is my weaker Pokemon, she shouted. Lily's words ruined Phoeba's mood. Shut up, you ugly bitch, Ichigo yelled. He walked down to the edge of the pool. Phoeba, Ichigo said in a calm voice. Phoeba looked at her trainer. Come here. Phoeba swam to the edge of the pool. Phoeba, do you remember what I said earlier? He asked. Phoeba nodded her head. I am serious. Ignore her words. She bullies others because she's not confident in her own beauty, Ichigo said. Phoeba could feel Ichigo speaking the truth in his statement. Phoeba nodded her head. Now then, let's show that ugly girl your beauty, he said. Phoeba shouted. Ichigo walked back to his position. He looked at the referee and nodded his head. Begin, she shouted. Starmie, use Swift, she ordered. Star-shaped projectiles appeared around Starmie and flew towards Phoeba. Phoeba, dive into the water, he said. Phoeba dove into the pool, dodging Starmie's attack. Dragon breath, he yelled. Phoeba popped its head out and fired a stream of draconic energy. Starmie, dodge it with rapid spin, she shouted. Starmie spun its entire body, dodging Phoeba's attack. Attack Phoeba, she yelled. Dive, Ichigo ordered. Phoeba dove into the water. Starmie dove right after it. Boda trainer stood there, waiting to see what happened. Suddenly Phoeba was shot out of the water. It crashed onto the floating platform. Starmie dove out of the water, landing on the same platform as Phoeba. Phoeba! Ichigo shouted, concerned for his Pokemon. Give up, you ugly fish! Lily shouted. Phoeba groaned as she pushed herself up with her fins. Phoeba glared at Lily. Phoebas! Phoeba yelled as she was enveloped in white light. Phoeba is evolving. Everyone realized. Phoeba's shape began to elongate, like a serpent. The white light died down to reveal a new Pokemon. Aquatic, serpentine Pokemon with a primarily cream-colored body. It has red eyes with long, pinkish antennae above them. Additionally, there are blue long, hair-like fins above its eyes, which begin thin and thicken towards the tips. These eyebrows extend to almost half of Milotic's body length. On top of its relatively small head is a straight spike. Running down either side of its neck are 3 black dots, similar to gills. Its lower body is a pattern of yellow and pink, diamond-shaped scales outlined with black. The tail consists of 4 large, yellow fins with pink ovals in their centers. Each of the tail fins overlaps the next slightly, causing it to resemble a fan. Milo, she said. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his Pokémon. This Milotic is a female water dragon type, 20.3 feet tall, and has the Sap Sipper ability. The current known moves are Disarming Voice, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Life Dew, Aqua Ring. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance, typing combination, and ability are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. The Pokédex read. As Sap Sipper? Lily questioned. Milotic gave her a vengeful smile. Before anyone could respond, Milotic opened her mouth and fired a blast of draconic energy towards Starmie. Starmie took the attack head-on. Starmie crashed into the wall behind Lily. Everyone turned to see the collapsed Starmie. Starmie is unable to battle. The winner is Milotic. The winner of this gym battle is Ichigo Kurosaki. The referee announced. Milotic coiled its body and leaped over to Ichigo. Ichigo took a few steps back and braced himself as Milotic landed beside him. She coiled her body around him into a hug. Ichigo chuckled at Milotic's action. "Thank you, dear," he said. "But I must get my badge," he said. Milotic uncoiled itself from Ichigo. Ichigo turned to see Lily arrived at his side. She was still staring at Milotic, amazed by her utter beauty. "Ahem," Ichigo said. Lily broke out of her daze and looked at Ichigo. "Sorry about that," she said. "About what? For being amazed by her beauty or being a horrible trainer for insulting my Pokemon's physical appearance?" "For both," she said. "I'm not the one you need to apologize to." Ichigo pointed at Milotic. "I'm sorry for insulting you," Lily said. Milotic glared at Lily and turned her head away. "I guess not," Ichigo said. Lily sighed in disappointment. "Anyways, here is the Cascade badge," she said as she presented Ichigo with the badge. Ichigo accepted the badge. Ichigo turned to Milotic. "Return," he said. Milotic returned to her Pokeball. He pocketed the Pokeball and walked out of the gym, followed by his Charmander. They soon arrived at the Pokemon Center. "Hello again. How was the gym battle?" Nurse Joy asked, upon seeing Ichigo enter. "It was good. My Feebot evolved. Can you make sure she's okay?" he asked. "Sure," she replied as Ichigo handed her Milotic's Pokeball. She walked over to the machine and placed the Pokeball on the tray. The machine scanned the Pokeball. She took the Pokeball out and walked back to Ichigo. "Looks like your Milotic will be fine. There were some fatigue and light injuries which we took care of," she said. "Thank you," Ichigo said as he left the Pokemon Center. Scene change, Route 24. He crossed the bridge from Cerulean City onto Route 24. He found it an empty clearing. He took out all his Pokeballs and released all of his Pokemon. Pidgeotto, Vulpix, Metang, Rosalia, Ralts, and Yami were amazed by Milotic and Charmander. "Everyone," Ichigo called out. "This is Charmander. Her previous trainer was an idiot and abandoned her. Please welcome her." All the Pokemon welcomed Charmander. If you didn't realize it, this was Feebot. She evolved during the gym battle. He said. Milotic, do you understand me? Milotic's eyes widen. I can, master. How is this possible? Milotic replied. Wait, all this time you could understand me as well? Charmander asked. Ichigo turned to Charmander. Well, of course. You told me that you didn't like your food to be too bitter or sour, Ichigo replied. Ichigo looked at Yami. Do you want to say anything? Yami shook its head. Daddy is amazing. Ralts praised. Yep. Vulpix chimed in, using telepathy. Agreed, Metang added while using telepathy. So Vulpix, Metang, and Ralts can talk with me by using telepathy, and I can talk with Charmander, Milotic, and Yami with Parseltongue. Ichigo thought. It sucks that I can't talk with Rosalia or Pidgeotto. The plan now is for Vulpix and Charmander to get some more training in the morning. Yes, Daddy, Vulpix replied. Yes, Daddy, Charmander replied. Ichigo mentally sighed as another of his Pokemons called him Daddy. Ralts and Yami will have training in the late evening and night. Yes, Daddy. Ralts replied. Yami nodded its heads. If we encounter any difficulty, I call for you. Ichigo said. He said. Everyone else nodded their heads. Ichigo returned all the Pokemon, except for Vulpix and Charmander. Let's go. As they walked down Route 24, they encountered Caterpies, Weedles, a few Pidgeys, Oddish, and Bellsprout. Vulpix and Charmander easily took care of them. Vulpix's Incinerate changed into Flamethrower. The sky was getting darker as they arrived at a lighthouse. Ichigo arrived at the lighthouse. The door had carvings of Pokemon on the doors. He saw a doorbell beside the door. He rang the bell. Ichigo heard a loud ring. "Hello?" someone said from the intercom. "Hello, sir," Ichigo replied. "I'm a Pokemon trainer and I got lost. I was wondering if I could stay here for the night." "I'll allow you to stay the night if you help me with something." "Sure," Ichigo replied. "Very well then. Come on in." The doors opened themselves. Ichigo recalled Ralts and Yami before entering the lighthouse. The lights turned on. Ichigo could see a large Pokemon standing in front of him. "Don't be alarmed. This is just a costume I accidentally trapped myself in." "I see. How do I free you from it?" "There is a button on the right next to the red eyes. Click it." Ichigo walked over to the large Pokemon and clicked the button. The back of the Pokemons opened. A man stepped out. He did some stretched as he stood up. Ichigo could see he was dressed in a white polo shirt and khaki shorts. "Thank you, young man," he said. "No problem," Ichigo replied. "My name is Ichigo." "Ah. My name is Bill, a Pokemon archaeologist," he said. Suddenly his stomach growled. "Looks like someone is hungry," Ichigo said. Do you know how to cook?" he asked. "I do," Ichigo replied. "Great," he said as he guided Ichigo to the kitchen. Despite the lighthouse appearing old, the kitchen was modern. Ichigo looked in the refrigerator and made some burgers for dinner. "Oh, delicious meat. Oh, how I missed you," Bill shouted as he devoured his burger. "Hungry?" Ichigo questioned as he sat down beside him. "Yeah. My cook's on vacation and I've been eating sandwiches for the entire time." "I see," Ichigo said. "I'm going to sleep first. Could you take care of the dishes?" Ichigo asked. "Sure. Just go upstairs, the first room to your left," Bill said as he got started on the second burger. Ichigo cracked a smile as he walked upstairs. He found a guest room with a connecting bathroom. Ichigo took a quick shower and went to bed. Scene change, next morning. Ichigo woke up. He walked out of his room and glanced to see Bill was still asleep. "I guess I should make him some breakfast," Ichigo thought as he went down to the kitchen. He quickly made breakfast for himself and Bill. Bill walked down and was amazed by the cooked breakfast. "Good morning, Bill," Ichigo said as he handed him a plate of breakfast. "Morning," he replied as grabbed it and began devouring it. They ate in silence. Ichigo finished his food. He washed the dishes. He looked to see Bill was helping himself to seconds. "Thank you for allowing me to stay at your lighthouse." Bill stopped eating and stood up. "Wait, I got something if you." He ran up to his room and quickly came down. He was holding a Pokemon egg in an incubator. "For helping me get out of that Pokemon suit and cooking for me, I want to give you this Pokemon egg," Bill said. Thank you," Ichigo replied as he accepted Bill's gift. "What Pokemon is it?" "It's an EV," he said. "I see. Once again, thank you for the gift." "No problem," Bill replied as he resumed eating breakfast. He grabbed his backpack. He carefully placed the incubator in his backpack and left the lighthouse. Ichigo sent back out Charmander and Vulpix. When they were at the halfway point on Route 24, Ichigo recalled Charmander and Vulpix. Charmander's scratch became Slash and learned Dragon Breath and Smokescreen. Vulpix learned Confuse Ray and Will-O-Wisp. Ichigo allowed Medon and Rosalia to train. It was late afternoon when Ichigo arrived at Cerulean City Pokemon Center. Medang and Rosalia didn't learn any new moves, but their attacks are much stronger and faster than before. Welcome back. Nurse Joy greeted. Hello. Can I get a room for the night and heal up my Pokemon? He said. Sure. Ichigo handed her his Pokédex and his Pokemon. She handed the Pokeballs to Chansey, who walked over to the machine. She inserted the Pokédex into the machine. Anything else I can do for you? I do, Ichigo replied. He took the incubator out of his backpack. I just received this Poke-Egg and was wondering if you could give it a checkup. Certainly. Follow me. Nurse Joy said. Ichigo and Nurse Joy walked to one of the back rooms. She carefully took the Poke-Egg out of the incubator. She placed the Poke-Egg on a machine. She placed a few sensors on the Poke-Egg. She turned the machine on. Ichigo could see various waves on the screens. It looks like this Poke-Egg is in good health. It should hatch maybe in 2 weeks, she said as she deactivated the machine. She carefully removed the sensors and placed the Poke-Egg back in its incubator. She handed the incubator back to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said. Ichigo carefully placed the incubator back in his backpack. They walked out, see Chansey standing there with Ichigo's Pokeballs. Thank you, Nurse Joy and Chansey, Ichigo said as he took all his Pokeballs and his Pokédex. He walked outside in the evening to train Ralts and Yami against the wild Pokemon in Route 24. It was late at night when a tired Ichigo entered his room in the Pokemon Center. Ralts learned Fairy Wind and Dark Pulse, while Yami learned how to do Shadow Sneak. With that, Ichigo took a quick shower and went to bed. Scene change, next morning. Ichigo woke up and used the bathroom. He packed up all his belongings and checked out of the Pokemon Center and head down Route 5. He looked to see it was cloudy. He let out Charmander. Let's go, Ichigo said. Dollar, yes daddy, dollar, she replied. Charmander should be close to evolving, Ichigo thought. As they walked down Route 5, Charmander incinerated all the wild Pidgeys, Meowths, Oddishes, and Bellsprouts they encountered. Suddenly a Pokemon leaped out of the grass and landed in front of them. It's a Bulbasaur, Ichigo thought. The Bulbasaur glared at Ichigo. Bulbasaur! Someone shouted. Ichigo looked to see a young woman stepped out of the forest. She had blue hair, a pink t-shirt, and red overalls. In her hand was a basket of berries. Bulbasaur replied as it ran to her. She turned to Ichigo. Oh, hello there, she said. Hello, I assume that is your Bulbasaur. Oh no. He's not mine, she replied. Oh. Suddenly rain began to pour down. Ichigo took out Charmander's Pokeball and returned it. Follow me. I have a little cabin close by, she said as she picked up Bulbasaur and ran into the forest. Ichigo followed behind her. They soon arrived at a small wooden cabin. They entered the cabin just as the rain began to fall much harder. Thank you for the shelter, Ichigo said. No problem. It's what I do, she replied. Ichigo, he introduced. Melanie, she replied. Ichigo looked to see there's an Oddish, Caterpie, Weepinbell, 2 Rattata, and 2 Geodudes. Need help with anything? He asked as he placed his bag down. Sure, help me make lunch for everyone, she said. Sure, Ichigo replied as he took the basket of berries from her. Do you have any poke chow? He asked. No, I can't afford it, she admitted. Ichigo walked over to his bag and pulled out a container of poke chow. He poured the poke chow into bowls for the Pokemon. Which Pokemon likes which berries? He asked. Melanie told Ichigo which berry each Pokemon's favored. Ichigo chopped the berries up and added them into the respective poke chow. He placed the bowls down in front of the other Pokemon. They sniffed the poke chow. They all dive in and devoured the poke chow. Looks like they love it. They do, Melanie replied. You're a Pokemon trainer, right? Melanie asked. I am, Ichigo replied. You can feed your Pokemon as well if you like. She offered. Okay. Ichigo took out his Pokeballs. Please don't be alarmed. Some of my Pokemon aren't native to Kanto. Ichigo warned as he released all of his Pokemon. Melanie and all the other Pokemon were surprised to see the variety of Pokemon. Ichigo ignored their startled looks as Ichigo poured them their poke chow. This is Melanie. Ichigo introduced. She was kind enough to allow us to stay here while it's raining, Ichigo explained. His Pokemon nodded their heads, understanding the situation, and began eating their lunch. What are they? Melanie asked as they sat down for lunch. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and showed her the ordinary version of his Pokemon and explained that some of his Pokemon were subjects of illegal Pokemon experimentation. Poor things, Melanie said as she gave a sad glance at them. It's all right now, Ichigo reassured. I'm giving them a safe home and help them as much as I can. Suddenly Ralt stops eating and looks up. Ichigo noticed her little horn vibrates. Daddy, I sense bad people outside. Ralts nervously said. All the Pokemon stopped eating, glaring outside. What's going on? Melanie asked. Ichigo closed his eyes and gently tapped his food on the ground. Looks like we got a few bad guys outside, Ichigo said, as he found their location. Charmander and Vulpix. Both of you will stay here and help defend the cabin. Yes, Daddy, Vulpix replied. Yes, Daddy, Charmander replied. Ichigo founded a piece of paper and quickly wrote something down. Pidgeotto, I want you to fly back to Cerulean City and hand this to Officer Jenny. Pidgeotto nodded her head as she took Ichigo's note. Yami, use Shadow Sneak to hide in my shadow. Yami nodded its head as it slipped into Ichigo's shadow. Milotic, Metang, Rosalia, and Ralts is with me, Ichigo said as he recalled them. Ichigo walked to the door. Bulba. Ichigo turned to see Bulbasaur walked towards him. You wish to come with me? Ichigo asked. Bulbasaur nodded its head. Ichigo glanced up, looking at Melanie. She nodded her head. Ichigo picked up Bulbasaur, held him under his arm, and opened the door. Pidgeotto shot out of the cabin and flew away. Ichigo and Bulbasaur entered the storm. They quickly ran deeper into the forest. They should be near here. Ichigo thought. Ichigo soon spotted them. It was a group of 4 Team Rocket members. The first 2 looked like normal grunts. The third person was Admin Archer. The last person was someone he didn't recognize. He saw a young woman with pale skin and blue eyes. She has green shoulder-length hair. She was dressed in a tactical version of a Team Rocket uniform, consisting of a slim black hoodie, black jeans, and black combat boots. 1. How much farther? Archer grumbled. Shut it, Archer. She replied. According to intelligence, he hasn't reached the end of Route 5 yet. It looks like Team Rocket is keeping an eye on me. Ichigo thought. He carefully released Milotic, Metang, Rosalia, and Ralts. Milotic, Metang, Ralts, and I will confront them. Ichigo began. During that moment, Rosalia and Bulbasaur will hide in the trees. When you 2 see an opportunity, use sleep powder on them. Rosalia and Bulbasaur nodded their heads and silently moved. Milotic, I want you to use Dragon Pulse. Ralts use Dark Pulse. Metang use Confusion. Milotic fired an energy ball made with Draconic Energy. Ralts fired her energy ball made with Dark Energy. Metang sent a wave of Psychic Energy. The ground around the Team Rocket members exploded upon impact with Ichigo's attacks. What's going on? The girl yelled. We've been ambushed. Archer yelled as he threw a Pokeball. A Mook appeared. The other 2 grunts threw their Pokeballs, revealing 2 Raticates. The girl threw a Pokeball, revealing a Shiftry. Milotic use Dragon Pulse on the Raticates. Medang use Metal Claw on Mook. Ralts use Fairy Wind on the last Pokemon. Milotic fired an energy ball made with Draconic energy at the Raticates. The attack hit their Raticates before the grunts could give them an order. Metang's arms glowed as it swung them at Mook. Mook used Sludge. Mook spit acid on Medang. Medang ignored the acid as it continued to punch Mook. With one last punch, Mook was knocked unconscious. Ralts waved her hands, sending a blast of wind, made from fairy energy at Shiftry. "Dodge it!" she ordered. Shiftry dodged the fairy wind. "Use payback!" Shiftry's arms glowed black as it smacked Ralts on the face. "Ralts!" Ichigo shouted. Ralts slowly stood back up and glared at Shiftry. Suddenly Ralts began to glow. "She's evolving," Ichigo thought. He noticed dust began to fall towards Team Rocket. Good Rosalia and Bulbasaur began the sleep powder. Milotic and Medang regrouped with Ichigo as Ralts' body changed. The light died down. Ichigo could see this new Pokemon is at least twice taller than Ralts, maybe to his hips. She was standing on 2 feet. She's wearing what looks like a black tutu with 3 ruffles on each hip. Beneath the ruffles, it has skinny green legs with long, pointed feet. Its arms are also thin with 2 digits each. It has sly blue hair that covers most of its face and reaches its shoulders on either side, resembling 2 ponytails. Large, red eyes are visible on either side of the hair that covers its face. On each side of its head is a flat, red horn that resembles a hairpin. "Daddy, I grew," she replied with telepathy. "That's good," Ichigo replied. "You're coming with us." She glared. Her stare relaxed as she let out a yawn. Her eyes widened as she realized the others were asleep. She looked at Shiftry, who was beginning to get drowsy. She slapped it in the face, waking it up. "Get me out of here," she said as she let out a yawn. Shiftry nodded its head as it unleashed a gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind distracted everyone, allowing Shiftry and its trainer to escape. "Daddy, should we try and peruse them?" "No," Ichigo said. Behind him, he could see flashing red and blue lights. Ichigo quickly recalled his newly evolved Pokemon as Officer Jenny stepped out of her car. "Is this your Pidgeotto?" she asked. "He is," Ichigo replied. "Right over there are some sleeping Team Rocket members. One of them escaped though." Officer Jenny turned to her fellow officers. 2 of them ran over and quickly detained the Team Rocket members. Rosalia and Bulbasaur walked back to Ichigo. "Good job both of you," Ichigo complimented. Rosalia and Bulbasaur enjoyed the compliment. "I will need you to come with me to the police station for a formal interview," she said. "Before we go, I need to pick up my other Pokemon and let Bulbasaur's guardian know," Ichigo said. "Guardian?" she questioned. "That Bulbasaur isn't yours?" "No. He was abandoned by his trainer. His guardian, who isn't a formal Pokemon trainer, took him and other abandoned Pokemon under her care." "I see," Officer Jenny said. She escorted Ichigo back to the cabin. Ichigo and Officer Jenny entered the cabin. "Ichigo, are you okay?" Melanie asked, concerned for her friend. "I'm fine," Ichigo said. "Bulbasaur was a great help." "Good," Melanie replied. Ichigo recalled Vulpix and Charmander. "I need to go with Officer Jenny for a few questions," Ichigo said. "I see," Melanie said. "It was nice to meet you," she said. "Ichigo told me that you adopt abandoned Pokemon. Is that true?" Officer Jenny asked. "It's true," she said. "One of Nurse Joy's fewer known responsibilities is taking care of abandoned Pokemon. Do you want to join her?" Officer Jenny asked. "It would count as a job, and you would get legal status as a Pokemon caretaker." "Sure," Melanie said. "What about the other Pokemon?" she asked. Officer Jenny pulled out a bag of white Pokeballs. These are known as temp Pokeballs. They are used when we need to temporarily capture wild Pokemon. They automatically release the Pokemon in 48 hours, if we don't manually release them. Sure, Melanie said as she used the temp Pokeballs to capture her adopted Pokemon. Bulbasaur was the last one. Bulbasaur, do you want to come with me or Ichigo? She asked. Ichigo was surprised at Melanie's question. Bulbasaur stood there, thinking about the question, looking at Ichigo. Are you sure? Ichigo asked. Bulbasaur replied while nodding his head. Ichigo took out a Pokeball. A vine reached out and tapped the Pokeball. The Pokeball opened up and absorbed Bulbasaur. The Pokeball closed and signaled a successful capture. Great! Let's go back to Cerulean, Officer Jenny said. Ichigo and Melanie joined Officer Jenny in her police car. They drove back to Cerulean City. They stopped at the Pokemon Center. Melanie and Officer Jenny entered the Pokemon Center. Ichigo took out Ralts's Pokeball and scanned it. This Kirlia is female psychic/dark type, 2 foot 6 inches tall, and has the Regenerator Dark Aura ability. The current known moves are Teleport, Calm Mind, Double Team, Confuse Ray, Psybeam, Dazzling Gleam, and Dark Pulse. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance, typing combination, and ability are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. The Pokédex read. Her moves are much stronger than before. Ichigo thought as he put Kirlia's Pokeball away and took out Bulbasaur's. This Bulbasaur is male grass poison type, 2 foot 6 inches tall and has the Chlorophyll ability. The current known moves are Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Synthesis, Sludge, Vine Whip, and Razor Leaf. The Pokédex read. Looks like Bulbasaur is close to evolving. Ichigo thought. Officer Jenny returned to the patrol car. She drove Ichigo to the police station. They exited the patrol car and entered the police station. Ichigo sat down at her desk. This is not an interrogation. This is an informal interview. Your name will not be included in any reports. Officer Jenny said. Will this apply to my Pokemon as well? Ichigo asked. It will. Officer Jenny said as she took out a pad. How did you know where the Team Rocket members were? She asked. One of my Pokemon is Ralts. She was able to sense bad intentions from the Team Rocket members. She alerted us about their presence. She showed me where they were hiding. I had Rosalia and Bulbasaur use sleep powder while I distracted them. Ichigo explained. That checks out with what we saw. Officer Jenny. This concludes the informal interview. She said. Well, I'm going back to the Pokemon Center for the night, Ichigo said. Tomorrow, if it stops raining, allow me to give you a lift to Route 6. She said. I would appreciate that, Ichigo replied. Ichigo walked over to the Pokemon Center. Hello, Ichigo. Nurse Joy said. A room for you has already been prepared. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Please heal my Pokemon. Ichigo presented his Pokeballs to her. No problem. Nurse Joy replied. She quickly healed Ichigo's Pokemon and returned them to him. Thank you, Ichigo said as he went to his room. He took a quick shower and went to bed. Scene change, Team Rocket hideout, unknown location. The girl and her Shiftry arrived at her group's hideout. She walked to a terminal and called her boss. The screen turned on. The person on the other side is an adult man with pale skin, red eyes, and black hair with white bangs that covered one of his eyes. He was dressed in a black t-shirt, black pants, and black combat boots. 1. Mission report Rin. Her boss grumbled. Missing somewhat failed, Rin reported. Explain. Our group was ambushed by the target. How? I suspect it was Ralts. They can sense the intentions of people. It likely sensed our ill intentions towards them. I see. What else did you learn? I can confirm that our target has the rest of the stolen eggs. In our confrontation with target, he had an oddly colored Milotic and Metong in addition to the Ralts. We also have witness reports of seeing the target using an oddly colored Rosalia and Vulpix. Rin said. Very well. I will report this up. Her boss said. Very well. See you soon, Alexei. See you soon, sister, Alexei replied as he cut the feed off. Rin sighed as she took a quick shower and went to bed. Scene change, next morning. Ichigo woke up and checked out of his room. Ichigo left the Pokemon Center to see Officer Jenny just pulled up in front of the Pokemon Center. Good morning. Ichigo greeted. Why good morning to you too? Officer Jenny replied as Ichigo stepped inside her car. You're here early, Ichigo commented. Officer Jenny chuckled. I remembered when I was used to be a trainer. Many of us were up as soon as the sun rose. Officer Jenny replied. They used the underground tunnel to drive underneath Saffron City. They rose out of the underground tunnel and arrived at Route 6. Thank you, Ichigo said as he left the car. No thank you. Officer Jenny replied. One of those members was an admin, we got quite a bit of info from. With that, Officer Jenny left. Ichigo sent out Charmander and began to go through Route 6. As they walked across Route 6, they encountered a few Pidgeys, Meowths, Oddishes, Bellsprouts, and Mankey. Charmander easily dealt with them either using Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, or Slash. Daddy stop $1, Charmander suddenly said. Ichigo stopped. Charmander walked to the side and found a rock. She threw it in front of her. The rock landed in front of them. The ground around them collapsed on itself, revealing a pit. The ground beside the pit slightly shuddered as a Pokemon popped up. It's a Squirtle. Ichigo thought as he recognized the Pokemon. Why did you do this, Charmander growled. Squirt. Squirt replied. Ichigo couldn't understand what Squirtle was saying but Charmander could. That could have harmed me and my daddy, Squirt. Squirtle replied. I had enough of your attitude, Charmander growled. She turned to Ichigo. We are going to beat up that prankster, Very well then, Ichigo replied, accepting Charmander's decision. Squirtle started with a water gun. Charmander leaped to the side, dodging the stream of water. Charmander countered with Flamethrower. Squirtle tucked its head and limbs inside its shell. It began to glow silver and spin. The flames did nothing to Squirtle. Maybe Rapid Spin and Defense Curl? Ichigo thought. Charmander stopped its attack. Charmander took a few breaths to recover. Unbeknown to Charmander, Squirtle stopped spinning and its limbs popped back out. Squirtle stood up and fired another water gun. The stream of water hit Charmander, surprising her. The pain, Charmander screamed at the super effective move. She fell to the ground. Squirtle stopped its attack. Charmander, are you okay? Ichigo asked. Charmander struggled to stand up. Squirtle. Squirtle replied. Whatever Squirtle said motivated Charmander, as she stood up. Charmander glared at Squirtle with utter rage. Shut up, Charmander yelled as she was suddenly surrounded by white light. Looks like Squirtle pissed her off to the point of forcing herself to evolve. Ichigo thought as the light died down. Charmander's body grew a foot taller. Her arms and legs got much stronger. Her head gained a single horn-like protrusion. Charmander successfully evolved into a Charmeleon. Ichigo could see Charmeleon was still glaring at the Squirtle. Squirtle immediately used water gun at Charmeleon. She replied with her own flamethrower. Ichigo could tell that her flamethrower was much more powerful than before. Squirtle leaped to the side, dodging the attack. Charmeleon, use the smoke to get a surprise attack off, Ichigo said. Yes daddy, Charmeleon replied. Charmeleon began to spew black smoke from her mouth. The black smoke surrounded them. Squirtle's eyes began to moisten from the smoke. Suddenly a blast of fire hit Squirtle on the side. Squirtle! Squirtle cried in pain. Charmeleon rushed towards Squirtle and bit down on Squirtle's arm. Squirtle! Squirtle cried out in pain. Ichigo saw Charmeleon's mouth was on fire. Is that a new move? Ichigo thought. Squirtle struggled to break free. Fire surrounded Charmeleon's claws as it slashed Squirtle's chest. "Dollar, that is enough, Charmeleon," Ichigo said. Charmeleon let go of Squirtle's arm. She glared at Squirtle one more time before walking back to Ichigo. "Dollar. Did I do good, Daddy?" "Dollar. Dollar, yes, my dear, you did," Ichigo replied. He walked over to the Squirtle. "Squirtle, I give you two options," Ichigo said as he took out a Pokeball. "You can either join me and grow stronger, or we can leave you here and remain weak." Ichigo placed it down and took 2 steps back. Squirtle stared at the Pokeball on the ground. Squirtle walked to the Pokeball and tapped the button. The Pokeball opened up and captured Squirtle. The Pokeball shook 3 times before stopping with a small flash. Ichigo walked over and picked up the Pokeball. "Dollar, all right, Charmeleon. Do you get a break?" Ichigo said. "Dollar, okay, Daddy," Charmeleon replied with a tired voice. Ichigo recalled Charmeleon and scanned the Pokeball with his Pokédex. This Charmeleon is a female fire type, 3.4 feet tall, and has the Blaze ability. The current known moves are Flamethrower, Slash, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fang, and Fire Claw, too. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. So, Fire Fang and Fire Claw were the new moves Charmeleon used on Squirtle. Ichigo thought as he put away Charmeleon's Pokeball and took out Squirtle's Pokeball. This Squirtle is a female water type, 2 feet tall, and has the Rain Dish ability. The current known moves are Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Iron Defense, Dig. Iron Defense was the move Squirtle used to make himself look silver. Ichigo thought. Ichigo had out Pidgeotto for the rest of Route 6. Soon they arrived at Vermilion City. Ichigo entered the Pokemon Center to see it was full of Pokemon trainer. Ichigo saw everyone has to take a number and wait in line for service. Ichigo walked up and took a number. His ticket is number 20. Ichigo looked to see she was on number 15. Ichigo walked around and talked with the trainers, asking what was going on. "You haven't heard?" One trainer replied. "There is a special tournament that is going to happen on the S.SN in 3 days. All normal tickets to the S.SN are sold out. The Lieutenant Surge said he has 10 tickets left. But he is only giving them away if you beat his gym." "I see. What is his team?" "It's 1 versus 1. He is using his powerful Raichu." As they talked, Ichigo learned a lot about how Lieutenant Surge decimated all these trainers with his Raichu. Number 20. Trainer number 20. "Looks like it's my turn," Ichigo said as he stood up. He walked over to the counter. "Welcome to the Pokemon Center. How can I help you?" she asked. Ichigo could tell she was tired from the extra Pokemon trainers. "I was wondering if you can give these two a quick look over and can I get a room for the night?" Ichigo asked. "Sure," she replied. Ichigo handed her Squirtles and Charmeleon's Pokeball and his Pokédex. Nurse Joy took the Pokeballs and his Pokédex. She quickly returned Ichigo's Pokédex. "You are in room 7. I will call your number on the intercom when I am done with them," Nurse Joy said. "Very well," Ichigo said as he took back his Pokédex. He walked down the hallway and arrived at his room. He entered his room and took a quick shower. After that, Ichigo sat down on his bed. Lieutenant Surge will be using his Raichu. He used Thunderbolt on the majority of the trainers' Pokemon. A few of these trainers decided to use a Geodude or Diglett, but Lieutenant Surge had Raichu used Brick Break on them and winning the match. Yami and Medan would be able to resist the brick break. Yami would be able to resist the thunderbolt. I could also use Medan to ground the thunderbolt. Trainer number 20, please come to the front to pick up your Pokemon. Nurse Joy said. Ichigo stood up and left his room. He walked down to the front and took Squirtle's and Charmeleon's Pokeball. Ichigo walked out of the Pokemon Center and entered Route 11. Ichigo released Yami and Medan. Both of them looked at Ichigo. We will train for 2 days before we go challenge the gym. Yes, master, Medan replied. Yami nodded its head. For the next 2 days, Ichigo had Yami and Medan go against the local sparrows, Ekans, Sandshrew, and Drowsy that lived on Route 11 as well as the Diglets and Dugtrios. Yami learned Dragon Pulse and Shadow Ball, while Medan learned Bulldoze. With training satisfied, Ichigo returned to the Pokemon Center to get Medan and Yami ready for the gym battle with Lieutenant Surge. Ichigo walked down to the Vermilion Gym. Ichigo entered the gym just as a trainer ran out of the gym. You here to challenge Surge? Someone asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Good, I'm ready. Someone said. They looked to see Lieutenant Surge standing there. He looked at Ichigo. He nodded his head. I like your eyes, kid. Follow me, he said as he walked away. Ichigo walked behind Lieutenant Surge. They arrived at the battlefield. Ichigo could see a referee standing there. Lieutenant Surge was on the other side of the battlefield. 1v1. Lieutenant Surge said as he threw a Pokeball, revealing his Raichu. Go Yami, Ichigo said as he revealed Yami. Raichu, end this with Thunderbolt. Lieutenant Surge grumbled. Rai. Raichu yelled as it shot a powerful Thunderbolt towards Yami. Shadow Sneak, Ichigo said. Yami dove into its own shadow, dodging the attack. Keep your eyes out, Raichu. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Rai. Raichu replied as it looked around, trying to find Yami. Yami leaped out from behind Raichu and smacked it in the back of the head. Raichu fell from the surprise attack. Raichu, stand up. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Use Shadow Ball. Don't let it stand up. Ichigo yelled. Yami fired a ball of ghostly energy at Raichu. Rai. Raichu yelled upon impact. Get up. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu struggled to stand up as Yami continued to hit it in the back with Shadow Ball. Damn it. If this keeps up, Raichu's going to be a goner. Lieutenant Surge thought. Raichu, ignore the pain and get an attack off. Anything will do. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu's cheeks sparked before letting out a wave of electrical energy, stopping Yami's Shadow Ball. The brief moment allowed Raichu to stand back up. Good, now Thunderbolt. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu. Raichu yelled as it fired a powerful lightning bolt towards Yami. Shadow Sneak. Ichigo countered. Yami dove into the shadow, once again avoiding Raichu's attack. Stop with the cheap tricks. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders, infuriating Lieutenant Surge more than before. Raichu used Charge, using it until that ghost shows up, and then use Thunderbolt. Rai, Raichu said as it began to gather electricity. Yami, you know what to do, Ichigo said. Yami sneaked its tail below Raichu's feet. Yami swept Raichu off its feet. Before Raichu could react, Yami fired another Shadow Ball at it. Raichu. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Yami continued to fire Shadow Ball at the Pokemon. Yami stopped its attack when it noticed Raichu wasn't responding. Ichigo and Yami looked at the referee. Raichu is unable to battle. The winner is the challenger, the referee said. Lieutenant Surge pulled out a Pokeball and recalled his Raichu. He turned around and walked away. In the distance, Ichigo could hear him complaining about ghost types and their trickery. Sorry about Lieutenant Surge, the referee said as he handed Ichigo his badge and a ticket to the S.SN. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders and left the gym. Ichigo returned to the Pokemon Center. He walked over to Nurse Joy. "Hello again. How was your gym battle?" she asked. "I won," Ichigo said as he handed her Yami's Pokeball. "Can you heal my Pokemon?" "Sure. Just give me a few minutes," she said. The defeated Pokemon trainers went over to Ichigo and asked for tips. Ichigo told them the same information other trainers told him, without mentioning what Pokemon he used against Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. Soon Nurse Joy returned with Ichigo's Pokeball. "Here you go," Nurse Joy said as she handed Ichigo his Pokeball. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Ichigo said. He walked out of the Pokemon Center and headed back to Route 6. According to the anime, Team Rocket tries to steal the Pokemon on the S.SN. Seeing how vicious they are compared to the anime, I should be prepared for the worst, Ichigo thought as he released all of his Pokemon at the entrance to Route 6. First off, this is Squirtle and Bulbasaur, our newest team members, Ichigo introduced. "Madang, can you explain to Pidgeotto and Milotic how to use the technique?" "Master, I do not believe that Pidgeotto and Milotic would be able to use Metal Claw." "I am aware of that," Ichigo said. "But I know that Pidgeotto and Milotic could learn Steel Wing and Iron Tail, respectively." Medang nodded its head. "I understand. I will help them as much as I can," Medang replied. "I believe I should work with one Pokemon at a time." "Okay then. Start with Pidgeotto. Rosalia, please teach Bulbasaur Mega Drain and Magical Leaf." Rosalia nodded her head. "Bulbasaur, please teach Rosalia Sludge and Synthesis." Bulbasaur nodded his head. "Kirlia, can you please teach Vulpix Double Team and Psybeam?" "I will do my best, Daddy," Kirlia replied. "Vulpix, can you teach Will-O-Wisp to Kirlia?" "I will try, Daddy," Vulpix replied. "Yami, I want you to show Milotic how to do Dragon Pulse." Yami nodded its head. "I will try my best," Milotic said. "Good girl, Ichigo replied. Milotic suddenly wrapped Ichigo in a hug. "Oh Arceus. I didn't know that you understood me," Milotic shouted in joy. Ichigo chuckled. "Milotic, please control yourself," Ichigo said. Milotic slowly unwrapped itself from Ichigo. Ichigo chuckled at Milotic's action. He looked at Charmeleon and Squirtle. "As for you two, both of you will be practicing your speed, reaction time, and building resistance." Squirtle looked confused. "What do you mean, Daddy?" Charmeleon asked. "Charmeleon will begin by using Flamethrower at Squirtle. Squirtle's job is to dodge the attack, in whatever way possible. After a few minutes of this, the roles are switched," Ichigo said. Charmeleon and Squirtle nodded their heads. "Begin!" Ichigo shouted as his Pokemon began to train together. 2 hours into group training and everyone was showing progress. Pidgeotto was quickly able to learn Steel Wing with Matang's help. Ichigo told them to join Yami and Milotic, to teach them Iron Tail. Rosalia, Bulbasaur and Vulpix Kirlia are happily working together. Charmeleon and Squirtle are taking a break. As the sun began to set, Ichigo ordered everyone to end the training. Ichigo recalled his Pokemon and walked back to the Pokemon Center. Today was good, Ichigo thought. Pidgeotto learned Steel Wing. Yami managed to learn Iron Tail. Milotic learned both Dragon Pulse and Iron Tail. Kirlia learned Will-O-Wisp. Vulpix learned Double Team and Psybeam. Bulbasaur learned Mega Drain and Magical Leaf. Rosalia learned Sludge and Synthesis. While Charmeleon and Squirtle didn't learn any new moves, they were able to get their reaction time much faster than before. It also helped that Charmeleon built more resistance to water. Ichigo arrived at the Pokemon Center to see it was mostly empty. Ichigo walked over to the front desk. "I guess Lieutenant Surge is out of S.SN tickets?" Ichigo asked as he placed all 10 of his Pokeball on the counter. "Indeed. I believe you were the last one. Nurse Joy replied as she placed all the Pokeballs in a tray. Chansey took the tray of Pokeballs and placed them in the machine. So, did you notice any other notable trainers on the S.SN? Ichigo asked. Ichigo, I believe that falls under confidential information. She replied. Legilimens. Ichigo mentally casted Nurse Joy. He looked around her mind. Lieutenant Surge entered the Pokemon Center and apologized to her about the influx of trainers coming in. He explained that the owner of the S.SN wanted to host a tournament on the maiden voyage of the S.SN. The owner handed Lieutenant Surge 16 tickets in to be given to trainers who defeated Lieutenant Surge. Ichigo continued to dive into her mind, looking for these 15 other winners. Ichigo could see 14 of them defeated Lieutenant Surge with a fully evolved Pokemon. The other one also used trickery to get past Raichu. Ichigo pulled out of Nurse Joy's mind. Chansey. Chansey said as it walked back with Ichigo's Pokeballs. Thank you, Chansey. Nurse Joy said as she took the tray from Chansey. She handed the Pokeballs back to Ichigo, unaware of the mental attack Ichigo just committed. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he went back to his room. Ichigo released all of his Pokemon. Milotic had to carefully coil its tail to prevent it from knocking anything over. Pidgeotto was carefully perched on the bed frame. Vulpix sat on top of Metong, who was floating in the air. Chameleon, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Kirlia, and Rosalia stood in front. Yami, who grew longer than before, laid on the ground in front of them. Ichigo saw down on a chair. Everyone, we will be doing something dangerous tomorrow. Ichigo began. Dangerous? Kirlia asked. Yes. Do you remember the bad men from the cave and the forest? Ichigo asked. Many of his Pokemon nodded their heads. They plan to attack a ship we will be on tomorrow. If we know the danger, why are we still going? Metong asked. For 2 reasons, Ichigo stared. The first reason is that it's an opportunity for me to see how strong you've become. And the second reason, Yami asked. Everyone was surprised to hear Yami speak. Its voice sounded much more mature than everyone else. The other reason is that these bad men who will attack the ship, who also were the same bad men who did those bad things to your brothers and sisters, will steal the Pokemon, will no doubt do horrible things to them. Ichigo could see Kirlia, Rosalia, Metong, Milotic, and Vulpix becoming agitated. Despite being in their Poke-Egg during that time, their subconscious remembered. Kirlia, can you sense the intentions of people in the Pokeball? Ichigo asked. Sorry Daddy, I need to be outside, Kirlia replied. What if you are in the shadows with Yami? Ichigo asked. I'm not sure. Kirlia walked over to Yami. May I? Yami nodded its head. Kirlia laid on Yami. Yami dove into the shadows. A few minutes later, Yami and Kirlia rose from the shadow. I could do it, Kirlia replied. Good, Ichigo replied. Yami will hide in my shadow with Kirlia in its back. Kirlia will hold onto Metang's and Rosalia's Pokeball. They will keep an eye on me in case anyone attacks me from behind and use those Pokeballs in case of emergency. Yami, Metang, Kirlia, and Rosalia nodded their heads. I will have Pidgeotto, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Vulpix, and Milotic on hand for the tournament, Ichigo said. Everyone else nodded their heads. Ichigo fed them their Pokechow and ate his dinner. After that Ichigo went to bed. Scene change, Team Rocket hideout, outskirts of Vermilion City. Rin watched as everyone in her group meet in the meeting room. The screen lit up as Admin Alexi, their boss and Rin's older brother, came on the screen. All of you will be participating in the operation at SSN tomorrow night. Alexi began. The boss has spent many months planning this operation. Everyone has been given their squad assignment. As a reminder, under no circumstance will any members reveal their squad assignment to anyone else. Alexi continued. Alpha Squad and Beta Squad will be on board the SSN and will be disguised as crew members. They will remain disguised until Gamma Squad and Delta Squad needs assistance. Gamma Squad and Delta Squad will come from helicopters and invade the ship. Looks like I'm leading Alpha Squad. Rin though. Make sure your Pokemon are ready and then get a good night's sleep. Alpha and Beta Squad, you will have an early morning tomorrow. Alexi said as the feed was cut off. Rin sighed as she stood up and went to her current room. She sat down on the bed. Should I bring more Pokemon with me on this mission? She thought as she looked at the only Pokeball on her belt. She currently only has her Shiftry with her. Maybe just one more. She thought as she walked to a small safe built into the room. She opened the safe. Lying inside the safe were 4 more Pokeballs. She reached in and took one more. She closed the safe and attached the additional Pokeball to her belt. She let out another sigh as she went to bed. Scene change, Vermilion City, Pokemon Center. Ichigo woke up to see his Pokemon around him. Ichigo went to the restroom to take care of his morning ritual. He walked out to see all of his Pokemon are awake. All right. Let me get you your breakfast, Ichigo said as he poured Pokechow for everyone. After giving everyone their food, Ichigo walked out of his room, grabbed a plate of breakfast, and returned to his room to eat with his Pokemon. Once we board the ship, those that can use telepathy will communicate with me, Ichigo said. Yes, Daddy. Curlia and Vulpix replied. Yes, Master, Medon replied. After everyone finished eating, Ichigo recalled Rosalia and Medon back to their Pokeballs. He put their Pokeballs in a small bag and tied the bag on Curlia's hand. Curlia sat on Yami's back. Yami dived into Ichigo's shadow. Ichigo recalled everyone else to their Pokeballs. Ichigo checked out of the Pokemon Center and walked to Vermilion Port. Ichigo could see a large ship docked on the port. On the side of the ship, Ichigo could see S.S and painted on the side. Ichigo could see someone sitting beside the bridge to the SSN. Ichigo walked up to the person. Good morning. Ichigo greeted. Good morning. Are you here to board the ship? He asked. I am. Do you have your ticket? He asked. Ichigo handed the ticket to the man. Daddy, he's a member of Team Rocket, Curlia warned. The man scanned the ticket in the machine. The machine lit green. The man gave Ichigo a small bag and a keycard. This is the keycard to your room, and this is a complimentary gift bag with an itinerary for you. He said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he boarded the ship. Thank you, Curlia. Keep an eye out, Ichigo said as he walked down the hallway. Ichigo could see a few crew members walking around, cleaning the ship, organizing something, or other tasks to maintain the ship. Daddy, all of them are a member of Team Rocket, Curlia reported. Thank you, Curlia. Keep an eye out. Ichigo arrived at his room. He placed his keycard in the room. The door clicked open. Ichigo opened the door and entered the room. Ichigo was greeted with a well-equipped room. Ichigo could see one large bed, for 2 people, 2 bedside tables, a work desk, and an office chair. Ichigo closed the door behind him. Beside him were a small closet and another door. Ichigo opened the door and was greeted with a standard bathroom. Ichigo sat down in the chair and looked through the gift bag. It contained the itinerary for the journey, a small lanyard with the words SS and Maiden Voyage on it, and a small map of the ship. Ichigo put the itinerary and lanyard in his bag. He pocketed the small map. Ichigo left his room and explored the ship. They encountered more crewmates which Curlia reported as members of Team Rocket. Ichigo arrived at one of the halls to see it was filled with booths, each selling all kinds of Pokemon-related items. Ichigo saw they were selling all kinds of vitamins and berry-made Pokemon food. Ichigo stopped to see a booth filled with poke eggs. Oh. What is this? Ichigo thought. Oh, I didn't expect some to be here this early. A woman said as she carried out a crate. She had blue hair which was tied in a bun. She was dressed in a white t-shirt and faded blue jeans and red sneakers. She had a red headscarf around her hair and a matching red apron. She placed the crate down and turned to Ichigo. "My name is Gabrielle, a Pokemon breeder." "My name is Ichigo," Ichigo replied. "What are you doing here?" Ichigo asked. "We are giving every guest a free Pokéegg home." "How come?" Ichigo asked. "The owner of the SS purchased 100 Pokemon eggs and told us to give them away," Gabrielle said. "So, is all the common Rattatas and Pidgeys?" Ichigo asked. Gabrielle chuckled and pointed at a sign. 50% chance of common Kanto/Johto Pokemon eggs. 45% chance of rare Kanto/Johto Pokemon eggs. 5% of foreign Pokemon egg. As our first customer of the day, Gabrielle began. "You can pick 2 eggs," she said. "Thank you," Ichigo said. He closed his eyes and allowed his Reiatsu to flow around the Pokemon eggs. Ichigo opened his eyes and pointed at 2 eggs. Gabrielle walked over and picked up the 2 eggs. She placed them in their incubator and handed them to Ichigo. "Can I see your room key?" she asked. Ichigo handed the room key to her. She pulled out a sheet of paper and checked off Ichigo's room. She handed the room key back to Ichigo. "Thank you," Ichigo said. "Have a good day," Gabrielle replied. Ichigo resumed exploring the hall. In the middle of exploring, Ichigo heard a loud horn and low rumble. Ichigo glanced out to see the ship beginning to move away from the port. "I guess it begins," Ichigo thought. After another hour of walking around the hall, Ichigo finally left. "Is anyone here a part of Team Rocket?" Ichigo asked. "Surprisingly no," Curlia replied. Ichigo continued to wander around the ship. He spotted many trainers on the ship that won against Lieutenant Surge. Ichigo walked to the galley. One of the servers noticed Ichigo and walked to him. "Good afternoon, sir. What can I do for you?" "I was wondering if I could get something to eat," Ichigo asked. "I am sorry, sir," the server began. "But we are not allowed to give you a meal because it's close to the formal dinner." "I see," Ichigo said. "But I can give you a sandwich." "Sure." The server ran into the kitchen and quickly returned with a small to-go bag. "Thank you," Ichigo said as he walked back to his room. He placed the food on his desk and released all 6 Pokemon on hand. Ichigo poured them poke chow. "I'm going to accidentally drop a can of poke chow under the table," Ichigo said as he dropped a can of poke chow. The can of poke chow hit the floor and rolled underneath the table. Ichigo ignored the can. He glanced over to see the can disappeared. "Thank you, Daddy," Curlia replied. They all ate in silence. Ichigo looked at his itinerary. He noticed that it was they should arrive at Lavender Town tomorrow night. Ichigo looked out of the porthole to see they crossed underneath a bridge. Ichigo glanced back at the itinerary. According to this, tonight we have a semi-formal dinner and then the tournament. Smart of Team Rocket to design it like that, Ichigo thought. "What do you mean?" Curlia replied. "At the end of dinner, all the guests will begin to get tired and want to return to their rooms. The ones that will remain will pay less attention to their surroundings, especially once the tournament starts. During that time, the trainers and their Pokemon will begin to get tired, making them easier targets for Team Rocket. Since you will be participating in the tournament, Team Rocket will only see the 6 Pokemon you have, not expecting to have 4 more ready to go," Curlia replied. "Exactly," Ichigo replied. Everyone finished their dinner. Ichigo glanced to see the can of poke chow rose out of the shadow and was placed back where it was when it rolled underneath the table. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and turned on the alarm clock. "I'm going to take a quick nap," Ichigo said. His Pokemon nodded their heads as Ichigo lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Ichigo woke up to his Pokédex alarm clock going off. Ichigo opened his eyes and turned the alarm off. Ichigo could see all of his Pokemon were asleep except Milotic. Milotic volunteered to stay awake while everyone else took a nap. Curlia drowsily explained. Ichigo walked into the bathroom and began to take care of his business. Did you and Yami also rest? Yes, we did. We felt it was safe since Milotic was keeping watch. Curlius said. We will likely need to something like that if we remain on the ship, Ichigo replied as he exited the bathroom. Ichigo threw the empty containers in the trash can and recalled all his Pokemon. Ichigo walked to the closet and pretended to leave it there. Ichigo sent his backpack to his mindscape. With his backpack and Pokemon eggs secured, he walked out of his room. He headed to the main ballroom of the ship. He arrived to see there was a check-in table. Ichigo presented his keycard to the staff, who escorted Ichigo to a VIP table, which seated 4 people. Ichigo noticed he was the last one at his table. Ichigo sat down. My name Harrison. He said. Name's Cory, Cory said. And I'm Neisha. She said. Ichigo. Nice to meet all of you. Ichigo replied. So how did you beat Lieutenant Surge? Harrison asked. I used my Rapidash to dodge Raichu's thunderbolts and then hit him with Flare Blitz, Neisha said. Smart. Rapidash will easily outpace Raichu. Harrison commented. I beat him with Sand Slash, Cory said. He was able to tank Raichu's Brick Breaks and used a well-timed Earthquake. He said. Harrison and Neisha nodded their heads. Well, I used my Steelix to take care of Raichu, Harrison said. Slightly risky since Brick Break is super effective against it, Cory commented. Harrison nodded his head. Necessary risk but worth it, Harrison replied. Everyone looked at Ichigo. What about you, Ichigo? I used my Gengar to hide in the shadows and did sneak attacks at Raichu. Everyone nodded their heads. Ghost types are one of the most annoying types to deal with, Neisha commented. Morty was a pain to deal with. Harrison groaned. The servers came around with dinner. Everyone ate and shared stories. All of them were surprised when they found out that Ichigo just started his journey. Eventually, their dinner ended. One of the servers stood on a stage. Good evening, everyone. A female server said. I hope you enjoyed the wonderful dinner. With dinner concluded, it's time for the main highlight of tonight's itinerary. She said. For those who are not aware, we will have a small single tournament outside. Participants and any spectators, please follow me. She said. Everyone followed her into another ballroom with a Pokemon battlefield prepared. Everyone sat down on the bleachers. I am Domino and I will be your announcer for this tournament. She introduced. 4 servers walked up on stage, carrying a long table covered in a white tablecloth. She said. All 16 Pokemon trainers will get a pick of a rare Pokemon off this table. She said. The servers removed the tablecloth, revealing Pokeballs. She grabbed one of them and threw it on stage. The Pokeball opened up, revealing a small red and orange chicken. It looked at everyone with a confused expression. This is Torchic, a Pokemon from the Hoenn region. She said. Yep, Harrison said. Everyone at his table glanced at him. I had a Torchic as my starter Pokemon and it evolves into a powerful firefighting type. He added. As I said before, this will be a single elimination style tournament and we'll be going in number order. She shouted as a tournament bracket with 16 numbers appeared. These numbers correlate to your room number. It's also on your keycard if you don't remember. She said. Everyone took out their keycard. Number 1 and 2. She shouted. 2 trainers from different tables stood up and walked on stage. 4 Hypnos stood in front of the bleachers and erected a dome barrier around the battlefield. Go Hariyama. One of the trainers said. Go Honchkrow. The other one said. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex, allowing it to casually scan and log down the new Pokémon that'll likely appear. Hariyama vs. Honchkrow. Domino said. Let the battle begin. She shouted. And let the tournament begins. Ichigo thought. Unbeknownst to everyone else, four fully black helicopters slowly soared towards the S.SN. Chapter 64, Arc 13. Ichigo sat down and continued to watch the matches. The winner of the first match was the Honchkrow. The second match was Harrison and his Blaziken vs Magneton. The match went in Harrison's favor. The third match was Naisha and her Dugong vs Mook. Naisha lost to Mook, due to Mook's poison. The fourth match was Cory and his Venusaur vs Cloyster. Cory lost to Cloyster. The fifth match was a Hitmontop vs Pelipper. The match went to Pelipper's trainer. The sixth match was a Typhlosion vs a Ursaring. The match went to Typhlosion. The seventh match was an Arbok vs a Nidoking. The winner went to Nidoking. Time for the final match for this round. Domino shouted. Number 16 and number 8. Ichigo and trainer number 8 walked to the battlefield. The Hypnos raised the barriers. Go Arcanine. Go Milotic, Ichigo said. Arcanine vs Milotic, Domino said. Let the battle begin. She shouted. Arcanine use flamethrower. Arcanine opened its mouth and fired a large stream of fire. Milotic dodge and use water pulse. Milotic swerved to the side, dodging the attack. Milotic opened its mouth and fired a large ball of water. Arcanine, dodge it. Arcanine leaped in the air, avoiding the attack. Milotic opened its mouth and fired another water pulse. Arcanine got hit in the chest. Arcanine howled. Milotic opened its mouth and fired a large powerful stream of water. It impacted Arcanine's head. Arcanine let out another howl. Looked like Milotic learned a new move. Ichigo thought. Milotic stopped its attack. Arcanine struggled to stand. Milotic, finish it, Ichigo said. Milotic opened its mouth and fired another large powerful stream of water. The attack slammed into Arcanine, sending it into the psychic barrier. Milotic stopped the attack. Arcanine collapsed on the ground. Winner is Ichigo and Milotic. Domino declared. The Hypnos lowered the barriers. Ichigo recalled his Milotic and went back down to his table. Wow, Harrison said. Ichigo scanned Milotic's Pokeball. This Milotic is a female water dragon type, 20.3 feet tall, and has the Sap Sipper ability. The current known moves are Disarming Voice, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Life Dew, Aqua Ring, Hydro Pump. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance, typing combination, and ability are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. The Pokédex said. Your Milotic isn't normal, Harrison said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. The next round is going to begin. Domino said as she shook her hat again. We have number 1 and number 2. Domino shouted. Harrison stood up and walked to the battlefield. Trainer number 1, the same one who used Honchkrow, walked to the battlefield. Let's go Houndoom. Harrison said as a large black dog appeared. Go Starmie. Trainer number 1 shouted as Starmie appeared on the battlefield. Houndoom vs Starmie. Let the match begin. Domino shouted. Daddy, Kirlia said. Yes, Kirlia? Ichigo replied. More Team Rocket members boarded the ship, Kirlia reported. I see. Can you talk with Milotic? Ichigo asked. Kirlia said. She's able to reply. Tell her to use Aqua Ring to heal up as long as she's in the Pokeball, Ichigo said. Okay, I will tell her, Kirlia replied. Ichigo looked up to see Harrison barely won against Starmie. Harrison sat down. That was tough. He admitted. Trainer 11, which previously used Mook, and Trainer 12, which previously used Cloyster, walked up. Trainer 11 sent out a Heracross, while Trainer 12 sent out an Electabuzz. Electabuzz barely won the fight. Trainer 3, which previously used Pelipper, and Trainer 6, which previously used Typhlosion, walked up. Trainer 3 sent back out his Pelipper, while Trainer 6 sent out a Shuckle. Pelipper managed to knock out Shuckle, only to faint a few seconds after. Now then, Trainer 15 and Trainer 16, can I get both of you here for the quarter-final match? Domino shouted. Ichigo and Trainer 15, which previously used Nidoking, walked to the battlefield. Go Nidoking! Trainer 15 said. Look like Nidoking hasn't recovered yet. Ichigo thought. Go Squirtle, Ichigo replied as Squirtle appeared. Nidoking vs Squirtle. Let the match begin. Domino shouted. Nidoking use Sludge Bomb. Trainer 15 said. Squirtle dodge it, Ichigo replied. Squirtle jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Use Water Gun. Squirtle shot a blast of water at Nidoking. Nidoking charge in with Mega Punch. Nidoking charged towards Squirtle, ignoring the water gun. Squirtle withdraw an Iron Defense. Ichigo yelled. Squirtle stopped its attack and tucked its limbs in its shell. Squirtle glowed silver as Nidoking punched Squirtle's shell. Squirtle flew into the barrier and bounced back. Squirtle, still in its shell and still surrounded by silvery energy, began to spin towards Nidoking. The Squirtle slammed into Nidoking's chest. King! It grunted from the attack. Did Squirtle learn a new move? Ichigo thought as Squirtle spun away from Nidoking. It popped its head and limbs out, staring at Nidoking. Squirtle! Squirtle shouted as she was enveloped in white light. Looks like she's evolving. Ichigo thought. The light died down to reveal Wartortle. She has brown eyes, a dark blue streak on each cheek, and 2 sharp teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers and pointed toes. On each side of its head are feather-like ears covered in pale blue fur. A brown shell with a pale yellow underside encases its body. A thick, white rim separates the upper and lower halves of the shell. Poking out of the bottom of the shell is a thick, wavy tail that also has light blue. Wartortle replied. Wartortle, let's finish this, Ichigo said. Wartortle replied. Water surrounded her body before she charged at Nidoking. Dodge it! Nidoking's trainer yelled. But it was too late. The incoming Wartortle slammed headfirst into Nidoking's chest. Wartortle leaped away from Nidoking as it collapsed on the ground. Nidoking! Nidoking is unable to battle. The winner is Wartortle! Domino shouted. Ichigo recalled Wartortle and walked back to his seat. Man, a Milotic, Wartortle, and a Jengar. You're a scary trainer. Harrison complimented. Ichigo chuckled as he scanned Wartortle. This Wartortle is a female water type, 3 feet 3 inches tall, and has the Rain Dish ability. The current known moves are Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Iron Defense, Dig, Euroball, Aqua Jet. So those 2 moves were Euroball and Aqua Jet. Ichigo thought. Now let's start the semifinals. Domino shouted. Trainer number 2 and Trainer number 12, can I get both of you on stage? Harrison and Trainer 12 walked on the battlefield. Go Miltank! Harrison said. This'll be easy. Go Machamp! Trainer number 12 said. Let the semi-final match between Miltank and Machamp begin. Domino declared. Miltank easily defeated Machamp with the combination of Milk Drink and Zen Headbutt, one of the few physical psychic type attacks. Now we have Trainer number 16 and Trainer number 3. Ichigo stood up and walked to the battlefield. Go Crawdaunt! Trainer number 3 said. HM. It looks like a crab, so maybe part water type. Ichigo thought. Go Bulbasaur, Ichigo said. The semi-final match between Crawdaunt and Bulbasaur will begin. Domino said. Crawdaunt use Night Slash. Crawdaunt leaped towards Bulbasaur, its claws glowed black. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to dodge, Ichigo said. Green vines grew out of Bulbasaur's back and pushed him off the ground, avoiding Crawdaunt's attack. Use Sleep Powder. Ichigo ordered. Bulbasaur shook its back as sleep powder floated down towards Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt Bubble Beam. Crawdaunt's claw opened as a stream of bubbles shot out of it. The two attacks cancelled each other. Bulbasaur landed on the ground. Bulbasaur used sleep powder and leech seed, Ichigo said. Bulby A. Bulbasaur tucked its head, aiming the large bulb on his back at Crawdaunt. Sleep powder and leech seed shot out of the bulb. Crawdaunt used Protect. Craw. Crawdaunt stuck its claws out as a green barrier formed around it. Ichigo saw the sleep powder and leech seed slide off the barrier to the ground. Bulbasaur used Vine Whip. As soon as Protect wears off, grab it and slam Crawdaunt down to the ground. Ichigo ordered. Bulbasaur nodded his head as green vines shot out of Bulbasaur's vines and waited. Crawdaunt used Night Slash to cut the vines. Bulbasaur go for the back and tail. Ichigo said. Crawdaunt's claws glowed black as it tried to cut Bulbasaur's vines. Bulbasaur managed to grab Crawdaunt's tail and flipped it upside down. Crawdaunt landed face first on the ground. The impact kicked up the sleep powder and leech seed that was on the ground. Crawdaunt fell fast asleep as the leech seed's vines shot out and wrapped themselves around the sleeping Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt's energy began to be drained by the leech seed. Bulbasaur could feel the energy from Crawdaunt. Bulbasaur, finished Crawdaunt off with Mega Drain. Bulbasaur tucked its head, aiming the large bulb on his back at Crawdaunt. A green beam shot out of the bulb. The green beam swallowed Crawdaunt. The green beam turned red and released Crawdaunt. The red beam traveled back to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was enveloped in white light. Another evolution? Ichigo thought as the light died down. Ivy. Bulbasaur grew slightly bigger and the green bulb on its back turned reddish pink and the leaves on its back grew bigger. Domino walked on the battlefield and looked at Crawdaunt. The battle is over. The winner of this battle is Ivysaur, she said. Ichigo pulled out his Pokeball and recalled Ivysaur. With our last semi-final match ended, it's time for our final match, Domino shouted. Ichigo saw Harrison walk to the battlefield. You ready, Ichigo? Harrison asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Go Hypno, he said. Go Vulpix, Ichigo said. Final match. Hypno vs Vulpix. Begin, Domino shouted. Hypno uses Hypnosis, Harrison said. Vulpix stop it with Confuse Ray. Hypno's eyes glowed blue while it began to swing its pendulum left and right. Vulpix's eyes glowed purple. Both Pokemon flinched as the psychic and ghost energy cancelled each other. Vulpix use Incinerate, Ichigo said. Vol. Vulpix shouted as she sent a small stream of fire towards Hypno. Hypno uses Psychic. Send the fire back to Vulpix. Hypno's eyes glowed blue. The incoming flames stopped as it was surrounded by psychic energy and forced back to Vulpix. Ichigo smirked as Vulpix stood the attack. Vulpix glowed red. Vulpix has the Flash Fire ability, Ichigo said with a smirk. Vulpix opened her mouth and fired a larger stream of fire, much different than Incinerate. That doesn't look like Incinerate, Ichigo thought. Hypno dodge it. Hypno teleported away from the fire. The attack slammed into the barrier and exploded, sending embers all over the field. Hypno landed on the ground, immediately flinching at the embers it stepped on. Vulpix attack again, Ichigo ordered. Vulpix opened her mouth and fired another stream of fire, different from before. Teleport away. Hypno closed its eyes, ready to teleport away when suddenly it flinched again, due to the embers on its feet. That small moment of distraction was what Vulpix needed. The flames hit Hypno in the chest. Hypno! It cried in agony. Hypno, get out of there! Harrison shouted. Vulpix, enough, Ichigo said. Vulpix stopped her attack. Hypno collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The winner of our final match is Vulpix, Domino said. This means, the winner of our tournament is trainer number 16. All the remaining guests and trainers gave Ichigo applause. Daddy, Team Rocket is surrounding the entrances, Curlia warned. Thank you, Ichigo replied. As winner of the tournament, you get to first pick of our 16 mysterious Pokemon, she said. Ichigo walked to the table with the Pokeballs. Before Ichigo moved, the doors slammed open as Team Rocket members flooded in, blocking the entrance. Some members grabbed a few of the nearby crew members and held them hostage. Other members let out their Pokemon, revealing Golbats, Raticates, Koffings, and Ekans. Ichigo could see Proton stepped forward. Nobody moves, he yelled as he looked around. Or these people will get hurt. Proton looked at Ichigo, the only one who had a Pokemon out. Recall your Pokemon, he said. Curlia, stand by. Vulpix, get ready, Ichigo said as he slowly pulled out Milotic's Pokeball. Yes, Daddy, they replied. Hydro Pump, Ichigo yelled as he released Milotic. Milotic released a powerful jet of water while Vulpix fired a stream of fire. Their attacks knocked all their Pokemon unconscious and startled all the Team Rocket members. Ichigo turned to Harrison and everyone else. Well, what are you waiting for? Ichigo questioned. All the other trainers realized Ichigo's point and released their Pokemon. What about their hostages? One of the Pokemon trainers asked. They're Team Rocket members in disguise, Ichigo said. How do you know? Harrison asked. Simple. The Team Rocket members aren't trying to hold the hostages tightly and they didn't struggle when they were grabbed, Ichigo said. Damn it, Proton growled. The boss isn't going to like this. Proton pressed a button. Suddenly the ship shook as something exploded. If you do anything, I will blow up this ship, he threatened as he held up the remote. So, you're willing to blow yourself and all your Team Rocket members up, Ichigo said. Damn him, Proton mentally growled. Executive Alexi, this is Admin Rin said, using her earpiece and small microphone on her disguise. What is it, Admin Rin? Alexi replied. Admin Proton failed to intimidate the guests on the ship, she said. I see, he replied as he went silent. Admin Proton glared at Rin, who was disguised as Domino. Very well. Admin Proton. Admin Rin. Yes, sir? Admin Rin replied. I've been informed that Project M has been authorized. Alpha Squad, Bravo Squad, Gamma Squad, and Delta Squad commence Code White, Alexi said. I repeated, all squads commence Code White. Proton and Rin, who are still disguised, turned to their respective squads. Code White, they yelled. All the Team Rocket members, in uniform and disguise, turned around and ran away. Everyone was confused by their hasty retreat. Looks like you scared them off, Harrison said. No, Ichigo said. It looks like they were ordered to retreat, Ichigo said. Why? Harrison asked. Daddy, I sense a massive wave of psychic energy, Curlia warned. Damn it, Ichigo thought. Suddenly the bow of the ship slowly rose. The sudden movement startled everyone. Find something to hold on to, someone said. Give me Matang's Pokeball, Ichigo said. Matang's Pokeball appeared in his hand. Ichigo recalled Vulpix. Milotic, Iron Tail on the ground and hold me, Ichigo instructed as he released Metang. Milotic did as Ichigo asked. Metang uses confusion to hold everyone, Ichigo instructed as the bow of the ship rose higher. Yes, master, Metang replied as it sent out a blast of psychic energy. All the guests were surrounded by psychic energy. Metang moved everyone together. Tables, chairs, and every that wasn't pinned to the ground fell to the stern. Ichigo saw the prizes of the tournament fall. Suddenly all of them were swallowed by the shadow. I got them, Daddy, Curlia replied. Soon the entire SSN was raised 90 degrees. Suddenly the psychic energy that moved the SSN disappeared. The SSN landed on its stern. Everything suddenly not pinned to the ground shot up towards everyone. Metang. Ichigo thought. Suddenly a much powerful blast of psychic energy shot out of Metang and stopped the incoming debris. Metang lowered everyone down once everything calmed down. Milotic released Ichigo. Metang safely lowered him down. Ichigo recalled Milotic. Metang, are you okay? Ichigo asked. Just tired. That's fine. I'll give you some of my aura. Ichigo said as he recalled Metang. Anyone else has any psychic types? Ichigo asked. A few people nodded their heads. They threw their pokeballs. Ichigo could see a Kadabra, a Slowbro, an Executor, and Harrison's revived Hypno. Ichigo pulled out his itinerary, which included a map on the other side. The other trainers gathered around Ichigo. We're in the main ballroom. Ichigo pointed out. We are going to break into 2 teams. Everyone will be beginning to move everyone out the ballroom and to the ocean. Those with large water types are advised to help carry a few Pokemon. Ichigo said. Why the ocean? If you couldn't tell, we're sinking. Ichigo pointed out. Oh. I will look through the rest of the boat for any other survivors, Ichigo said. Harrison will take charge getting everyone out, Ichigo said. Harrison and everyone else nodded their heads. Ichigo recalled Metang, who looks better than before. Ichigo and Metang left the ballroom. Metang lifted Ichigo with its psychic. Ichigo closed his eyes and scanned the ship. Looks like there's a few people in their rooms and a lot of Pokemon trapped in their Pokeballs. Ichigo sensed. Ichigo and Metang moved to those rooms and rescued those people and the Pokeball from their deceased trainers. Ichigo and Metang returned to see all the people from the ballroom were ride Pokemon. Ichigo could see a Dugong, a Blastoise, a Gyarados, a Tentacruel, and a Lapras. A few trainers were on their flying types instead of riding a water type. The other people sat on the Pokemon. Ichigo released his Pidgeotto and climbed on his back. Ichigo recalled Metang and summoned his backpack and had it on his back. They all moved away from the sinking SS and towards Lavender Town. It took them 2 hours before someone spotted them and called the authorities. 3 small boats propelled themselves towards the large group. The boats luckily had enough room for everyone. The boats took everyone back to Lavender Town. They arrived to see Officer Jenny and her fellow officers waiting for them. A few minutes later, Ichigo was in the car with Officer Jenny as she took him to the police station. They sat down in her private office. Ichigo told her the entire story about what happened on the ship. I see. She said. Well, if I was one of those people on the SSN, I would thank you from the bottom of my heart. She said. Also, Ichigo handed her the large bag filled with Pokeball. These Pokeballs belong to the deceased trainers I founded while checking for survivors, Ichigo said. I will make sure these get delivered to the correct person. Officer Jenny said. I've already contacted Nurse Joy. She has a room available for you. She said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he stood up and left her office. He exited the police station and walked to the Pokemon Center. Ichigo recalled Yami and Kirlia as well. Ichigo walked into the Pokemon Center. You must be Ichigo. Nurse Joy said. I am, Ichigo replied. The other trainers told me how you lead everyone's safety. She said as she brought out a tray for his Pokeballs. Ichigo placed Yami's, Kirlia's, Metang's, Pidgeotto's, Ivysaur's, Wartortle's, and Milotic's Pokeball on the tray. The Chansey took the tray and brought it to the back. Ichigo took out his Pokédex and handed it to Nurse Joy. She took it and scanned it in the machine. You have room 1. She said. Chansey returned with Ichigo's Pokeballs. Thank you. Ichigo thanked the Pokemon. Chansey. It replied. Ichigo pocketed the Pokeballs. Ichigo walked towards the rooms. Hey, Ichigo. Ichigo turned to see Harrison and all the other trainers in the living room. They were looking at the TV. Officer Jenny was having an emergency news conference about the SSN. I managed to rescue the prizes from the tournament, Ichigo said as he took out the prizes from the tournament. It's fine, Ichigo, Harrison replied. Yeah, man. Take it as our gift for taking charge of the situation. The other trainers nodded their heads in agreement. Okay then, Ichigo said. I'll see all of you tomorrow, Ichigo said as he walked back to his room. He took a quick shower and went to bed. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo opened his eyes and took a quick shower. Ichigo summoned the trainer. Yawatch, if you can, Ichigo said. Yawatch appeared in the room and took the trainer. He sent Ichigo to the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo appeared in an empty forest clearing. Ichigo took out his old Pokemon and released them. Ichigo could see Yami grew much larger than before. It's half the length of Milotic. Ivysaur and Rosalia were talking, likely about Ivysaur's evolution. I should scan Vulpix and Metang. Ichigo thought as he scanned Vulpix's Pokeball. This Vulpix is a female fire type, 3 feet tall, and has the Flash Fire ability. The current known moves are Baby Doll Eyes, Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, Double Team, Psybeam, Flame Burst, Flamethrower. Ichigo looked at Vulpix. Looks like someone is much stronger than before. Ichigo complimented. Thank you, Daddy, Vulpix replied while wagging her 6 tails. When did you get 6 tails? Ichigo asked. Vulpix looked back at her tails. I'm not sure, Vulpix admitted. But I know it's a sign I'm getting much stronger than before. She admitted. Ichigo scanned Metang's Pokeball. This Metang is a genderless steel psychic type, 4.5 feet tall, and has the clear body and heatproof ability. The current known moves are Takedown, Metal Claw, Bulldoze, Magnet Rise, Psychic. Looks like someone is getting bigger and stronger. Ichigo complimented. Thank you, Master, Metang replied. Ichigo noticed Ivysaur walked over to Ichigo. Ivysaur wanted to remind you that you haven't scanned him after his evolution. Metang translated. Thank you, Ivysaur, for reminding me, Ichigo said. Thank you, Metang, for translating. No problem, Master. Ichigo found Ivysaur's Pokeball and scanned it. This Ivysaur is male grass poison type, 3 foot 6 inches tall, and has the chlorophyll ability. The current known moves are Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Synthesis, Sludge, Vine Whip, Razor Leah, Strength Sap, Power Whip, Giga Drain. Ichigo nodded his head. Impressive. Ichigo complimented. Ivysaur replied. Okay everyone, can I see all of you, Ichigo said. All his Pokemon gathered around them. Yesterday, the winners of the tournament would be rewarded with a free Pokemon, Ichigo said. Kirlia and Yami nodded their heads as they recalled hearing Domino said that. In the chaos, Kirlia rescued all the Pokeballs that were going to be given out in the tournament. Kirlia nodded her head, with a slight proud face. I discussed with the other trainers in the tournament. They all agreed to give me them all. Ichigo took out his bag, reveal all 16 Pokeballs. If you didn't realize it, our family grew again. Ichigo took out the first Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. It was a bipedal Pokemon with icy blue brick pattern hide. Thicker plates form a dome around its head and its ears resemble an igloo's entrances. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Sandshrew is male, Ice Steel type, 2 foot 2 inches tall and has the Snow Cloak and Slush Rush ability. The current known moves are Scratch, Metal Claw, Ice Claw, 1, and Ice Ball. This Pokemon is the Alolan variation of Sandshrew. Sandshrew started at everyone with a confused look. Wartortle, Ichigo called. Wartortle walked over to Ichigo. Wartortle, this is Sandshrew. Sandshrew, this is Wartortle. Ichigo introduced. Wartortle, can you be Sandshrew's buddy for the time being? Wartortle nodded her head. She extended her hand out to Sandshrew. He accepted her hand and they walked away. Ichigo put Sanshrew's Pokeball to the side and took out another Pokeball and released it. Ichigo and all his Pokemon immediately recognized the next Pokemon. It was a Vulpix. Unlike Ichigo's Vulpix, this one has a snowy white pelt, pale blue paws, blue eyes, and dark blue insides its ears. Its snout is more pronounced and pointed than Ichigo's Vulpix. The locks of hair on its head and its 6 tails are curlier and have a wispy appearance. The new Vulpix looked at Ichigo's Vulpix. Both stared at each other for a few moments, before both began to chase each other and have fun with each other. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Vulpix is female ice type, 2 feet 7 inches tall, and has the Snow Cloak and Freezing Ice 2 ability. The current known moves are Hail, Baby Doll Eyes, Extrasensory, and Freeze Dry. This Pokemon is the Alolan variation of Vulpix. I need to think of a nickname for the both of them. Ichigo thought as both Vulpixes looked very similar. Vulpix, Ichigo called. Both Kanto and Alolan versions of Vulpix ran other to Ichigo. Yes, Daddy? Kanto Vulpix asked. Daddy? Alolan Vulpix questioned. Daddy took care of me when I first hatched. Oh, I never had a daddy. Alolan Vulpix turned to Ichigo. Can I call you Daddy? She asked while using baby doll eyes. Yes, you can, but stop trying to use baby doll eyes, Ichigo replied with telepathy. Alolan Vulpix's eyes widen in surprise. Anyways, it will be confusing to call Vulpix and for both of you to run over to me. Ichigo began. So, I will give both of you a nickname. Okay, Daddy. They replied. Ichigo turned to his Kanto Vulpix. You will be Mika, which means beautiful fire. Ichigo turned to his Alolan Vulpix. You will be Miyuki, which means beautiful snow. Both Mika and Miyuki cheered at their nickname and resumed playing. Ichigo watched as they played with each other. Ichigo noticed Sandshrew joined them. Milotic slithered over, likely making sure everyone stayed safe. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and threw it. The next Pokemon looked like a Geodude, but its body has a silvery appearance. It appears this Geodude has little black hairs on its head and large black eyebrows above its eyes. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Geodude is male, rock electric type, 1 foot 5 inches tall, and has the Iron Body 3 ability. The current known moves are Magnet Rise, Magnet Pull 4, Bullet Punch, Metal Claw, Thunder Punch, Bulk Up 5, and Rollout. This Pokemon is the Alolan variation of Geodude. The Pokédex said. Geodude said. Hello Geodude, Ichigo said. Medong moved towards Geodude. Medong, please watch over Geodude and see how strong he is. Yes, Master, Medong replied. Medong turned to Geodude. Come with me, young rock. Geodude used Magnet Pull, attacking itself to Metang's arm. Medong floated away. Ichigo pulled out the next Pokeball and threw it. The next Pokemon looked like a Ponyta but has chalk white fur, long, purple and blue, cloudy fur that is also on top of its dark purple hooves, purple eyes with light blue irises, and a purple and white horn on top of its forehead. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Ponyta is female, fairy type, 6, 3 feet 3 inches, and has the Pixelate ability. The current known moves are Tackle, Confusion, Thrash, and Fairy Light 7. This Pokemon is the Galarian variation of Ponyta. Kirlia, Ichigo called. Kirlia appeared beside them. Yes, Daddy? Kirlia replied. This is Ponyta, please be her buddy for the time being, Ichigo said. Yes, Daddy, Kirlia replied. She turned to Ponyta. I'm Kirlia. Kirlia introduced herself. I'm Ponyta, Ponyta replied using telepathy. Yay! Daddy, another Pokemon that uses telepathy. Kirlia shouted in joy. Come on Ponyta, let me show you around. She said as she got on Ponyta's back. They walked away. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and tossed it. Ichigo could see a small, green, bipedal reptilian Pokemon. it has yellow eyes with long, narrow pupils. Its hands and feet each have 3 digits covered with tiny spikes. Its stomach and throat are red. It also has a line across its stomach resembling a pouch. On its back is a large, dark green tail with 2 separate lobes. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Trico is male, grass type, 1 foot 3 inches, and has the Overgrow ability. The current known moves are Pound, Absorb, Quick Attack, Dragon Breath, Slash. Ivysaur, Ichigo called out. Ivysaur walked over to Ichigo. Ivysaur, this is Trico. Ichigo introduced. Please take care of him. Ivy. A vine from Ivysaur's back slowly moved and stopped in front of Trico. Trico stared at the vine for a few seconds before accepting it. Ivysaur led Trico away. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and threw it. Out came the Torchic from earlier. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Torchic is female, fire type, 1 foot 5 inches, and has the speed boost ability. The current known moves are Peck, Ember, Quick Attack, and Flame Charge. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Charmeleon, Ichigo called Charmeleon walked over to Ichigo. Charmeleon, this is Torchic. Torchic, this is Charmeleon. Ichigo introduced. Don't worry daddy, I'll take care of the little girl, Charmeleon said. Torchic pecked Charmeleon. Charmeleon turned to see Torchic glared at her. I like her already. With that, the 2 fire types walked away. Ichigo shook his head as he pulled out the next Pokeball and released the Pokemon. A small, quadrupedal Pokemon appeared. It has a blue body with a light blue underside. It has a large head with a blue fin on top and a light blue tail fin. It has black, beady eyes and orange, star-shaped gills on its cheeks. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Mudkip is male, water type, 1 foot 4 inches, and has the Torrent ability. The current known moves are Water Gun, Mud Slap, Rock Smash, and Tackle. Milotic, can you please come here, So, Daddy, this is my little one to help, Milotic asked as she arrived. Yes Milotic, this is Mudkip $. Mudkip, this is Milotic. Ichigo introduced. I will take care of this little one for you daddy, Milotic said as Mudkip laid on Milotic's stomach and slithered away. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and released it. A small gray, fox-like Pokemon with red and black accents. Its ears are triangular with dark insides, and it has a large tuft of fur tipped with red on top of its head. It has greenish-blue eyes with red eyelids. There are circular, red markings above the eyes that resemble eyebrows. Its muzzle is short and tapered with 2 small fangs seen in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. There is a ruff of black fur around its neck and 4 short limbs tipped with red. Its tail is short and bushy. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Zorua is female, dark type, 2 feet 5 inches, and has the illusion ability. The current known moves are Scratch, Bite, Pursuit. Kirlia, Ichigo called. I got another one? Kirlia asked as she and Ponyta trotted back to Ichigo. Yep. A little fox called Zorua. Ichigo said. Kirlia jumped off of Ponyta's back and walked towards Zorua. She stopped and took a knee in front of her. Hello, little one. I am Kirlia. Zorua looked at her for a few seconds before walking towards her. Kirlia picked up Zorua. Kirlia turned to Ichigo. I'll take care of this little one, she said as they walked away. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and released it. A short, white, eel-like Pokemon appeared. It has dark, oval eyes and a red, 4-point star-shaped mouth. A wavy, yellow stripe runs along its body, which has a long fin membrane, giving it a tapered shape. It was floating above in the air. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Tynamo is female, electric type, 1 foot, and has the Levitate ability. The current known moves are Tackle, Thunder Wave, Spark, and Charge Beam. Medang, can you bring Geodude over here? Okay master, Medang said as it appeared with the Geodude. The Tynamo floated towards the Geodude. Dynamo, this is Geodude and Metang. Ichigo introduced. Dynamo moved towards Geodude. Both electric types sent out a small spark of electricity. Both soon electric types accepted each other. I will take care of this little one, Metang said. Metang floated away with Dynamo and Geodude. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and released it. A small, bipedal Pokemon appeared. It has a rounded red and black head with a silvery blade extending from the front. Its face is gray with yellow eyes. Four steel spikes protrude from its black torso, 2 on each side connected by steel ribs. It has red arms that end with knife-like blades instead of hands. Its legs are red with 2-toed feet. Ichigo scanned the Pokeball. This Poniard is female, dark steel type, 2 feet, and has the inner focus ability. The current known moves are Fury Cutter, Metal Claw, Feint Attack, and Hone Claws. Metang, I got another one for you. Ichigo thought. Metang appeared in front of Ichigo. Poniard stared at Metang. Metang, this is Poniard. Poniard, this is Metang. Metang raised its arm at Poniard. Poniard took a hold of the arm and climbed on top of Metang. Hold on tight, Metang said before moving back to his group. Ichigo chuckled as he released the next Pokemon. It is a small blue quadrupedal Pokemon with black fur covering its head and neck, concealing everything but its mouth from view. The fur around its neck also has 6 purple spots encircling it. The hair on the top of its head takes the shape of a single small horn. It also has a short tail that appears to be bitten off. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Dano is female, dark dragon type, 2 feet 10 inches, and has the hustle ability. The current known moves are Dragon Fawn, 8, Bite, Headbutt, and Dragon Dance. Yami, can you please come here? Yami flew over and landed beside Ichigo. Trainer can speak to me? Dano asked. I can, Ichigo replied. I am Yami, Yami said. I am here to help take care of you, Cool Dano said. Climb on Yami said. Dano managed to climb on Yami's back before going away. Ichigo took the next Pokeball and released it. Its body is a black sword with a black hilt. Embedded in the hilt is a red gem with a dark center that appears to be its eye. Attached to the pommel is a long, black cloth with a red swirl design at the tip which splits into 4 tassels. The sheath is dark brown with curved lines resembling a triquetra across its surface. The top of the sheath has white centers that resemble eyes. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Honage is female, steel ghost type, 2 feet 8 inches, and has the no guard ability. The current known moves are Slash, Sword Stance, and Shadow Sneak. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Yami, can you please come back here? Yami flew back to Ichigo and looked at Yami. After a few seconds, Honage nodded to Yami. Yami flew away, followed by Honage. Ichigo took out the next Pokeball and released it. It's a small, green reptilian Pokemon with rocky skin. It has a blunt spike on top of its head, a short, rounded snout, and triangular, black markings below and on the upper corners of its red eyes. Red scales cover its diamond-shaped belly, and there are several small holes in its body. Its short arms lack fingers, while its feet have a single toenail each. It has a tail with a conical center surrounded by a ring of plate-like scales. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Larvitar is female, rock ground type, 2 feet, and has the Sandveil ability. The current known moves are Sandstorm, Rock Slide, Stomping Tantrum, Bite, and Stomp. Metang, I got you another one. Ichigo thought. Is it another steel type? No. It's rock and ground. Ichigo replied. Fine. Metang floated back with Geodude stuck on its left arm and Poniard stuck on its right arm. Larvitar, this is Metang. Metang, this is Larvitar. Larvitar stared at Metang for a few seconds before nodding its head. Larvitar was surrounded by psychic energy as Metang floated back to his area with Larvitar floating behind it. I better not get another Pokemon. Rosalia and Pidgeotto haven't gotten a single one yet. Metong complained. Ichigo chuckled as he tossed the next Pokeball. It was a small, reptilian Pokemon. Its body is white with a black head and feet. Along its back and down its tail is an orange-red line. This marking splits into 4 short lines with round tips at the base of its tail. At the base of its neck are 2 short, flat spines, which create the impression of a mask or bandana tied around its head. Its eyes are light purple with slit pupils and there are several tooth-like protrusions along its upper jaw. Each foot has 4 pointed toes. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Salandit is female, poison fire type, 2 feet 2 inches, and has the corrosion ability. The current known moves are Incinerate, Sludge, and Nasty Plot. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Charmeleon. Rosalia. Ichigo called. Charmeleon and Rosalia walked to Ichigo. I have a unique situation, Ichigo said. Salandit is a Pokemon that is a fire type but also a poison type. Rosalia and Charmeleon nodded their heads and motioned Salandit to follow them. Salandit followed behind them. Ichigo grabbed the second to last Pokeball and released it. It is a small, bird-like Pokemon that is primarily dark blue, including its wings, tail, back, and part of its head. The lower part of its body and chest is yellow and has a black part that begins from under its wings to its face, from which feathers protrude over its head, giving it a mask-like appearance. It has red eyes and small gray feet and legs. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Rookidee is a male, flying type, 1 foot, and has the Keen Eye ability. The current known moves are Peck, Wing Attack, Hone Claws, and Steel Wing. Pidgeotto, Ichigo called. His large flying type soared towards them. Rookidee glared at the larger flying type. Rookidee, this is Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, this is Rookidee. Ichigo introduced. Ichigo took a knee to face Rookidee. Pidgeotto is not here to harm you. He is here to help you grow bigger and stronger. Pidgeotto said. Rookidee stared at Pidgeotto for a few seconds before nodding his head. Pidgeotto and Rookidee flew away. Ichigo grabbed the final Pokeball and released it. It's a small Pokemon with a round pink body and a pair of small feet. Most of its body is covered by a matching pink wig-like feature with a pink, hat-like protrusion on top. This protrusion is decorated with a white spot and has a pink bulbous growth on its tip. The flaps on the side of its head appeared to be able to function like limbs. Ichigo scanned the Pokemon. This Hatena is female, fairy, 6, type, 1 foot 6 inches, and has the Regenerator ability. Its current known moves are Psybeam, Aromatherapy, Life Dew, and Disarming Voice. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Kirlia. Ichigo called. Another one? She asked. This is the last one, Ichigo said. Fine, Kirlia said. Kirlia, Ponyta, and another Kirlia returned. I assume that Zoroa is using an illusion to look just like you? Ichigo asked. Indeed, Kirlia replied. Both of you can use telepathy? Hatena asked. Yes, you pink furball, Kirlia replied. I am not a furball. Hatena replied. Kirlia waved her hand as Hatena floated up and sat behind the disguised Zoroa. I better not get any more Pokemon, Kirlia said as she glared at Ichigo. Ichigo chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair. Daddy! She shouted as she swatted Ichigo's hand, trying to stop him. Ichigo soon stopped. Kirlia pouted at Ichigo. Come on, Ponyta, let's go before Daddy does that again. Okay, Kirlia, Ponyta replied. Bye, Daddy. Ichigo chuckled again as Ponyta trotted away. Suddenly a light began to shine from his bag. Ichigo opened his bag to see all of his Pokéeggs were glowing. Ichigo took them out of their incubators and placed them down to the ground. The eggs glowed and hatched. Ichigo recognized 2 of the Pokemon. They were both EVs, but their fur was primarily light gray. The tip of its bushy tail and its large furry collar is white. It has short, slender legs with 3 small toes and a pink paw pad on each foot. They still had their brown eyes, but their long pointed ears were dark gray interiors. The other Pokemon Ichigo didn't recognize at all. It was a small, bipedal shark-like Pokemon that is primarily black. It has a big mouth filled with sharp teeth, no neck, and arms that start at the outer edges of its jaws. A cream underbelly stretches from its abdomen to the bottom of its jaw. Gible has 2 horns that resemble jet or plane engines. It has a single gray stripe wrapping around its back. On top of its head is a dorsal fin, which has a notch on it for the male. Ichigo scanned the EVs. This EV is female, normal type, 1 foot 1 inch tall, and has the adaptability ability. The current known moves are Snarl, Bite, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, and Tackle. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo scanned the other EV. This EV is female, normal type, 1 foot 1 inch tall, and has the adaptability ability. The current known moves are Charm, Bite, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, and Tackle. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Both are very similar, but only one move is different. Ichigo thought. Ichigo turned to a shark-looking Pokemon. This Gible is female, dragon ground type, 2 feet 4 inches tall, and has the rough skin ability. The current known moves are Tackle, Dig, Scratch, Bite, and Metal Claw. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. Ichigo pulled out 3 Pokeballs and caught his newly hatched Pokemon. He quickly released them. They all looked slightly disoriented from the motion. Yami and Kirlia. Ichigo shouted. No, Daddy! Kirlia telepathically screamed. I am not taking another Pokemon. But they are 2 EVs, one that is likely going to focus on dark types while the other one is going towards fairy, Ichigo said. Yami silently arrived. Yami, this is Gible. Gible, this is Yami. Gible stared at Yami for a few moments before Gible nodded her head to Yami. Yami and Gible moved away. Ichigo turned to see Kirlia floated towards Ichigo. She glared at him. Ichigo presented her with both EVs, who were using baby doll eyes. I hate you, Daddy, Kirlia said with a pout. It's part of the responsibility of being an older sister, Ichigo replied. Come on, you little adorable white furballs, Kirlia said as she levitated the 2 EVs away. Ichigo chuckled as they all floated away. Can I have your attention please, Ichigo said, allowing his voice to be heard by all the Pokemon? For the next 2 days, I will be taking care of business. During that time all of you will stay here and teach your younger brothers and sisters. Some of you will teach a lot while others not so much. Ichigo said. There will be a machine here to dispense poke chow for all of you, Ichigo said as a large machine appeared beside him. It will ring a loud bell signaling chow time, Ichigo said. Where will you be, Daddy? Mika asked. I'll be outside. This is a pocket dimension. Ichigo said. Oh, okay, Mika said. One more thing. If you get injured and need healing, just say or think I need healing, but. Ichigo said. Any questions? Ichigo asked. None of his Pokemon replied. Good, see you in 2 days, Ichigo said as he left the trainer. Scene change, outside. Ichigo appeared back in his room. Yawatch handed him the trainer. Ichigo looked at the screen, allowing him to see pixel versions of his Pokemon. Ichigo chuckled as he put the trainer away. Yawatch returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex. He saw Professor Oak send him a message. Ichigo pressed a button on the Pokédex, activating the video call option. Soon the screen lit up with Professor Oak at his desk. Good morning, Professor. Ichigo greeted. Hello, Ichigo. Care to explain how you just got 19 new Pokemon and the majority of them are not native to the Kanto or Johto region? Ichigo explained to Professor the entire situation with the SS and the version he told Officer Jenny, and how Ichigo got the new Pokemon. I see. Professor Oak said. I was wondering if you can transfer me some of your data on your team. It didn't show up on your side? Ichigo questioned. It's programmed to only transfer what you want to send to me. He explained. I see, then for right now, I will not transfer anything to you, Ichigo said. Ha? Why? Knowing my luck, Team Rocket will continue to pursue me. If they find out that you have current knowledge of my team, then you'll likely be targeted. Ichigo reasoned. Professor Oak sighed. Fine then. Professor Oak said. When you feel comfortable, please send the data over to me. I promise, Ichigo replied as he ended the call. Ichigo put his Pokédex away and walked out of his room. Suddenly he crashed into a running Nurse Joy. Sorry, Ichigo said as he helped her up. No, it was my fault. Nurse Joy instantly replied. So, what happened? I caught a ghost type stealing Pokechow and some of my emergency potions. She said. Any description? Ichigo asked. Only it was white. She said. Suddenly Nurse Joy heard the door chime. She quickly ran back to the front to deal with the incoming person. Ichigo closed his eyes and concentrated on the Ryatsu in front of him. Got it. Ichigo thought as he followed the trail of Ryatsu left by the ghost type. Ichigo walked out of the Pokemon Center. Ichigo continued to follow the trail, leading him to the Pokemon Tower. Ichigo entered the Pokemon Tower. Ichigo could feel the Ryatsu of the deceased Pokemon, which attracts the ghost Pokemon. Ichigo continued to follow the trail, waking past local families mourning for the loss of a loved one or a loyal Pokemon. As he continued up the stairs, he could feel the despair in the air. Ichigo eventually arrived to see two Pokemon hiding behind a few tombstones. Ichigo recognized one of the Pokemon. It was a Gengar, but the color was different. Instead of the dark purple, it was ghostly white with a hint of pink by the legs. It also has cold gray eyes instead of its cruel red eyes. On its back are numerous spikes and it has smaller spikes on top of its head like tufty fur. Its arms and legs are short with 3 digits on both its hands and feet. It also has a stubby tail. The other Pokemon looked like a little candle. It has a reddish-pink flame atop of its head. Its body and 2 stubby arms are made primarily out of white wax. The folded, melted wax lays over its right eye and leaves only one eye visible, but it was closed. Hello, you two, Ichigo said. His voice startled the two ghosts. Gengar pushed the other Pokemon behind it, protecting it from Ichigo. Gengar puffed himself up, making himself look bigger and more menacing. Ichigo chuckled at their action. I am not here to harm you, Ichigo said. Gengar stated at Ichigo. I was curious to see why you needed to steal from Nurse Joy. Suddenly Ichigo could someone coughing. Ichigo glanced behind to see the other Pokemon was the source of the coughing sound. It coughed up something white. I assume you did to help your fellow ghost type? Gengar nodded its head. Do you want me to take a look? Ichigo asked. Gengar's eyes widened as it glared at Ichigo. Ichigo wasn't fazed by its glare. Gengar stepped to the side, continuing to glare at Ichigo. Ichigo carefully picked up the small candle. HM. Ichigo's hand glowed a soft green as he used his healing Keto on it. Gengar's hands glowed purple, ready to attack Ichigo when the small red flame on its head began to grow bigger. It looks like something got on it, preventing it from gathering Ryatsu/aura naturally. Ichigo thought. It opened its eye, revealing a bright green eye. Lit? The Pokemon said in confusion. Gengar! Gengar shouted in joy. Ichigo placed the Pokemon on the ground. Ichigo turned to Gengar. It appears whatever happened earlier prevented it from naturally gathering aura. Ichigo began. Gengar slowly nodded its head. Ichigo turned to Gengar. So what happened? Ichigo asked. The shadows moved and began to form images to tell its tale. So it looks like Gengar founded the abandoned Pokemon and took it back to the Pokemon Tower. At some point, someone came up here and began to capture the ghost types. Those people stumbled upon them. Gengar attacked those people. They attacked back and injured both of them. Before they were captured, they managed to escape. Ichigo figured out from watching the shadow images. Ichigo nodded his head. So, what will you do now? Avenge your captured brethren? Jengar shook its head. Grow stronger? Jengar nodded its head. I see, good luck then, Ichigo said as he turned around. Before Ichigo could take a step, the shadows rose and wrapped themselves around Ichigo's leg. Ichigo turned back to see the shadows Jengar used earlier shaped itself into a pokeball. Jengar pointed at itself and the other Pokemon, then pointed at the pokeball before finally pointing at Ichigo. You want to come with me? Ichigo asked. Jengar and the other Pokemon nodded its head. Sure, Ichigo said as he pulled out 2 pokeballs. Jengar tapped the pokeball with its hand while the other Pokemon tapped the pokeball with its head. Both Pokemon were successfully captured. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his new Pokemon. This Jengar is female, Ghost Poison, height is unavailable, and abilities are Levitate and Shadow Tag. The current known moves are Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave, Focus Blast, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Dream Eater, Hex, Curse, and Toxic. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. The Pokédex read. Wow! Jengar already has a powerful move set. Ichigo thought. He scanned the other Pokeball. This Litwick is female, Ghost Fire, 1 foot 9 inches, and abilities are Flash Fire and Flame Body ability. The current known moves Shadow Ball, Incinerate, Will-O-Wisp, Curse, and Confuse Ray. Note this Pokemon has an unusual coloration. The Pokédex read. Good starting move set. Ichigo thought as he pocketed the Pokemons and walked back down. Ichigo donates some of his Poke Dollars to the Pokemon Tower and returned to his room in the Pokemon Center. Ah, Ichigo. Nurse Joy greeted. Hello, Nurse Joy. I have someone that needs to apologize to you. Oh? Ichigo released the Jengar. Yes. This Jengar founded a sick Pokemon, so it rushed here and took your supplies to take care of the sick Pokemon. I see. She replied. Jengar stood her ground as Nurse Joy looked at Jengar. Then it's okay. She said. It's my job to help all Pokemon, even wild ones. Ichigo turned to Jengar, who bowed to Nurse Joy. She chuckled as she sat down at her desk. Ichigo recalled Jengar. Will you be checking out today? She asked. Ichigo placed Jengar's and Litwick's Pokeball on the counter. Some of the trainers already checked out? Nurse Joy took the Pokeballs to her machine. Indeed. Nurse Joy said. Guess I'll stay for one more night before checking out, Ichigo said. Sure. She replied as she walked back to Ichigo with his Pokemon fully healed. Ichigo took the Pokeballs and waked back to his room. Yawatch appeared and sent Ichigo back to the trainer. Ichigo met with Charmeleon and Yami. He tasked Charmeleon and Jengar to help Litwick. Ichigo also tasked Jengar to teach Yami more moves when Yami was available. After that, Ichigo left the trainer and went to bed. The next morning, Ichigo recalled all his Pokemon from the trainer, began his long walk towards Celadon City. Scene change, Celadon City. It took a week before Ichigo arrived at Celadon City. Ichigo spent 3 days each at Route 7 and Route 8. Ichigo only spent a night at Saffron City because you must have 5 gym badges before you could challenge Sabrina. Ichigo walked to the Pokemon Center, healed his Pokemon, and checked out a room. Ichigo walked towards Celadon Gym. Erika is a grass gym leader, so Pidgeotto, Mika, and Charmeleon should be able to take care of her Pokemon. Ichigo thought. This should be able to push at least Pidgeotto and Mika to evolve. Ichigo arrived at Erika's gym leader. Ichigo entered to see someone at the front desk. She was dressed in a flower-themed kimono. Welcome to the Celadon Gym. Are you here for a gym battle or visit our perfume store? She asked. I am here for a gym battle, Ichigo replied. May I see you, trainer card? She asked. Ichigo handed her his Pokédex. A few moments later she handed it back to Ichigo. Very well. Please wait here for a few minutes, she said with a bow as she left. Ichigo glanced at the array of flowers and grass types all over the gym. The girl that manned the front desk returned. Gym leader Erika is ready for you, she said. She escorted Ichigo down a hallway to the battlefield. Ichigo could see Erika, dressed in her signature kimono, standing by. Ichigo took his spot as the challenger. The escort took her spot in the stand, with other girls wearing kimono. A girl stood at the referee position. The battle between gym leader Erika versus challenger Ichigo will begin. This is a 3-on-3 battle. Only the challenger will be allowed to substitute his Pokemon, she said. Go Gloom, she said. Go Mika, Ichigo said. Damn the smells, Mika growled. Keep it together Mika, Ichigo replied. The battle between Gloom and Mika the Vulpix will begin. Mika Flamethrower, Ichigo ordered. Gloom use Pollen Dance, 9, to dodge, Erika ordered. Gloom began to dance, moving to the side and dodging Mika's attack. As Gloom shook his body, pollen was ejected from his body, falling towards Mika. Ichigo's eyes widened upon realization. Mika Flame burst at the cloud of pollen. Ichigo ordered. Mika fired another blast of flames on the pollen. The two attacks exploded, scattering burnt pollen and embers all over the field. Mika, Flamethrower again, Ichigo ordered. Swerve to the side, Erika ordered. Gloom took a step back, avoiding the attack. Follow him, Ichigo yelled. Keep dodging, Erika ordered. Gloom moved to the side, dodging the attack. Suddenly he stepped on one of the embers. Gloom flinched from pain. Mika spotted the distracted Gloom and fired another flamethrower at the distracted Gloom. Gloom, Erika yelled. Gloom was distracted by the pain from the embers. He was engulfed by the flamethrower. Enough, Ichigo said. Mika stopped her attack. Gloom laid there unconscious. Gloom is unable to battle. The winner is Vulpix. Erika silently recalled her Gloom. Suddenly Vulpix began to glow. About time, Ichigo thought as Vulpix began to slow bigger and longer. The light died down to reveal a Ninetales. It has luxurious dark silver fur. It has a small mane of thicker fur around its neck and a long, fluffy crest atop its head. It has slender legs with 3-toed paws and 9 long tails with icy blue tips. It has red eyes, pointed ears, and a triangular black nose. Ichigo recalled Ninetales. Go Pidgeotto. Go Tangela, she said. The pile of plant tentacles appeared on the field. It immediately flinched when it stepped on the embers on the field. Be careful where you step, Erika warned her Pokemon. The match between Tangela and Pidgeotto will begin. Tangela use Ancient Power, Erika ordered. Tangela's body glows white and it creates a silver energy ball in front of its tentacles. It then launches the ball at the opponent. Dodge it with quick attack, Ichigo replied. Pidgeotto let out a loud screech as he soared up in the air, avoiding the attack. Tangela use Vine Whip to grab Pidgeotto, Erika ordered. Tangela shot its vines towards Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto dodged it and then go for pack. Pidgeotto's beak elongated and glowed white as it dived towards Tangela. Tangela's blue tentacles shot out towards Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto swerved to the side, avoiding the tentacles. Pidgeotto stabbed Tangela in the face. Wrap it, Erika ordered. Use Wing Attack to block those tentacles and continue to use Peck, Ichigo ordered. Pidgeotto's wings glowed white as he used them to block the tentacles and continued to peck at Tangela. Tangela used Sludge Bomb, Erika suddenly ordered. Shit, Ichigo ordered. Pidgeotto used Steel Wing to protect yourself. Pidgeotto's wings glowed silver and it covered his face. Suddenly Tangela's tentacles grabbed Pidgeotto's silver wings, preventing him from blocking the attack. Tangela spewed dark brown sludge at Pidgeotto's face. Pidgeotto! Ichigo yelled. Pidgeot! Pidgeotto screeched as he began to glow. Another evolution? Erika questioned. Tangela tried its best to restrain the bird with its tentacles. Pidgeotto's body still changed. The light died down, revealing Pidgeot in his glory. His body and wings grew bigger. His claws are sharper than before. On his head is a decorated crest that is nearly as long as its body. The center feathers of its crest are yellow, while the outer feathers are red. Pidgeot let out a loud screech as he broke free from Tangela's tentacles and soared up in the air. Pidgeot dived towards Tangela. Pidgeot's body was surrounded by bluish energy before it crashed into Tangela, sending it flying to the wall behind Erika. Pidgeot landed on the ground, glaring at his opponent. Erika looked behind her. She could see Tangela was embedded in the wall. She sighed as she pointed her Pokeball at Tangela and recalled it. Ichigo pulled out his Pokeball and recalled Pidgeot. Go Vileplume, Erika said as she released her final Pokemon. Go Charmeleon! Ichigo said as he released his final Pokemon. About time, Daddy. I was getting bored of waiting, Charmeleon said. Vileplume vs Charmeleon, begin! Vileplume use Petal Blizzard! Erika shouted. Multiple pink petals circle around Vileplume's body, eventually growing into a tornado of pink petals that swirl around Vileplume's body. Plume! Vileplume shouted as it points its arms in front of it, sending the tornado of petals towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower! Ichigo shouted. Yes Daddy, Charmeleon roared as it spewed flames towards the tornado. The flames quickly burned the petals, turning them into a fire tornado. Charmeleon roared as the flames she spewed turned to a brighter orange. Charmeleon forced the fire tornado to move towards Vileplume. Vileplume, get out of there! Erika yelled. Charmeleon, don't let Vileplume escape! Ichigo yelled. Charmeleon ran towards Vileplume. Vileplume used Bullet Seed to get away. Erika shouted. Vileplume jumped in the air and began to spit seeds from its mouth, getting away from the incoming Charmeleon and the fire tornado. Charmeleon, watch out! Ichigo shouted. Charmeleon looked to see the incoming fire tornado. Before Charmeleon could react, the fire tornado swallowed Charmeleon. Ichigo and Erika watched as the Charmeleon was sent flying inside the tornado. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower to force yourself out! Ichigo shouted. I'm trying, Charmeleon roared as it tried to break free from the attack. Vileplume, use Petal Blizzard again! Erika commanded. Vileplume made another tornado of petals. The two tornadoes combined, making the fire tornado much bigger and stronger. Vileplume and Erika watched. So, will your Charmeleon be able to break free? Erika asked. Charmeleon roared again. Ichigo didn't understand what Charmeleon just said. From the fire tornado, a white light shined from the center of the fire tornado. Looks like I'm right. Ichigo thought. Soon the light died down. There was a loud roar from the center of the fire tornado, causing the tornado to explode outward, revealing Charizard. This Charizard was primarily black with a pale cream underside from the chest to the tip of its tail. It has a long neck, slightly raised nostrils, and two horn-like structures protruding from the back of its rectangular head. There are two fangs visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is closed. Two large wings with crimson undersides sprout from its back, and a horn-like appendage juts out from the third joint of each wing. Charizard's arms are short and skinny compared to its robust belly, and each limb has 3 white claws. It has stocky legs with pale cream soles on each of its feet. The tip of its long, tapering tail burns with a sizable flame. Charizard landed on the battlefield. She let out another coherent roar as she glared at Vileplume. Vileplume's survival instincts kicked in as it ran to its trainer, terrified by Charizard. Return, Erika said as she recalled Vileplume. Call off your Pokemon, she said. Charizard enough, Ichigo said, in English. Charizard turned towards Ichigo. Ichigo looked at Charizard's small red eyes and saw uncontrollable rage within. Charizard let out another coherent roar at Ichigo. Looks like Charizard is challenging me, Ichigo thought. Erika, get some water-type Pokemon ready just in case, Ichigo said as he took off his shirt and sent out Wartortle and Milotic. You're not, Erika started to say as Ichigo walked onto the battlefield. Ichigo turned to the referee. Tell us when to start, Ichigo said as he got into a fighting stance. The referee sighed. Begin! She shouted. Ichigo charged in towards Charizard. Charizard let out a large blast of fire at Ichigo. Ichigo swerved to the side and sent an uppercut at Charizard's jaw, forcing her jaw to close, causing a small explosion in her mouth. Before Charizard could respond, Ichigo punched her in the gut with his hands. Charizard's hands lit on fire as she counterattacked. She punched Ichigo in the face, sending him to the ground. Ichigo quickly stood up, ignoring the light burns on his face. Ichigo ran back towards Charizard. Charizard let out another wave of fire. Ichigo jumped up, avoiding the flames. Ichigo delivered a powerful axe kick on Charizard's head, sending her to the ground. Ichigo kneeled in front of Charizard. Dollar, do you have enough? Dollar, Ichigo asked. Dollar, my head hurts, Dollar, Charizard groaned. Ichigo pulled out Charizard's Pokeball and recalled her. Ichigo turned to Erika. Sorry about that, Ichigo said. Just get your badge and get that thing away from here, she said. Ichigo walked over to his side, recalling his Pokemon, and walked out of the battlefield. The referee quickly left her post and met with Ichigo. Here's your badge, she said as she handed Ichigo his badge. Thank you, Ichigo said as he took the badge. Erika is not liable for the burn, she quickly said. Don't worry about this. This'll heal in a bit, Ichigo reassured her as he left the gym. He walked to the Pokemon Center and gave Nurse Joy his Pokemon. As he waited for them to fully heal, Ichigo glanced outside of the Pokemon Center to see the Celadon Game Corner. In the game, the Celadon Game Corner was used as a front for Team Rocket's operations. Ichigo thought. This might be able to push Wartortle, Ivysaur, Metang, and Rosalia to evolve. Ichigo, your Pokemon is ready, Nurse Joy said through the intercom. Ichigo walked over and picked up his Pokemon. He walked to his room and entered the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo stood in an empty field. He released Ninetales, Charizard, and Pidgeot. Ichigo could see Charizard was slightly nervous. How are all of you feeling? Pidgeot let out a screech. Pidgeot said he feels great. Ninetales translated. While I feel good. Ichigo nodded his head as he looked at Charizard. Dollar, what about you? Dollar, Ichigo asked. Dollar, embarrassed, Dollar, Charizard answered. Ichigo chuckled. Dollar, it's fine, Dollar, Ichigo said. Dollar, the damage has already healed, Dollar. Dollar, okay, Dollar. Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his Charizard. This Charizard is female, fire dragon type, 7 feet tall, and has the Blaze ability. The current known moves are Flamethrower, Slash, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fawn, Fire Claw, Dragon Claw, Overheat, and Outrage. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance and typing combination are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo moved to Ninetales. This Ninetales is female, fire psychic type, 4 foot tall, and has the Flash Fire ability. The current known moves are Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, Double Team, Psychic, Flame Burst, Flamethrower, Sunny Day. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance and typing combination are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo moved to Pidgeot. This Pidgeot is male, normal flying type, 5 foot tall, and has the Keen Eye ability. The current known moves are Peck, Quick Attack, Feather Dance, Agility, Wing Attack, Steel Wing, Brave Bird. Pidgeot, do you think you could teach Charizard that Brave Bird? Pidgeot doesn't know but he can try. Ninetales translated. Please do so, Ichigo said. Charizard and Pidgeot flew up in the air. Ichigo called Metang, Wartortle, Ivysaur, Rosalia, Milotic, Gengar, Kirlia, and Yami. "Tonight, we are going to raid one of Team Rocket's secret bases," Ichigo said. Everyone nodded their head, understanding the situation. "Gengar, Yami and Kirlia will be in the shadow, watching my back. Team Rocket hopefully doesn't know your existence." "Yes, Daddy," Kirlia replied. "Charizard, Ninetales, Milotic, and Gengar will be my hidden aces if needed." "Why?" Ninetales asked. "I will use Metang, Wartortle, Ivysaur, and Rosalia throughout the raid. Buy them just seeing them. Team Rocket will underestimate us," Ichigo said. "What about the other Pokemon?" Milotic asked. "When we go from Saffron City towards Fuchsia City, I will have them out and train," Ichigo said. Charizard and Pidgeot landed on the ground. "Look what I can do," Charizard said as she leaped in the air. Blue flames surround Charizard as she crashed through a few trees. Charizard returned to them. "I could also do a similar thing with Draconic Energy." Ichigo pulled out Charizard's Pokeball and scanned it with the Pokédex. Ichigo ignored everything until it reached the current known moves: Outrage, Flame Charge, and Dragon Rush. The Pokédex said. "Did both of you heard everything I said?" "Yes, we did," Charizard replied. "Good," Ichigo replied as he recalled his Pokemon and exited the trainer. Scene change, Celadon City, Pokemon Center. Ichigo reappeared in his room. He glanced at the clock. It was getting late. Ichigo released Gengar, Yami, and Kirlia. They dove into Ichigo's shadow. Ichigo walked out of the Pokemon Center. Ichigo entered the Celadon Game Corner. Ichigo could see it was very bright, full of poker tables and slot machines. "Looks exactly like a casino," Ichigo thought as he walked around. According to the game, entrance is at the end of the game corner, near a poster, which hid the button to open the entrance. Ichigo arrived at the end of the game corner. He could see a desk where guests could exchange their coins for prizes. Beside the desk was a sign pointing towards the restroom. Ichigo down the hallway and spotted the entrance to the restrooms. This would likely be where they hid the door. Ichigo thought as he began to look for the button. "I think I found it." Ichigo thought as he found the secret button. Ichigo pushed the button, revealing the secret entrance. Ichigo sneaked in. The door closed behind him. Ichigo stepped into a well-lit hallway. Script E, the Earth. Ichigo thought activating the script. He tapped on the ground, allowing the vibrations to give him a map of the Team Rocket base. "Looks like I need to go straight," Ichigo thought as he walked straight. Looks like we got a few grunt." "Hey!" someone shouted. Ichigo looked to see a few Team Rocket grunts arrived. They released their Pokemon, 2 Raticates, and a Coughing. "Metang use Metal Claw," Ichigo said as he released his Pokemon. Before the grunts could respond, Metang knocked out their Pokemon with a silvery punch. Ichigo turned to the frightful grunts. "Legilimens." Ichigo mentally cast at the grunts. "Looks like I need a keycard to access the other rooms." Ichigo knocked the grunts out and stole the keycard from them. Ichigo hid them in an empty room with their unconscious Pokemon. "Master," Metang said. "Yes?" Ichigo replied. "That wasn't Metal Claw. It was an attack called Bullet Punch." "I see," Ichigo said. Suddenly an alarm went off. "Shit!" Ichigo thought as Team Rocket grunts flooded the hallway. Some had Pokeballs in their hand, ready to release them. "Metang knocked them out," Ichigo ordered. Metang pulls its arms back and light blue orbs appear at the end of its claws. Metang rapidly spun towards the grunts and knocked them out. "I learned Euroball," Metang said. "Great," Ichigo replied. They ran past the unconscious grunts. Ichigo used the keycard to access all the locked rooms. Ichigo found many Pokemon in cages. Ichigo released Ninetales. Yes, Daddy? She asked. I'm going to release these Pokemon and get them out of here, Ichigo instructed as he went to a nearby computer. Ichigo began pressing keys into it. An alarm in the room went off as cage doors began to open. Gengar. Gengar rose out of the shadow. You will hide in Ninetales' shadow and keep an eye out for her. Gengar replied as she slipped into Ninetales' shadow. He noticed Ninetales briefly shuddered. Are you okay? Ichigo asked. I am, Ninetales reassured. Ninetales lead the injured Pokemon out, while Ichigo and Metang ventured further down. They eventually arrived at a room with two Team Rocket grunts standing guard. Metang knocked them out with Bullet Punch. The door slid open as they entered. They could see a man sitting at a desk. He wore a long-sleeved black shirt with a large V-neck that shows off a white undershirt, black slightly baggy dress pants and black shoes. On his left breast shows the signature red R of Team Rocket. On his lap is a Persian. About time you got here, he said as he continued to pet his Persian. Who are you? Ichigo said, deciding to pretend to not know who he is. Giovanni chuckled. I am the leader of Team Rocket, boy, he said as he stood up. You've been a small thorn on my side for a while now, Giovanni said as he took out a Pokeball. Do you know what Team Rocket does to thorns? He asked as he threw them in the air. The Pokeball opened to reveal a Nidoking. Nidoking glared at Ichigo. We destroy them, he said with a glare. Nidoking, double kick, he ordered. Nidoking's feet glow white and he jumps into the air above Metang. He descended toward Metang, ready to kick it. Metang, dodge it with Magnet Rise and use Psychic, Ichigo replied. Metang shot up in the air, avoiding Nidoking's feet. He glared at the floating Metang. Metang a wave of psychic energy at Nidoking. It picked up Nidoking and threw it towards the ground. Nidoking crashed to the ground. Nidoking stood up and glared at Metang. Shadow Claw, Giovanni ordered. Nidoking's arms glowed violet with ghostly energy as he charged towards Metang. Dodge it and use Metal Claw, Ichigo ordered. Metang's arms glowed silver as it dove towards Nidoking. Nidoking tried to attack Metang but Metang swerved to the side and hit Nidoking in the back. Nido. Nidoking cried in pain. Gore, Giovanni growled. Nidoqueen, Kangaskhan, and Persian, he called as he threw two more Pokeballs. Nidoqueen, Kangaskhan, and Persian joined the battle. Ichigo replied by sending out Wartortle, Ivysaur, and Rosalia. Nidoking double kick and Shadow Claw on the Metang. Nidoqueen used Flamethrower on Ivysaur. Kangaskhan used Thunder Punch on Wartortle. Persian used Slash on the Rosalia. He ordered. Metang, dodge it and go for Metal Claw or Psychic on Nidoking. Wartortle use Aqua Jet to intercept Nidoqueen and then Water Gun. Ivysaur use Vine Whip to get on Kangaskhan and use Strength Sap and Giga Drain. Rosalia use Magical Leaf until you get a chance to use Sleep Powder, Ichigo ordered. Nidoking leaped in the air as his feet glowed white and claws glowed purple. Metang managed to avoid the attack again. It raised its silver arms and went for the counterattack. But Nidoking raised his own hand, hooking one of Metang's arms. Nidoking tried to attack with his other arm but Metang blocked it with its other free hand. Both were stuck. Nidoking opened his mouth, ready to fire an attack when suddenly a wave of psychic energy surrounded them. Nidoking's eyes widened as Metang freed itself and slammed Nidoking to a nearby wall. Nidoking collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Me Tang. Metang yelled in victory as light surrounds it, signaling its evolution. Nidoqueen opened its mouth, fire began to gather from its mouth. When suddenly Wartortle, tucked in its shell, flew and rammed into Nidoqueen's chest. Queen. Nidoqueen groaned from the attack. Nidoqueen glared at Wartortle. Wartortle popped her head out and fired a blast of water at Nidoqueen's face, pushing Wartortle away from Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen groaned as she tried to get away from the attack. Nidoqueen's fist was surrounded with a golden aura and she slams her fist into the ground, creating cracks with golden energy that travel along the ground towards Wartortle. Wartortle stopped her attack and quickly withdrew into her shell and activated Iron Defense. The golden energy reached Wartortle, causing a massive explosion, propelling Wartortle up in the air. Suddenly water surrounded Wartortle before she shot back down and slammed into Nidoqueen's chest. The force from the impact caused Nidoqueen to fall, landing on her back. Wartortle quickly fired another blast of water, sending Wartortle away from the fallen Nidoqueen. Wartortle handed on the ground, staring at his opponent. She didn't move at all. Wartortle! Wartortle cried as light surrounds her, signaling her evolution. Yellow electricity gathered around Kangaskhan's fists as it prepared to attack Wartortle. Suddenly green vines shot out of nowhere and wrapped around Kangaskhan's neck. Its eyes widened in shock as it tried to tear off the green vines. Ivysaur retracted the green vines, sending him towards Kangaskhan. Ivysaur smacked Kangaskhan on the back of the head. The attack caused Kangaskhan to lose focus of Thunder Punch. Two pair vines, one light green while the other one light brown, shot out and wrapped themselves around Kangaskhan. The vines began to glow, draining Kangaskhan of its energy. Kangaskhan tried its best to grab the vine and rip them apart, but Ivysaur was much faster. Each vine that Kangaskhan tore off, another vine, bigger and thicker, would replace it. More vines shot out of Ivysaur's back and restrained Kangaskhan, increasing the speed of the drain. Kangaskhan soon collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Ivysaur! Ivysaur yelled as he began to glow white, joining his brothers in evolution. Persian's claws glowed white and elongated as it pounced towards Rosalia. Rosalia flicked her flowers, sending a few magical leaves towards Persian. Persian swiped its claws, shredded the leaves. As Persian descended towards Rosalia, she shoved her flowers in Persian's face and sent a large puff of her sleep powder. Persian couldn't react in time and inhaled the sleep powder. Immediately Persian began to get drowsy. Rosalia aimed her flowers at the drowsy Persian and shot a green beam from them. The green beam hit the Persian and drained its energy. In a few moments, Persian collapsed on the ground, fast asleep and drained of its energy. Rosalia! Rosalia cried as she joined everyone evolving. Damn, Giovanni grumbled as he recalled his Pokémon. He used the Pokémon evolving as a distraction to escape his office through a secret exit. Damn him. Looks like Giovanni is escaping through a secret door. Ichigo thought as the light died down, revealing all his evolved Pokémon. Ichigo recalled them as he walked over to Giovanni's desk. He could see a few folders and a laptop on the table. Suddenly Ichigo heard loud banging from the door. Ichigo sent the folders and laptop to his mindscape. Ichigo opened the door to see Ninetales and Officer Jenny standing there. Good job, Ninetales, Ichigo said as he petted his Pokémon. I assume this is your Ninetales? She asked. She is, Ichigo replied. I can also assume that you're not a member of Team Rocket? She asked. I am not, Ichigo replied. So what were you doing in this room? She asked. I confronted someone who was high-ranking in Team Rocket, Ichigo said. He gave a brief description of Giovanni and the Pokémon he used. I see. I will inform the public to watch out for someone with that characteristic, she said as Ichigo walked out of the room. Ninetales and Officer Jenny escorted Ichigo out of the secret Team Rocket base in Celadon Game Corner. As soon as they arrived at the Pokémon Center, Officer Jenny returned to the Celadon Game Corner. Before we go inside, Daddy, I need to show you something, Ninetales said. She led Ichigo behind the Pokémon Center. The shadows shuddered, revealing Gengar hiding a Magmar and Electabuzz. Ninetales' eyes began to glow, establishing a mental connection between them. So why did you seek my Ninetales out? Ichigo asked. We wish to grow stronger, Magmar said. To get revenge for what they did to us, Electabuzz replied. Ichigo could see the anger in their eyes. Ichigo sighed. Fine. Ichigo pulled out two Pokeballs and pointed them at Magmar and Electabuzz. I will help you get stronger. In return, I hope we can be partners for the future. Ichigo said. Magmar and Electabuzz nodded their heads as they tapped the Pokeball with their hands. They were quickly absorbed into the Pokeball. Ichigo sighed as he recalled Ninetales and Gengar. He entered the Pokemon Center. Ichigo handed Nurse Joy all the Pokemon he used in the mission today. 10 minutes later, Ichigo returned to his room. He took out Blastoise's Pokeball and scanned it. This Blastoise is female, water steel, 10, type, 7 feet tall, and has the Rain Dish ability. The current known moves are Rapid Spin, Iron Defense, Euroball, Hydro Pump, Liquidation, and Rain Dance. Ichigo took out Venusaur's Pokeball and scanned it. This Venusaur is male, grass poison type, 6 feet 8 inches tall, and has the Chlorophyll ability. The current known moves are Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Synthesis, Sludge Bomb, Vine Whip, Strength Sap, Power Whip, Giga Drain, and Leaf Storm. Ichigo took out Metang's Pokeball and scanned it. This Metagross is genderless, Steel Psychic type, 6 feet 10 inches tall, and has the Clear Body and Heatproof ability. The current known moves are Bulldoze, Magnet Rise, Psychic, Euroball, Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt, Hammer Arm, and Meteor Mash. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance is unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. So this is Metagross. Ichigo thought as he put the Pokeball away and took out Rosalia's Pokeball. He pointed the Pokédex at it and scanned it. This Roserade is female, Grass Ghost type, 5 feet 5 inches tall, and has the Poison Point and Cursed Body. The current known moves are Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, and Shadow Ball. Note this Pokemon's physical appearance and typing combination are unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. This must be a part of the experiment Team Rocket did to you. Ichigo thought as he scanned Magmar. This Magmar is female, firefighting type, 5 feet tall, and has the No Guard and Flash Fire ability. The current known moves are Quick Attack, Fire Punch, Brick Break, Drain Punch, Body Slam, Bulk Up. Note this Pokemon's typing combination is unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo took out Electabuzz's Pokeball and scanned it. This Electabuzz is female, electric fighting type, 5 feet tall, and has the No Guard and Motor Drive ability. The current known moves are Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, Brick Break, Drain Punch, Body Slam, Bulk Up. Note this Pokemon's typing combination is unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo sighed as he put the Pokeball away. Ichigo laid down and went to bed. Chapter 65, Arc 13. It was around noon when Ichigo opened his eyes and got out of bed. Ichigo took a quick shower and checked out of the Pokemon Center. The sun was already high in the sky as Ichigo left Cerulean City. Ichigo walked along Route 7 towards Saffron City. I think this will be Kirlia's time to shine. Ichigo thought. Really? Kirlia replied. Yes, Kirlia. Yippee! She shouted in joy. Yami, Gengar, and Metagross will be backup. Ichigo thought. Okay. Metagross chimed in. They reached Saffron City. Ichigo entered the Pokemon Center. Hello. How can I help you? She asked. I need a room for the night, Ichigo said as he handed her his Pokédex. Okay. Give me a moment. She said. She returned the Pokédex to Ichigo. You will be in room 4. She said. Hey, you're planning to challenge the gym? One of the trainers said from the couch. I am, Ichigo replied. Some time ago, the gym leader changed. Changed? Ichigo questioned. Sabrina took over the role of gym leader when her parents, Adam and Lisa, suddenly disappeared. Nurse Joy interjected. I see. I will keep that in mind. Ichigo said as he left the Pokemon Center, walking towards the gym. Ichigo arrived at the Saffron Gym and entered. He was greeted by a young boy. Greetings, trainer. Mistress Sabrina is expecting you. the boy telepathically said. Ichigo nodded his head and walked down the hall. He spotted a few other people, practicing their psychic ability. They arrived at the battlefield. He spotted Sabrina sitting on a throne. She has long black hair with shorter layers around her face and a fringe and small purple eyes. She wore a red and black dress with yellow cuffs over black tights/leggings, white gloves, and red and yellow knee-high boots. On her lap is a little girl wearing a pink and white sundress and a white hat with a large brim and a pink bow on top. She was holding a pokeball. So, it's time for us to play, Sabrina said in an emotionless voice. The doors behind Ichigo closed shut, sealing him in the room. Sabrina floated out of her throne and stood on the battlefield. 1-on-1. An all-out match. She said. Very well then, Ichigo said. The little girl let of the pokeball. Instead of falling, it floated up. Come now, Alakazam. She said. The pokeball shot out to the battlefield, releasing Alakazam. Go Kirlia, Ichigo said as he threw his pokeball. Kirlia appeared on the battlefield, starting at Alakazam. Your Kirlia is not normal. She said. She was an experiment from Team Rocket that I rescued, Ichigo said. Sabrina nodded her head. Psychic. She said. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue as it sent a wave of psychic energy towards Kirlia. Kirlia smacked the attack away from her. Kirlia used Dark Pulse, Ichigo ordered. Dark energy gathered in Kirlia's arms and fired it at Alakazam. Teleport. She said. Alakazam quickly teleported away from the attack. Dark Pulse slammed into the ground, leaving a small crater in the ground. Kirlia, use Calm Mind while we wait for Alakazam to respond, Ichigo ordered. Yes daddy, Kirlia replied as she closed her eyes and began to glow. For Kirlia to be able to ignore psychic like that, then she must either is still a psychic type or gained the steel or dark type. She thought. In that case. Dazzling Gleam. She ordered. Alakazam raised its spoons and gathered fairy energy around it. Teleport away. Ichigo shouted. Kirlia opened her eyes. Alakazam fired the attack towards Kirlia. She quickly teleported away, avoiding the attack. So, his Kirlia is likely psychic dark type, Sabrina concluded. Kirlia appeared near Ichigo's side of the field. How many times did you use Calm Mind? Ichigo asked. Twice, Kirlia replied. Do you think you one Dark Pulse will be able to defeat it? I'm not sure. She replied. She gathered dark energy around her hands and teleported away. Keep your guard up and get another Dazzling Gleam ready, Sabrina warned Alakazam. Yes, my lady, Alakazam replied. Another ball of fairy energy gathered in front of Alakazam. Suddenly Kirlia appeared behind Alakazam. Alakazam turned around. They fired their respective attack. Their respective attacks hit their intended target. Both Kirlia and Alakazam collapsed on the ground. Kirlia and Alakazam began to stand back up. Kirlia, teleport back to my side of the battlefield, Ichigo ordered. Kirlia groaned but teleported away. You okay? Ichigo asked. I'm fine. Using those calm minds helped. Kirlia replied. Alakazam, how are you doing? She asked. Not doing so well, Alakazam admitted. I believe she used Calm Mind to help boost herself. I see. Start to teleport around and use Double Team to distract her. Use that moment to use Recover. Alakazam nodded its head as it began to teleport around and used Double Team. Damn, Kirlia grumbled as she was surrounded by clones of Alakazam. Use a weaker version of Dark Pulse to destroy the clones, Ichigo instructed. Kirlia raised her arms and began to fire a weaker version of Dark Pulse. The attacks pierced through the clones, dispelling them. The remaining copies of Alakazam began to glow golden, activating Recover. Oh no, you don't. Kirlia continued to fire attack. Kirlia eventually hit the real Alakazam, dispelling the remaining copies as well. How much did you recover? Sabrina asked. About a quarter, Alakazam said. Teleport in dazzling gleam, Sabrina ordered. Alakazam nodded its head as it began to teleport around the field, gathering fairy energy. Damn! Ichigo thought as he saw what Alakazam was doing. Oh no you don't, Curlia replied as she began to teleport around and began to gather dark energy. Both Curlia and Alakazam continued to teleport around and fired their respective attack when an opportunity arises. Ichigo glanced at Sabrina. At the beginning of the battle, Sabrina's face was emotionless, but now it showed determination and concern for her Pokémon. She subconsciously let go of the little girl. The little girl smiled as she began to become more transparent. Alakazam managed to hit Curlia with a dazzling gleam, causing her to crash into the ground. Curlia! Ichigo shouted, disregarding telepathy. Alakazam appeared beside Sabrina, looking extremely tired. Are you okay? Sabrina asked, showing her concern for her Pokémon. I haven't pushed myself this hard for a long time, Alakazam replied. Ichigo watched as Curlia forced herself up. I'm not done yet. Curlia mentally yelled as stood back up. Suddenly she was enveloped in white light. Looks like this was enough to push her. Ichigo thought. Curlia began to grow, almost to Ichigo's height. The light died down to reveal Curlia's new form. Her body resembles a black flowing gown. Her arms and underside of the gown match her blue hair. Her hair now curls over its face and down the sides of its head. Behind its red eyes are short spikes, resembling a masquerade mask. It has long arms with 3 fingers on each hand and slender white legs. A red, fin-like horn extends from its chest, and a shorter, more rounded horn extends from the back. A band of blue on its chest extends to the center of the front horn and connects to its sleeve-like arms. Looks like your Curlia evolved to a Gardevoir, Sabrina revealed. Indeed, Ichigo said. Do you think you can finish this? Ichigo asked. I can. Gardevoir replied. Dark energy gathered around her hands. Alakazam! Sabrina shouted. Alakazam gathered fairy energy. They fired their attack at the same time. The 2 attacks collided with each other, causing a massive explosion and scattering dust everyone. Alakazam looked around, trying to find Gardevoir. Suddenly something hit him in the back. The dust settled to see Gardevoir standing above the unconscious Alakazam. Gardevoir teleported back to Ichigo's side. Good job. Take a good long rest. Sabrina said as she raised her Pokeball and recalled her Pokémon. They walked to the center of the battlefield. Congratulations on defeating me, she said as she summoned the Marsh badge. She had a small smile as she handed the badge to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he pocketed the badge. Suddenly the door slammed open as 2 people, a man and a woman, entered the battlefield. Sabrina glared at the strangers. Her psychic energy began to make itself known, most of the debris began to float around them. Sabrina, honey, the man said. Stop it, Adam, Sabrina replied, her voice full of her anger. Sabrina, stop it with your temper tantrum, the woman said, trying to not show any fear. Ichigo turned to Sabrina. May I teleport us all out of here? Ichigo asked. Yes, Sabrina replied as she regained control of her psychic energy, allowing the rubble to fall. The impact kicked up dust, obscuring them from Sabrina's parents' view. Gardevoir teleported them out of the gym. The dust settled to see them gone. Scene change, Saffron City Pokémon Center. Ichigo, Sabrina, and Gardevoir appeared in Ichigo's room. Thank you Gardevoir, Ichigo said as he recalled her. He quickly cast a privacy spell around them. If I may ask, what was that about? Ichigo asked. Sabrina let out a sigh as she sat down on the chair. When I was younger, I already developed strong psychic powers. I was called a monster. Sabrina began. The only people I could trust were my parents. As time continued, I was alone except for my parents and my Pokemon. Sabrina showed a sad smile. This changed 2 weeks ago. Lisa and Adam were having a private conversation. I discovered that I was adopted from an orphanage. They adopted me because of my psychic powers. They planned to kick me out since Lisa was finally pregnant. Tears began to form around Sabrina's eyes. Hearing all of that hurt. My powers got out of control and I forcefully teleported them away. Sabrina continued to cry. Ichigo walked over and hugged her. It's okay. Let it all out, Ichigo said as he gently rubbed her back. They sat there for a few minutes. Sabrina stopped crying. Do you feel better now? He asked. I do, Sabrina admitted. Ichigo let go of Sabrina. So what will you do now? Ichigo asked. I don't know. Sabrina admitted. But I don't want to be here anymore. Then come with me, Ichigo said. Huh? She questioned. I'm planning to travel the rest of Kanto. You can join me and use that time to think about what you want to do now. Ichigo offered. Can I have some time to think about it? She asked. Sure, Ichigo said as he stood up. Use my room for the time being, Ichigo said as he left his room. Ichigo pulled out Gardevoir's Pokeball and scanned it with his Pokédex. This Gardevoir is female, psychic dark type, 5 feet 7 inches tall, and has the Regenerator and Dark Aura ability. The current known moves are Teleport, Calm Mind, Double Team, Confuse Ray, Fairy Light, Psychic, Moonblast, Dark Pulse, and Night Daze. Note this Pokémon's physical appearance is unusual and typing combination is unusual. Please rescan Pokeball to attempt fixing anomalies. Ichigo put his Pokédex away and handed Gardevoir's Pokeball to Nurse Joy. She quickly took the Pokeball and placed it in the machine. Please give me a few moments, she said. Ichigo nodded his head. Looks like it's already nighttime, Ichigo thought. Nurse Joy handed back Gardevoir's Pokeball. Thank you, Ichigo said as he pocketed it and left the Pokemon Center. According to the games, the player had a chance to deal with Team Rocket in Sylph Company, Ichigo thought as he walked in front of Sylph Company headquarters. The lights in the building were off. Let's see what's actually going on, Ichigo thought as he activated Script E, the Earth. He tapped his foot on the ground, allowing the small vibrations to travel through the building. Looks like the employees are held hostage in the building, Ichigo thought. A back door. Ichigo walked around and found the back door. Ichigo gently tapped the back door, forcing the locking pins down, and opened the door. Ichigo entered the building. The building is crawling with grunts. It's going to be a real pain to avoid them. Ichigo released Roserade and Gengar. We're going to go in fast. Disable all the grunts before they could respond, Ichigo instructed. Gengar manically grinned while Roserade nodded her head. Let's go, Ichigo said as they charged inside the building. Gengar used Hypnosis while Roserade used Sleep Powder on the grunts. The grunts stood no chance. Ichigo had to climb up the stairs since the elevators weren't working. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the top floor of the building. They could hear 2 people yelling. Ichigo has Gengar and Roserade hide in his shadow as he barged into the room. He could see an elderly man tied down on a chair. Ichigo saw Rin and one other person who was standing and likely arguing until now. So the hero finally arrives, the man said as he slapped Rin in the face, pushing her aside as he walked towards Ichigo. Where's Giovanni? Ichigo thought. It's time to finally get rid of you, he said as he released his Houndoom. Ichigo replied with his Blastoise. Houndoom use Thunder Fong, Alexi ordered. Houndoom's mouth glowed yellow as it charged towards Blastoise. Blastoise use Euro Ball, Ichigo ordered. Blastoise glowed silver as it tucked its arms in its shell. Blastoise spun towards the charging Houndoom. Dodge it, Alexi ordered. Houndoom jumped in the air, avoiding the attack. Blastoise stopped spinning and exited her shell. Bit its limb. Houndoom lunged towards Blastoise, its mouth glowing yellow. "Wait for it," Ichigo whispered. Blastoise stood there. Houndoom bit down on one of Blastoise's arms, letting out a large burst of electricity. "Blast!" Blastoise growled. "Ha!" Alexi yelled. Blastoise used liquidation. Ichigo ordered. Water gathered around Blastoise's limb, engulfing Houndoom in water. Houndoom let go of Blastoise's limb as it tried to escape the water. Blastoise grabbed Houndoom and slammed it into the ground. "Houndoom, escape!" Alexi yelled. Houndoom let out another howl in pain as Blastoise continued to slam Houndoom on the ground. Gore! Alexi pulled out 2 more Pokeballs. Gengar. Arcanine. Take down that Blastoise. Alexi ordered as he released his Pokemon. Gengar and Ninetales charged towards Blastoise. Ichigo pulled out a Pokeball. Gardevoir intercept the Gengar with Psychic. Blastoise throw the Houndoom at Ninetales. And then use Hydro Pump. Gardevoir fired a blast of psychic energy at the incoming Gengar. She slammed Gengar into a nearby wall. Due to the psychic energy trapping the ghost type, Gengar didn't phase through it. Blastoise threw the unconscious Houndoom at the Ninetales. Ninetales caught its ally with its psychic, unaware of Blastoise's attack. She pointed her cannons at them and fired high-pressured water towards them. The attack crashed into them, sending them flying back to Alexi. Gardevoir saw this and threw the Gengar back towards its trainer. All 3 of the Pokemon landed in front of Alexi. "Damn it all!" Alexi yelled. Suddenly the office doors burst open as police officers entered the building. "Fuck!" he yelled as he recalled his Pokemon and released his Arcanine. He looked at Rin. "You coming?" "No," she replied. "Fucking traitor." He turned to Arcanine. "Stop!" One of the police officers yelled at Alexi. "Teleport!" he ordered. Arcanine let out a small burst of psychic energy and teleported away. "Ah! Young man!" the old man called. Ichigo looked at the police officer and the old man. "After you finish with him, I need to ask you a few questions," the police officer said as he escorted Rin out. "Thank you for saving me," he said. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jonathan Sylph, owner of Sylph Company," he introduced. "I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, Pokemon trainer. What was Team Rocket trying to steal from you?" "Our Pokeball research." Ichigo stared at him. "So, the Master Ball doesn't exist then?" Ichigo thought. "Allow me to explain." Jonathan began. "Have you ever wondered why you need to weaken a strong Pokemon before you throw a regular Pokeball at it? Is it because the Pokemon can resist being captured?" Ichigo guessed. "That's somewhat correct. The regular Pokeball is intended to be used on inexperienced Pokemon, such as an Oddish or Geodude. This allows the trainer to slowly raise the Pokemon, making their Pokemon more obedient to their trainer. But if a trainer decides to try and capture a Vileplume or Golem, which is more experienced Pokemon, inexperienced trainers may risk injuring themselves. By them battling the wild Pokemon and winning the battle, it decreases that risk since we can assume you can control the experienced Pokemon with your own Pokemon," Jonathan explained. "But then some of our experienced trainers and richer customers wanted a Pokeball for more experienced Pokemon. So we developed the Great Ball and eventually the Ultra Ball. Unlike the Pokeball, we sold them at a higher price, as an attempt to deter inexperienced trainers from them. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Rocket were one of those richer customers," Ichigo thought. "With the success of the Great Ball and the Ultra Ball, we were tasked with creating a better Pokeball, one where it will capture any wild Pokemon. The team dubbed this as the Master Ball. Team Rocket was trying to steal our research for the Master Ball as well as all our Great and Ultra Balls." "I see," Ichigo said. Ichigo, Jonathan said. For saving my life and Sylph Company, any Sylph Company product will be 50% off for you, regardless of the purchase price. But Jonathan. Ichigo began. Ichigo. I insist. Jonathan said as he walked to his computer. Can I see your trainer card? Ichigo pulled out his Pokédex. Even better. He pulled out a wire and connected his computer to Ichigo's Pokédex. How long does this gift last? It will last a lifetime. He replied. I see. Ichigo said. Normally I would have you sign a non-disclosure agreement since the general public shouldn't be aware of this, but I'll let it slide. No. I should sign one. Just to be fair. Ichigo replied. Very well. Jonathan pulled out a non-disclosure agreement. Ichigo quickly read the contract and signed it. Jonathan, how did Team Rocket know about the project? Ichigo asked. I'm honestly not sure. He said. Team Rocket could have interrogated anyone who signed a non-disclosure agreement, Ichigo suggested. Since only those who signed the agreement would know about it. Jonathan finished. He quickly pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote all the names down. I'll let Officer Jenny know about this potential lead. They finally left his office. They soon met with Officer Jenny, who was waiting at the entrance of Sylph Company. She escorted them to the police station where she informed them of what happened. Jonathan provided the list of people who knew about the secret project that Team Rocket was looking for. After that, Ichigo was escorted to the Pokemon Center. Ichigo's Pokemon were quickly healed up before Ichigo returned to his room to hear the shower running. He spotted an unfamiliar backpack lying on the bed. Sabrina. Just to let you know I am in the room. Ichigo said as he sat down on the chair. Looks like we're going to on Route 6 and do a brief stop at Vermilion City before doing a long hike on Route 11 to 15 before we reach Fuchsia City. Ichigo thought as he looked at the map. It should normally take us a day or two to reach Vermilion City, after that maybe a week and a half to get to Fuchsia City. That should be long enough to help get everyone leveled up. Ichigo thought. He released Gardevoir. Yes, Ichigo? She asked. I've broken our new Pokemon into 4 groups. The first group is Ponyta, Hatenna, Fairy Eevee, Miyuki, and Rookidee. The second group is Magmar, Torchic, Salandit, Litwick, Tynamo, and Electabuzz. The third group is Sandshrew, Larvitar, Honedge, Geodude, Gible, and Mudkip. The fourth group is Zorua, Dark Eevee, Dano, Trico, and Ponyard. Ichigo handed the list to Gardevoir. While we're traveling, I will have each group train for a few hours each day. The other groups will rest in the trainer with the older Pokemon, who will also teach them new moves. Ichigo instructed. Very well. I will inform everyone. Gardevoir replied as Ichigo sent her and the rest of his Pokemon into the trainer. The shower cut off and Sabrina stepped out of the bathroom while drying her hair with a towel. I assume you are joining me on my journey? Ichigo asked. For now, Sabrina replied. Ichigo noticed that Sabrina had a few other Pokeballs with her. Besides Alakazam, who else do you have with you? Ichigo asked. Allow me to show you, Sabrina said as she released her Pokemon. Ichigo could see an Espeon, a Kadabra, a Mr. Mime, and a Hypno. She recalled her Pokemon. Do you have everything you need? Ichigo asked. I don't have a sleeping bag. She admitted. That's fine. We'll pick up one before we leave. Ichigo said as he pulled out his sleeping bag. You can take the bed, Ichigo said. Thank you, Sabrina replied. Scene change, unknown location. Secret Team Rocket hideout. The door burst open as Alexei entered the hideout. Damn it! He immediately yelled in anger. He crashed down on a nearby chair. Damn it! He said. Majority of our remaining forces were at Sylph Company. He thought. To think our great organization was crushed by one single person. Suddenly a display lit up. Incoming call. The display said. Alexei grabbed a remote on the coffee table and pressed it, accepting the call. Boss. Alexei greeted. Alexei. I've heard that the raid at Sylph Company was unsuccessful. Boss said. It was that man's fault, Alexei replied. Ichigo Kurosaki, boss replied. According to my sources, Rin was also detained by them. That bitch betrayed us. Alexei yelled. I see. Boss replied. Boss remained silent, thinking of what to do. For now, stay hidden. Do not attract attention to yourself. Very well, Alexei replied, trying to control his anger and rage. Is there anything else you wish to report? Boss asked. No, Alexei replied. The boss nodded his head and ended the call. Damn it! He yelled as he flipped the table, finally allowing his built-up rage to be released. He marched into his room. He walked to a hidden vault. He unlocked the vault and opened it. Inside the vault was a small laptop. He grabbed it and powered it on. The screen was split into 4 quadrants, one was filled in Alexei's face. One of the quadrants lit up to reveal a young man with well-kept blonde hair which he keeps brushed over one side of his face. He was dressed in a white shirt with long black sleeves and neck with a silver vest with a golden G on the left breast area. This is an unexpected call, Alexei, he said. Another quadrant lit up to reveal a young man with shoulder-length black hair. He was dressed in a fully black dress shirt with matching black slacks, black gloves, a long, black trench coat, and black combat boots. What's going on, Alexei? He asked. Ryan, Alexei said as he glanced at the blonde-haired man. Arthur, Alexei said as he glanced at the black-haired man. There is a major issue with Team Rocket. Alexei started. Does this issue include your missing sister? Ryan asked. Don't speak about that traitorous bitch. Alexei growled, being reminded of his sister's betrayal. Arthur said. So, can you salvage the situation? Doubt it, Alexei grumbled. Boss and I are the only high-ranking officials left. The majority of the grunts have been arrested. Any idea who caused it? Ryan asked. I'll send you the information later, Alexei replied. How is it at your end? Going well, Ryan replied. Same with me, Arthur replied. Do you think either one of your organizations would be able to fit me in? Not here. You wouldn't survive wearing the uniform. Arthur admitted. I do. Ryan said. The commander asked us to recruit more people. Thanks, Alexei replied. Be warned, the training to be an official member is tough. Aren't you an official member? Alexei asked. Fuck no. I'm barely the level of a grunt. He complained. I see. Alexei said. Is there anything else? Arthur asked. No, Alexei said as he cut the connection. Fucking Rin. He growled as he left his room. Scene change, Saffron City. Ichigo and Sabrina stepped out of the Pokemon Center. They were greeted with the morning sun. Sabrina stopped by at the Pokemart to get her own sleeping bag and other essential items. Ichigo restocked his potions and Pokechow. As they were walking towards the southern side of Saffron City, Ichigo explained to Sabrina the route they'll be taking to Fuchsia City. Thank you for avoiding Lavender Town. That town gives me bad headaches, she said. They arrived at the entrance to Route 6 and began their walk towards Fuchsia City. Scene change, Fuchsia City. They spent a total of 2 weeks in the forest. Ichigo and Sabrina got closer in the meantime. Ichigo was able to push a majority of his Pokemon to evolve once, with a few almost ready to evolve. However, Yami, who is now over 20 feet tall, asked for Ichigo's permission to disappear. Yami explained that something is calling for her. Ichigo gave his blessing to Yami. Yami promised to return as soon as possible. After that, Yamo dove into the shadows and disappeared. Ichigo and Sabrina finally arrived at Fuchsia City. They walked to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy checked them in and collected their Pokemon. Ichigo and Sabrina went to their room and took a long hot shower. 20 minutes later, they met at Nurse Joy's desk. "I finished healing all of your Pokemon," Nurse Joy said as returned their Pokemon to them. "Thank you," they replied, collecting their Pokemon. "Are you planning to challenge Koga right now?" Sabrina asked. "No, not yet," Ichigo replied. "I was interested to check out the Safari Zone," Ichigo said. "Sure," Sabrina replied. They stepped out of the Pokemon Center to the edge of Fuchsia City. They arrived at a brown building. The entire sides of the building were fenced off, preventing Pokemon from escaping and people trying to steal Pokemon. Ichigo and Sabrina entered the building. They walked to the receptionist. "Welcome to the Safari Zone. Is this your first time here?" she asked. "It is," Ichigo replied. "Great," the receptionist said. "Allow me to explain the rules to both of you." She pointed to the large sign beside her. First rule: no outside Pokemon or items allowed in the Safari Zone. The second rule: the Safari band must be on your body at all times. The receptionist pulled out 2 orange and brown bands. Third rule: Safari balls are the only Pokeball allowed to be used in the Safari Zone. The fourth rule: no stealing captured Pokemon from other trainers in the Safari Zone. She said. "Do you two understand the rules?" she asked. "We do," they replied. "Great. Please use these lockers to store your Pokeballs and any other possessions," she said. Ichigo pretended to use the locker, sending all his belongings to the trainers. There is a 1,000 Pokedollars fee for each person before they can enter. Ichigo and Sabrina paid the entry fee. The receptionist placed the band on their wrists and handed them a bag of Safari balls. "Are there any more questions for me? Is there a list of all the Pokemon that could be found in the Safari Zone?" Ichigo asked. "Yes, there is." The receptionist pointed to a board near the entrance to the actual Safari Zone. "Thank you." They walked over to the board and looked at the variety of Pokemon in the Safari Zone. "Rhyperior and Scizor would be powerful additions to the team," Ichigo said. "Slowbro, Exeggutor, and Golduck would allow more diversity in my team," Sabrina said. "Why not go for a Slowking?" Ichigo asked. "There isn't much information on what is needed to evolve a Slowpoke into a Slowking," Sabrina replied. "I see," Ichigo replied. They entered the Safari Zone. Ichigo activated Script E, the earth, to find their targets. They found 2 Slowpoke relaxing near a creek. One of the Slowpoke had a yellow coloration on its forehead and tail. They glanced at them before relaxing again. "Should I capture both of them?" Sabrina asked. "Sure. The one with the yellow could be a regional variation of the other one," Ichigo theorized. Sabrina threw her Safari balls at them. They didn't resist the Safari ball, allowing the capture to complete. Right when they were ready to go, a Psyduck waddled over. Sabrina quickly threw a Pokeball at the Psyduck before it could react. They continued to walk around. They stumbled on a herd of Rhyhorn. The largest Rhyhorn noticed them. It stomped its foot down, trying to intimidate them. Ichigo ignored it and proceeded to advance. The Rhyhorn glared at Ichigo. It let off a yellowish glow as it charged towards him. "Ichigo!" Sabrina yelled, preparing to pull Ichigo out of harm's way. "I got this," Ichigo said as he stuck his hands out. Rhyhorn crashed into Ichigo, kicking up dirt. It settled to reveal Ichigo holding Rhyhorn's horn. Rhyhorn's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "My turn," Ichigo replied. He gripped the horn tightly, turned his back, and slammed Rhyhorn into the ground. "RHY!" Rhyhorn yelled in pain and humiliation. Sabrina and all the other Rhyhorn were astonished by Ichigo's action. A normal rhyhorn weighs about 253.5 pounds, 115.0 kilograms, and Ichigo was easily able to do that. She thought. Ichigo looked at the rhyhorn. It managed to stand back up. Ichigo pulled out the safari ball. Do you wish to continue or submit to me? Ichigo asked. Rhyhorn stared at Ichigo for a few moments before it walked over and tapped the safari ball, causing it to open, and it captured Rhyhorn. Ichigo and Sabrina turned around and walked away. Ichigo continued to take the lead. They stumbled on an execute trying to hide among the rocks. Sabrina threw her safari ball at it. She easily captured it. Looks like I got all the Pokemon I wanted, Sabrina said. We should continue if we want to find that Scyther. Don't worry, Scyther is coming, Ichigo said. Suddenly Ichigo pushed Sabrina to the side, avoiding a blade strike. They turned to see the blade retract and a Scyther stepped out. It glared at them. This Scyther was stalking the execute, Ichigo explained as he turned to the Scyther. Scyther's blade arms glowed light green as they slashed downwards in an X shape. That's X scissors. Sabrina recognized. X scissors flew towards Ichigo. Ichigo swatted the attack away, hitting a nearby tree. My turn, Ichigo said as he cracked his knuckles. Scyther glared at Ichigo as it prepared for Ichigo's move. Ichigo tightens his fists as he sent quick jabs at Scyther. It managed to successfully block Ichigo's punches. Suddenly Ichigo swept Scyther's legs, causing it to fall to the ground. Before Scyther could react, Ichigo's fist was next to Scyther's face, ready to punch it. Do you admit defeat? Scyther glared at Ichigo. Ichigo met Scyther's gaze. They stood there for a few moments before Scyther nodded its head, accepting defeat. Ichigo moved away, allowing Scyther to stand up. Ichigo presented the safari ball. Scyther tapped the safari ball with its blades. The safari ball opened and captured Scyther. Looks like we're done, Ichigo said. Indeed, Sabrina replied. They walked their way back to the entrance of the safari zone. Welcome back, she said. Please drop off all unused safari balls in the bin to your right, she said. Ichigo and Sabrina did as instructed. Now then, one at a time, please place your used safari balls, your safari band, and your trainer ID on the counter, she asked. Ichigo took off the safari band, took out his Pokédex, and his 2 safari balls, and placed them on the counter and she took the Pokédex and scanned it with her computer. She then scanned the safari band and finally the safari balls. Thank you, she said as she returned the safari balls and Ichigo's Pokédex. Ichigo pocketed his possessions. Sabrina took out her trainer ID, 3 safari balls, and her safari band and placed them on the counter. The receptionist repeated the same process. After she scanned the last safari ball, she immediately flinched. I need to contact my boss, she said as she ran to the back. It's probably because of the other slowpoke, Ichigo said. The receptionist returned. Her face looked much better than before. She finished up the process and handed Sabrina her trainer ID and her safari balls. Thank you, they said and left the safari zone. They walked to the Pokemon gym. They were greeted by a receptionist, dressed like a ninja. To challenge Ninja Master Koga, you must traverse through our gym. Be aware there are many traps in store for you, he said. He threw a smoke pellet down on the ground, releasing a cloud of smoke, hiding his escape. Ichigo turned to Sabrina. Do you want to come with me? He asked. Do you know where all the traps are? She asked. Ichigo began to tap his foot, allowing the vibrations to map out the gym and the location of all the traps. I do, Ichigo replied. They traversed through the gym, avoiding all the traps planted along the way. After 10 minutes they arrived at the battlefield and were greeted by Koga. I am impressed, he said. No one has ever traversed through the entire gym without triggering at least one trap. He glanced at Sabrina. It's nice to see you again, Sabrina, Koga greeted. Same with you, she replied. Ichigo entered the battlefield. This will be a 6-on-6. Is that fine with you? Koga asked. Be careful. He's supposed to do 4-on-4. Sabrina warned. That's fine, Ichigo replied. The referee stood in the middle of the battlefield. The battle between gym leader Koga versus challenger Ichigo will begin. Both trainers will be allowed to use 6 Pokemon. Only the challenger will be allowed to substitute. Go Weezing, Koga said. Go Bisharp, Ichigo replied. Weezing versus Bisharp. Begin. Weezing used toxic spikes. Koga began. Weezing spun in a circle, sending little purple-shaped spikes all over the field. Bisharp Psycho Cut, Ichigo ordered. Bisharp's elbows glow and then turn purple. She swung her arms, sending a purple crescent-like blade of energy towards Weezing. Dodge it! Koga ordered. Weezing stopped spinning and moved to the side, barely avoiding the Psycho Cut. Jump on that Weezing and use Psycho Cut, Ichigo ordered. Bisharp ran towards the floating Weezing. Weezing use Fire Blast. Koga ordered. Weezing took a deep breath, gathering fire in its mouth. Get out of there, Bisharp. Ichigo ordered. Weezing opened its mouth and released a blast of fire from its mouth in a shape. Bisharp managed to avoid most of the attack, only her right arm got grazed by the attack. Bisharp! Ichigo called. Bisharp stood back up. She glared at Weezing. Use Psycho Cut. Bisharp fired more purple crescent-shaped attacks towards Weezing. Weezing dodged them. Weezing tried to dodge the Psycho Cuts, but he was too slow to dodge them all. Damn it! Koga thought as he saw Weezing being hit by the Psycho Cuts. Weezing, get in close and use self-destruct. Koga ordered. Weezing began to glow white while flying towards Bisharp. Bisharp, get out of there! Ichigo ordered. Bisharp jumped to the side, running from Weezing. Weezing pursued Bisharp, all while glowing brighter. Weezing was close to Bisharp and exploded, kicking up dust and debris. The dust settled to see both Weezing and Bisharp knocked unconscious. The first match is a draw. The referee announced. Ichigo and Koga recalled their Pokemon. Go Mook, Koga said. Go Duo Blade, Ichigo replied. Looks like another Steel type. Koga thought. The match between Mook and Duo Blade will begin. The referee said. Mook, use Moonblast. Koga ordered. Mook raised its hands, gathering fairy energy. Duo Blade, use Shadow Sneak, Ichigo ordered. Mook threw the ball of fairy energy at Duo Blade. Duo Blade dropped towards the ground and entered its shadow, avoiding the attack. Mook, while it's hiding, use Double Team, Koga ordered. Mook began to duplicate itself. This is going to be hard to find the real one. Ichigo thought. Duo Blade, use Psycho Cut to destroy the copies, Ichigo ordered. Duo Blade's blade began to glow purple as it began to sending Psycho Cuts all over the battlefield. Mook, use Moonblast. Koga ordered. All the copies of Mook raised their hands and gathered fairy energy. Continue doing that, Duo Blade. Ichigo replied. As Mook gathered more energy, the copies were slowly being destroyed, the Psycho Cuts. Soon the real Mook remained and threw the Moonblast. Duo Blade, dodge it. Ichigo ordered. Duo Blade, dove out of the way of Moonblast. Psycho Cut again. Mook, use Double Team to dodge it. Koga ordered. Don't let Mook escape. Ichigo ordered. Mook began to make copies of itself. Doublade aimed the Psycho Cuts at the create copies, preventing Mook from hiding in the copies. Damn it! Koga thought as he could see Mook get hit by Psycho Cuts. Mook finally fell unconscious, deflated into a puddle of goo. Duo Blade began to shine white, beginning to evolve. The light died down to reveal Aegis Lash. Good job, Ichigo said as he recalled his Pokemon. Koga recalled his Pokemon. Go Tentacruel, Koga said. Tentacruel appeared on the battlefield. Go Electabuzz, Ichigo said. Electabuzz appeared on the field. Be careful, there are toxic spikes scattered on the battlefield. Electa, she replied. The battle between Tentacruel and Electabuzz will begin. The referee said. Tentacruel use Sludge Bomb. Koga ordered. Balls of smelly purple sludge shot out of Tentacruel's mouth. Electabuzz, dodge it and use Thunder Punch. Ichigo ordered. Electa, she cried as jumped over the sludge bomb and hit Tentacruel in the face with her Thunder Punch. Tentacruel cried in pain. Don't let up, Ichigo yelled. Electabuzz continued to punch Tentacruel with its electrical fists. Tentacruel used grab that Electabuzz and throw it away. Koga ordered. Tentacruel grabbed Electabuzz with its tentacles. Electabuzz yelled as it let off a burst of electricity, shocking Tentacruel and forced it to let go of Electabuzz before it was able to throw Electabuzz away. Electabuzz used Thunder Punch again. Ichigo shouted. Tentacruel used Sludge Bomb. Don't let it get close. Tentacruel quickly began to hurl purple sludge at Electabuzz. But Electabuzz dodged them and the few remaining toxic spikes on the field. She leaped towards Tentacruel and began to punch its face. Tentacruel smacked her towards the pile of sludge. Koga ordered. Tentacruel managed to use its tentacles and smack Electabuzz into a pile of sludge. Electabuzz, Ichigo called out as she stood back up. She glared at Tentacruel full of righteous feminine rage. Electa, she screamed in rage as she began to shine, beginning to evolve. The light died down to reveal Electivire. Vire, she yelled as she charged towards Tentacruel. She was surrounded by electricity. She slammed her shoulder into Tentacruel and sent it crashing to a wall. Vire, she yelled in victory. Good job, Ichigo said as he recalled her. Impressive. 3-0 in your favor. Koga said. 3? The first one was a tie. Ichigo replied. Officially, 2-0, but you were close to winning the first one, Koga replied as he threw out another Pokeball, revealing his Venomoth. Ichigo chuckled. Thank you. I don't need to worry about her complaining later, Ichigo said as he sent out his Magmar. Damn, another type disadvantage, Koga thought. This match between Venomoth and Magmar will begin. Magmar use Flame Burst, Ichigo ordered. Magmar gathered a large fireball and threw it towards Venomoth. Venomoth flew up in the air, avoiding the fireball. The fireball slammed down to the ground, sending flames everywhere. That wasn't for Venomoth. That was to destroy all the remaining sludge and toxic spikes on the field. Koga realized. Magmar, Flamethrower. Magmar spewed a stream of flames towards Venomoth. Dodge it and use Sludge Bomb, Koga ordered. Venomoth flew higher in the air, avoiding the flamethrower. It spewed sludge down towards Magmar. Magmar, dodge it and use Flamethrower. Magmar leaped to the side, avoiding the sludge, and spewed another stream of fire. Venomoth and Magmar continued to exchange attacks, neither one managing to hit the other. Venomoth is getting exhausted, Koga thought. Magmar let out another flamethrower. Venomoth failed to completely dodge the flamethrower, burning part of its wing. Venomoth crashed to the ground, its wing partially burned from the attack. End this with Flamethrower, Ichigo said. Magmar fired one final stream of fire towards Venomoth. Venomoth, try to escape, Koga ordered. Venomoth flapped its wings, and forced itself to the side, avoiding the flamethrower. Magmar was surrounded by flames and lunged towards Venomoth. Magmar slammed Venomoth into the ground. Magmar, that is enough, Ichigo said. Magmar stood up and took a step back. Venomoth was burnt and flattened. Koga recalled his unconscious Venomoth. Magmar, Magmar yelled as she sent a blast of flames up in the air, celebrating another victory. She was engulfed in white light, beginning to evolve. The light died down to reveal Magmortar. Magmortar! She yelled as she raised her yellow cannon-like arms and sent 2 blasts of flames up in the air. Ichigo pointed his pokeball at Magmortar and recalled her. Koga recalled his burnt unconscious Venomoth. Go Crobat! Koga said. Go Corvisquire, Ichigo said. Finally, a match that we have a neutral type matchup. Koga thought as he observed the Corvisquire. But that in itself is strange. Koga thought. The match between Crobat and Corvisquire will begin. The referee said. Crobat use cross poison. Koga ordered. Crobat's wings began to glow purple as they flew towards Corvisquire. Corvisquire block it with metal claw, Ichigo replied. Corvisquire's claws glowed silver as he blocked Crobat's attack with his claws. Corvisquire follow up with wing attack. Corvisquire's wings glowed white as they elongated. Corvisquire began to attack Crobat with his elongated wings. Crobat used quick attack to escape. Crobat glowed white and forced itself away from Corvisquire. Corvisquire follow Crobat with your own quick attack, Ichigo ordered. Corvisquire chased behind Crobat. Unfortunately for Corvisquire, Crobat was too fast for him. What can I do? Crobat is too fast for Corvisquire. Ichigo thought. Crobat use cross poison again. Koga ordered. Crobat's wings glowed purple as it flew towards Corvisquire, continuing to use quick attack. Crobat hit Corvisquire in the chest, knocking him out of the sky. Corvisquire! Ichigo called out. Corvisquire crashed to the ground below. From the rubble, Corvisquire forced himself back up. Corvisquire began to glow. Another evolution? Koga thought. The light died down to reveal Corviknight. Corviknight extended his large wings and took flight. Corviknight flew towards Crobat. Crobat swerved to the side, dodging Corviknight. Corviknight glared at Crobat. His beak glowed silver and elongated and shot towards Crobat. Crobat, dodge it and use cross poison. Koga ordered. I don't know the typing of that Pokemon. Cross poison should work since it worked before. Koga thought as Crobat's wings glowed purple and attacked Corviknight. Crobat's cross poison hit Corviknight directly in the chest. But it didn't do anything. Corviknight slammed his beak, which was still surrounded by silver energy, and began to peck Crobat with it. Crobat, get out of there! Koga ordered. Before Crobat could react, Corviknight grabbed Crobat's wings with his large claws, trapping them. Corviknight continued to attack the helpless Crobat. After a few minutes, Corviknight let go of Crobat. Crobat fell to the ground, unconscious. What type is that Pokemon? Koga asked as he recalled his Crobat. Corviknight gained the Steel type upon evolving, Ichigo answered. I see, Koga said as Ichigo recalled his Corviknight. Koga took out his last Pokeball. Go Ariados. Go Lampent, Ichigo said. Damn, another fire type. Koga thought. The final battle between Ariados and Lampent will begin. Ariados used Toxic Thread, Koga ordered. Ariados shot out Purple Thread towards Lampent. Lampent, dodge, and use Flamethrower, Ichigo ordered. Lampent swerved to the side, easily avoiding the Toxic Thread. Lampent split out a stream of red-orange flames out of her mouth. Ariados dodge it. Ariados leaped in the air, to avoid the Flamethrower. Now use Toxic Thread, Spider Web Formation. Ariados shot a large purple string from its mouth. As it moved towards Lampent, it split into a web. Lampent used Flamethrower, Ichigo ordered. Lampent fired another Flamethrower. The Flamethrower easily burned away the Toxic Thread. Ariados used Poison Fang. Koga ordered. Suddenly Ariados appeared behind Lampent and began to bit her with its fangs. Suddenly Ariados leaped away from Lampent. Ariados, what happened? Lampent has the flame body ability, Ichigo said. Koga's eyes widened as he noticed the burnt fangs and legs. Lampent finished this with another flamethrower. Ichigo ordered. Lampent sent another stream of fire at Ariados. Ariados dodge it. Koga ordered. Ariados leaped out of the fire. Before they could react, Lampent shifted her body, realigning the flamethrower. Ariados was hit by the attack. Enough, Ichigo said. Lampent stopped the attack. They could see Ariados was severely burned from the attack. Lampent began to evolve into Chandelure. Koga and Ichigo recalled their respective Pokémon. The match is over. The winner is Challenger Ichigo. The referee declared. Koga walked to Ichigo. Here is the soul badge as a symbol of you defeating me, Koga said as he presented the gym badge to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said as he accepted the badge. Ichigo and Sabrina were shown a secret passageway which led them back to the beginning of the gym. Ichigo and Sabrina returned to the Pokemon Center to heal their Pokemon and look at the local ferry times. Nurse Joy, when will there be a ferry to Cinnabar Island? Ichigo asked. Nurse Joy pulled up the schedule for the ferry. Looks like the next ferry to Cinnabar Island is in 3 days. How long is the trip? Sabrina asked. It will be a 4-day trip, 2 days from here to Seafoam Island, a day at Seafoam Island, and another day to Cinnabar Island. Nurse Joy answered. Can you buy us 2 tickets? Ichigo asked. Sure. Do you want to share a room? She asked. That is fine, Sabrina replied. Chansey carried a tray holding their fully healed Pokemon. Ichigo and Sabrina took their Pokemon back. They walked out of the Pokemon Center and headed east, towards Route 15. So how will you approach Blaine? She asked. I will use my fire types, Ichigo replied. Oh? Not water types? She expected Ichigo to use type advantage against Blaine, after all, he used that against Koga and her. Blaine got tired of water types ruining his fun, so he made the battlefield on top of a volcano. The heat from the volcano and the metal stage makes the battlefield only suitable for fire types. I see, Sabrina replied. In addition, if a fire type has the Flash Fire ability, Blaine will send out his own Pokemon with Flash Fire. So how many Pokemon will Blaine use? It will be a 1 versus 1. It can be dangerous to be standing on a volcano for so long. Ichigo said. They arrived outside Route 15 and began to train there. Time skip, 6 days later. It was in the afternoon when Ichigo and Sabrina arrived at Cinnabar Island. They spent 3 days in Route 15 in Fuchsia City, getting to know their new Pokemon. Soon it was time to board the ferry to Cinnabar Island. The ferry had a few trainers on board, all of them remembering Sabrina and how easily she decimated them. She apologized for her behavior and informed those trainers that she was been replaced by another gym leader. Ichigo and Sabrina took the time to relax since they couldn't train their Pokemon on the ship. They spent a day at Seafoam Island, where Sabrina captured a Jinx. After that, they arrived at Cinnabar Island. They all walked towards the Pokemon Center. Good afternoon, everyone. Nurse Joy said. I assume all of you need rooms for the night? We're traveling together, Ichigo said. She nodded and checked everyone to their own rooms. If you are planning to challenge Gym Leader Blaine, make sure you are hydrated for tomorrow. Nurse Joy warned. Everyone nodded their head as they went to their room. So who wants to shower first? Sabrina asked. You could get it first. I need to see some scientists. He said. Oh. Okay. Sabrina said as she brought out her towel and a change of clothes. Ichigo walked out of the Pokemon Center and walked towards a small laboratory. He knocked on the door. What do you want? Someone replied through an intercom. I have a fossil and I want to use your restoration machine, Ichigo said. How did you know about that? He replied. I have my ways, Ichigo replied. Wait one moment. The intercom went silent. Soon the door opened to reveal a scientist. "Let me see the fossil." Ichigo took out the old amber. "Seems like you aren't an idiot. Follow me." They entered the laboratory. The scientist took the old amber and placed it in a machine. A beam of light scanned the old amber. "Seems like there is some DNA in here." A laser shot out of the machine and began collecting the fossilized DNA from the old amber. "Come back later and your Pokemon should be ready," he said. Ichigo left the laboratory and returned to his room. "So how did it go?" Sabrina asked. "It went all right," Ichigo replied as he took a quick shower. They left their room and had dinner before turning in for the night. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo and Sabrina woke up and had a quick breakfast. They met up with the other Pokemon trainers. They walked to the base of the volcano, where the entrance to the gym is located at. They entered the gym and were greeted by a receptionist. "Morning everyone," he said. "I assume everyone here is here for a gym battle?" "Everyone except for me," Sabrina replied. He nodded his head. "Very well then. Can I get everyone's trainer card to log you in?" he requested. Ichigo handed him his Pokédex while everyone else handed him their trainer card. "Challenger Ichigo will be the first one since he has more badges than you," the receptionist said. "The rest of you could watch the battle on the TV," he said. He left his desk. "Follow me," he said. They walked to an elevator. The receptionist entered a code, opening the door. They entered the elevator and it shot up towards the top of the volcano. Due to the unique rules in this gym, you are allowed to choose which Pokemon gym leader Blaine will use, the referee said as he showed Ichigo a list of Pokemon. "Please choose which Pokemon you want gym leader Blaine to use." Ichigo looked at the list. "I choose this," Ichigo replied. "Very well. I will let gym leader Blaine know your choice," the receptionist replied. They arrived on top of the volcano. "Be careful of the edge. Your spot is over there," the receptionist pointed out. Ichigo nodded his head as he walked over to his spot. He could see Blaine was already there, waiting for them. "The battle between gym leader Blaine and challenger Ichigo will begin," the referee said. "This will be a one-on-one battle. Pokemon with Flash Fire ability are prohibited from this battle. Trainers, send out your Pokemon. Go Charizard!" Ichigo and Blaine shouted. Ichigo's Charizard was a foot taller than Blaine's Charizard. Both Charizards let out a loud roar, trying to intimidate the other. "Blaine!" Ichigo shouted. "What?" he replied. "We should let our Charizard fight it out without our help. We both know that they are trying to find who is stronger," Ichigo pointed out. Blaine let out a laugh. "Good idea," he replied. The battle between gym leader Blaine's Charizard and challenger Ichigo's Charizard will begin. Both Charizard opened their mouth and let out a powerful flamethrower. Both streams of red flames collided with each other, trying to obtain dominance. Neither flamethrower was about to overpower the other. Ichigo's Charizard stopped her flamethrower and dodged Blaine's Charizard's attack. Ichigo's Charizard engulfed itself in draconic energy as she charged towards Blaine's Charizard. Blaine's Charizard engulfed itself in fire as it charged towards the incoming Charizard. The two Charizard collided with each other, once again trying to obtain dominance. The draconic and fiery energy around the Charizards dissipated. Ichigo's Charizard's claws and mouth glowed with draconic energy as she began to bite and slash Blaine's Charizard. Blaine's Charizard let out a loud roar as it attacked back with its mouth and claw, with only the claws glowing white. Blaine's Charizard struggled against Ichigo's Charizard. Suddenly Ichigo's Charizard grabbed Blaine's Charizard, restraining its wings and arms. Ichigo's Charizard flapped her wings, flying up in the air. Blaine's Charizard struggled against Ichigo's Charizard's strong grip. Ichigo's Charizard was high in the sky before she threw Blaine's Charizard down, back first, towards the volcano. She was engulfed in draconic energy again as she dove down towards the falling Charizard. She slammed into Blaine's Charizard's stomach and slammed into the metal battlefield. The entire volcano shook from the impact. Ichigo's Charizard let out a victorious roar. Blaine's Charizard laid there unconscious. Winner is Ichigo's Charizard, the referee reclaimed. Ichigo and Blaine recalled their respective Charizard. They met back inside the gym. I didn't expect to see a Primal Charizard, Blaine said. Primal Charizard? Ichigo questioned. Primal Charizard is a nickname of Charizards who are Fire Dragon type. There's evidence that Primal Charizard is the ancestor of the regular Charizard, Blaine explained. I see, Ichigo replied. Anyways, Blaine said as he took out a badge shaped of fire. I present to you the volcano badge, he said. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he took the badge. Ichigo and Sabrina left the gym. So what will we do now? Sabrina asked. I need to go see a scientist, Ichigo said. They walked back to the laboratory and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal the scientist from before. Right on time. I just finished capturing her, the scientist said as he presented a Pokeball to Ichigo. The Pokemon I managed to revive was an Aerodactyl, a powerful rock/flying type. Thank you, Ichigo said. With that done, they walked back towards the Pokemon Center. Ichigo handed Nurse Joy his Charizard and the new Aerodactyl. She quickly healed them and returned them to Ichigo. They walked to their room. What are you planning to do now? Sabrina asked. I'm planning to go to Viridian City, Ichigo said as he released his Gardevoir. Hi, Daddy, she said as she hugged him. Hello, Gardevoir. Could you teleport us back to Pallet Town? Ichigo asked. Sure, she said. Ichigo and Sabrina gathered all their belongings. Gardevoir held their hands before they all teleported away. Scene change, Pallet Town, Oak Ranch. Ichigo and Sabrina appeared outside Professor Oak's home. Ichigo knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door swung open. Good afternoon, Professor. Ichigo, Professor Oak shouted as he hugged him. He immediately let go of Ichigo the moment he noticed Sabrina. Who's your friend? I'm Sabrina, she replied. Professor Oak let them in. They sat down in the living room. So what can I do for you two? Is it okay if we stay here until the Indigo Plateau Conference? He asked. Sure, Professor Oak replied. Ichigo glanced at Sabrina. She could stay here if she wants. Yes please, Sabrina replied. So have you battled Giovanni yet? He asked. I just finished beating Blaine, Ichigo said. Have you sent Giovanni a battle request? Battle request? Ichigo questioned. Professor Oak walked to his computer and began to type an email. Giovanni is rarely in his gym. Whenever a challenger comes to challenge him, he's not there. Sometimes they have to wait for a week or two for Giovanni to come back to Viridian City for the gym badge. I see, Ichigo said. Suddenly they heard a chime from Professor Oak's computer. Professor Oak clicked the notification. Looks like Giovanni already replied. Professor Oak said. What did he say? He said that he's available for a match tomorrow. Good, Ichigo said. I'm going to head to the back to plan my team, Ichigo said. That's fine, he replied. Ichigo walked to the ranch and planned his team for his future match with him. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo stood alone in front of the Viridian gym. Ichigo entered the gym. Are you Ichigo Kurosaki? The receptionist asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Follow me, he said. The receptionist escorted Ichigo to the back. The receptionist left Ichigo as the lights on the battlefield lit up. Giovanni entered the battlefield. He immediately recognized him. It's you! He growled as he recognized who Ichigo was. It's all your fault. He growled as he recalled the main reason for Team Rocket's failures. He snapped his fingers. A metal door began to open. The light from the battlefield illuminated the chamber, revealing an armored figure. Ichigo immediately recognized who it was. Mutuo. Ichigo thought. Is that my name? Mutuo thought. Ichigo released Gardevoir. Mutuo's eyes glowed as it used Psychic in Ichigo. Gardevoir immediately countered with Dark Pulse. It became your name because you were created by using DNA from Mew, Ichigo explained. Mutuo continued to attack Gardevoir while using the opportunity to talk. Do you remember your past? My past? Mutuo thought. Follow my thoughts. Ichigo thought as he remembered watching the birth of Mutuo on TV. I am from an alternative universe, where the Pokemon universe was a kid show. Ichigo briefly explained as Mutuo watched the memory. I remember, Mutuo said. Gardevoir, aim your attacks at the machines behind Mutuo, Ichigo ordered. On it. Gardevoir replied as she continued to fire at Mutuo. Mutuo smacked the attacks away towards the surrounding machines. Stop it! Giovanni yelled as the machines restraining Mutuo were destroyed. Mutuo stood up and used Psychic to destroy the metal armor. I order you to stop. Giovanni yelled. Mutuo looked at Giovanni before using Psychic to fly away, punching a large hole through the roof of the gym. Giovanni glared at the broken hole in his gym. Damn, you! He yelled as he sent out his Steelix. Ichigo recalled Gardevoir as he sent out his Blastoise. Earthquake! He ordered. Steelix raised its tail and slammed it down on the ground. The impact shook the entire ground. Blastoise counter it with your own earthquake. Ichigo replied. Blastoise stomped on the ground with her foot, shaking the ground. The two attacks cancelled each other out. Hydro Pump. Ichigo ordered. Blastoise pointed her water cannons at Steelix and fired two powerful blasts of water towards Steelix. Steelix dodge and use Thunderfong. Giovanni ordered. Steelix swerved the side and lunged towards Blastoise, its mouth glowed yellow. Blastoise iron defense and endure the attack. Ichigo ordered. Blastoise's entire body glowed silver as she raised her left hand. Steelix chomped down on Blastoise's left arm, sending electricity through Blastoise's body. Blast! Blastoise yelled in pain. Blastoise use Hydro Cannon. Ichigo ordered. Blastoise pointed her cannons at Steelix and fired an even stronger blast of water at Steelix. The force from the attack ripped Steelix off of Blastoise's arm and sent it flying to the wall. Steelix collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Damn it, Giovanni yelled as he recalled his Steelix. He sent out his Nidoking. Ichigo glanced at Blastoise, who was very tired from the match. Ichigo recalled Blastoise and sent out Swampert. Nidoking, use Poison Jab, Giovanni ordered. Swampert use Liquidation, Ichigo ordered. Nidoking's arms glowed purple as it charged towards Swampert. Swampert surrounded itself with water before tackling Nidoking in the chest. The sudden attack started Nidoking, causing it to lose focus of its Poison Jab. Follow it up with Ice Punch. Ichigo ordered. Giovanni's eyes widen. Nidoking get away. He ordered. Swampert's arms glowed icy blue before punching Nidoking in the chest. Nido. Nidoking yelled in pain. Use Poison Jab to escape. Giovanni ordered. Nidoking raised one of its fists as it was surrounded by purple energy. It slammed it into Swampert's side, forcing Swampert away. Swampert, are you okay? Ichigo asked. Swampert replied, reassuring Ichigo. Use Liquidation and Ice Punch, Ichigo ordered. Swampert was engulfed in water and charged towards Nidoking. Poison Jab, Giovanni ordered. Nidoking's arms were surrounded by purple energy. Swampert swerved to the side, avoiding the poison jab. The water surrounding Swampert dissipated. Icy blue energy surrounded Swampert's arms before punching Nidoking in the side. Nido. Nidoking groaned before it collapsed from its wounds. Giovanni glared at Ichigo as he recalled Nidoking. Damn. Should we continue? Giovanni thought. Suddenly the doors behind Ichigo burst open as officers swarmed in. What is going on? Giovanni thought. Gym leader Giovanni, you are under arrest for operating a criminal organization. Officer Jenny said. You have the right to remain silent. What proof do you have? He asked as he discreetly brought out another pokeball. Jengar shot out of Giovanni's shadow and used hypnosis. Giovanni collapsed in his chair, fast asleep. Restrain him and search the gym. Officer Jenny ordered. The officers rushed deeper into the gym. Ichigo recalled his Swampert. Officer Jenny approached him. How are you doing? She asked. Good, Ichigo replied. Ichigo spotted the receptionist walked towards him while being escorted by 2 guards. I am here to present the Earth Badge. The receptionist said as he handed Ichigo the badge. Ichigo accepted the badge. With his job done, the receptionist was escorted out of the gym by the police. Officer Jenny quickly interviewed him. After that she allowed Ichigo to leave. Ichigo walked over to the Pokemon Center and spotted Sabrina waiting for him. Ichigo handed Gardevoir, Blastoise, and Swampert to Nurse Joy, who quickly healed them. So how did you know Giovanni's real occupation? Sabrina asked. I'll explain to you later, Ichigo replied. He released his Pidgeot. He looked at Ichigo with a slightly confused look. Suddenly that look vanished as Pidgeot realized where he was. Go ahead and spend time with your family. I will be at Professor Oak's lab. Pidgeot nodded his head before flying away. Ichigo and Sabrina walked back to Professor Oak's lab. He used that time to explain to Sabrina his situation. I see. Sabrina said. They soon arrived at Professor Oak's lab. They entered the lab. They spotted Professor Oak sitting at his computer, watching the live broadcast from Viridian City. To think someone that close to the League was, in fact, the leader of the largest terrorist organization in Kanto. Professor Oak mumbled. It makes sense in Giovanni's point of view, Ichigo commented. Professor Oak glanced at Ichigo. Professor Oak let out a tired sigh. It does, but it hurts the League's reputation and the public's confidence in the League. Professor Oak replied. Ichigo glanced to see Sabrina already walked upstairs. Ichigo walked upstairs to his room. He laid down as he planned his team for the Indigo Plateau Conference. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.